Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting tech tutorial where you're going to learn how to build and deploy a full-stack real-time chat application from scratch using the front-end library we all love, React. In this video, you're going to learn how to build a full-stack scalable React application that is going to look impressive in your resume. You're going to learn how to create a REST API for your chat application. And by so doing, you're also going to learn how to create a Node.js server from scratch using Express and TypeScript. This application is going to be real-time and we're not going to be making use of any third-party libraries. You're going to learn how to create your own WebSocket server from scratch. And this is a project that's going to teach you the basics about modern full-stack development. At the end of this video, we're going to ensure that this project is not going to be sitting idly by on your computer. We're going to debug the application step by step together, and then we're going to deploy this application live on render. So you can add the live link to your resume or your portfolio and also show it off to potential employers. Now, with that being said, I'm going to show you what we are going to be building in this video. Now, when we land on this application, we're going to see this cool loading chat screen right here, and you're going to see the application is actually going to load in. Okay, now you can actually select any users to actually chat with, and also you can actually search for users. Say I want to search for a user called Sarah, just select Sarah, and it's going to actually search for that particular user. I want to search for users or search something random for a user that doesn't exist. We're going to get this no users found right here. Now you can actually click on any user to actually chat with the user. I'm going to click on Igbo Emmanuel right here. You can actually see we actually have a chat history with Igbo Emmanuel. You can actually send a new message. I can just simply say hello and send the message. And you can see that the message is actually sent in real time. I send another message, reply me when you come online. Send a message, and the message is going to be sent in real time. So what we're going to do, we're going to register another user and actually chat with that user. So I'm going to go over to that tab. I'll click on register right here. I'm going to register a user. I'm going to call this user Jenny Walker. And then for the email address, it's going to be jenny@gmail.com. And then for the password, we just use 8 zeros right here. And then we just register this user. And we get a registration successful. Now, when Jenny lands in the chat tab, Jenny is going to see in real time that Jane Doe is actually online because we actually logged in with Jane Doe in another tab. Okay, so Jane Doe is actually online. Now, Jenny just registered. Jenny has not set up her profile and her bio. So let's actually update that. So just click on this and go to profile, and then we'll say Jenny Walker right here. We just select an avatar for Jenny. Select this image right here, and also say my name is Jenny. I love chatting. Okay, and then we just click on save profile, and that's actually going to save Jenny's profile. So now Jenny can actually chat with other users. So Jenny can click on Jane Doe right here, and there's no message between Jenny and Jane Doe. So what we're going to do, we're going to actually try to squeeze these two tabs in the screen. Now I'm just going to search for Jenny. I can actually see right here Jenny Walker. Jenny Walker is actually online. Okay, so just click on Jenny Walker right here. So now we can send messages between Jenny and Jane Doe in real time. So Jenny is going to send a message to Jenny, say, hi Jenny, welcome. Click on send, and the message is going to be sent in real time. And Jenny can actually reply to Jane and say, thank you, Jane. I click on send message, and the message is going to be sent in real time. And to actually leave the chat room, Jenny just has to click on this right here to actually leave the chat room. Now we're not going to stop there. We're going to ensure that this chat application is fully responsive. So it's going to look really good on your resume. Now when we reduce the screen size of this application, you're going to notice it's going to look really good for all screen devices, even for mobile devices. And for mobile devices, you can actually click on the user to chat with, and it's going to look really, really good. You can actually send a message, hello. It's going to look really, really good. Okay, now if you're excited about this project, smash the like button. Now this is going to help the YouTube algorithm push this content to more people like you who are going to find it very, very helpful. And it's basically a little way for you to actually support the channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that so you don't miss out on the next helpful modern web development projects we're going to build together on this channel. Let's dive into the video. Now for the technologies we're going to use, we're going to start up with React, which is a front-end library for actually building user interfaces for both web and native. Web in the case of React for web, and native in the case of React Native. But we're going to be making use of React on the web. You're going to learn so much React features in this project. You're going to learn when and how to make use of the use state hook and the use effect hook in React, how and when to make use of the use ref hook, how to create your own reusable hook, and also how to make use of global states in a React application with Zustand. Now, in previous projects on the channel, we always pair React with Next.js for SEO and also for file-based routing. But in this particular tutorial, we're going to rely on pure React because we are going to be building a chat application, which is one of the projects that React is actually built for. For our backend, we're going to make use of Postgres database. Okay, we're going to be using Postgres to actually store our chat data, also our user data on the database. But we're not going to be making use of Postgres on its own and writing raw SQL queries. We're going to make use of an ORM called Prisma. Now, if you've never worked with Prisma ORM before, you're going to learn how to actually set up Prisma and to use Prisma to create a scalable and modern web application. Now, Prisma is going to make it very easy for us to actually query our database. We are basically going to be writing queries to the database using TypeScript. Okay, now that's the beauty of Prisma. We're going to be using TypeScript code to actually query our Postgres database. And for starting our application, we're going to rely on Tailwind CSS. Okay, now Tailwind CSS is going to make it easier for us to actually start our application and build a modern application just by writing utility classes. Okay, we don't have to actually create a separate file for CSS and use CSS to actually build our application. With Tailwind CSS, we can actually add utility classes to our JSS to actually make our application look really, really good, and we'll be able to build a responsive application just with a few lines of Tailwind classes. And for authentication, we're going to rely on the power of BetterAuth, which is one of the best open source authentication library in the market. One of the beauty of BetterAuth is that BetterAuth is going to integrate with any database you pair with it: SQLite, PostgreSQL, MongoDB, or even MySQL. And it's going to make it very easy for us to build a very robust authentication from scratch. And you're going to learn how to actually set up a complete authentication using BetterAuth. Now for our backend, we're also going to make use of Node.js, but we're going to make use of the Express framework. Okay, we're going to make use of Express for our server because since we're not making use of Next.js, we don't have access to the Next.js API, so we have to actually create a separate Node.js server to actually handle our API requests. So we're going to be making use of Express. And we're going to build a scalable REST API using Express and TypeScript. And lastly, for real-time functionality, we're going to depend on sockets.io. We're going to actually use socket.io to build our own WebSocket server from scratch in this video. So basically, we're going to be starting this project from absolute scratch. So right now, inside my Visual Studio Code, I already have this empty folder right here called Chat App right here. Okay, so basically, all you just have to do is create a folder called Chat App or whatever you want to call your folder, and actually open that folder inside your Visual Studio Code. Okay, and you're going to be right where I am right now. Now the very first thing we have to do, we have to create two folders. In here, I'm going to create the first folder. I'll call this folder front end, and then I'll create another folder called back end. Now inside this front end, this is where we're going to create our React application for our front end, and then inside this backend folder, this is where we're going to create our Express server. So let's just actually set up our React application. So for that, we're going to head over to vite.dev. We want to actually set up the React application using Vite. I'm going to scroll down, then we can actually see the commands we actually have to run. If you're using npm, you're going to make use of this npm command right here. If you're using yarn, you're going to make use of this yarn command. If you're using pnpm, use this. If you're using Bun or Dino, you're going to use this command. Now, in this tutorial, I'm going to be making use of pnpm. But you can actually follow along with other package manager, especially if you are using npm. You can actually follow along with this tutorial. Now, if you want to make use of pnpm just like me, you can head over to the pnpm documentation website and just click on Get Started. And it's going to show you how to actually install pnpm on your machine. I'm going to scroll over to the point where we can actually use other package manager to actually install pnpm, because most likely you already have npm installed in your machine. So all you just have to do is run this command right here: npm install global pnpm at latest. It's actually going to install pnpm just like that into your machine, and you'll be able to make use of pnpm package manager alongside me. So I'm going to go back to the Vite documentation. I'm going to copy this command right here. I'll go to my terminal. I'll just open a new terminal. And remember, where we are right now, we are inside this chat app folder. I want to create this React application inside this front-end folder. So we have to actually cd into this front-end folder. So we're simply going to do cd front end like that. And then after that, we just paste that command right here. We add a dot slash to this. We are basically telling this vit command right here to create this React application inside this front-end folder. Okay, so that's why we are doing this dot slash right here. So I just click on enter. I just expand this to actually see what we're actually working with. Now, Vite is actually going to tell us to actually select a framework: vanilla, JavaScript, Vue, React, Preact, Lit, Zed, Solid, whatever JavaScript framework we actually want to use. So we want to make use of React. So I just head over to React and I'll click on React. And then it has to say select a variant. I want TypeScript with Speedy Web Compiler, which is TypeScript plus SWC. So I click on enter. Use Vite 8 beta. This is actually experimental, so I'm going to click on no because I'm building a production application. We don't want to use any experimental features, so I just click on no. They say install with PNPM and start now. Yes. And now PNPM is going to start actually installing all the dependencies we need for actually set up this project. And I can see it's actually installed all the dependencies we need and actually created this node modules folder right here to actually hold all the packages that comes with the default Vite application. And then actually started up our server. Now to actually open up this project, all you just have to do is open this link right here, http localhost 5173 on your local web browser, or you're just going to follow this link right here. I want to open up the Vite application. You're going to notice what we already get in the default Vite application right here. And this is actually the default template that comes with the Vite React setup. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just reduce this a bit so you can actually get a little bit familiar with the React application we just created with Vite. Now, this node module I said, this is where all the packages actually come with our default Vite projects actually going to be installed, and this is where they are going to live. Okay, now to actually see the packages you are working with, you're going to go over to package.json and you can see the package that actually comes with this Vite application right here. You can see right now we have two dependencies that comes with this Vite application. We have React and then we have React DOM. And then we have the dev dependencies right here. Now, the difference between these dev dependencies and these dependencies is that these are dependencies that when we build our application and deploy on production, these dependencies are going to be part of our applications. Why? These ones right here, these are the ones we're only going to use on local development. Okay, they are not going to be deployed. We're not going to add all these dependencies to production. Okay, they're only going to exist and actually live in development. Okay, that's why they are called dev dependencies. And then we have this PNPM log.yaml file. Now, these are PNPM, just keep tracks of the packages we are working with. Remember, we are using PNPM as our package manager. And then we have this git ignore file right here. Now, this git ignore file, this is basically where we're going to place files we want Git to actually ignore. Files we don't want Git to actually track when we actually want to push our code to production. Okay. Now, these are files like this node modules up here. Okay, we don't want Git to actually track these node modules because this is very, very heavy. Okay, and sometimes when we have .env files, we also don't want Git to track those .env files, okay, those environment variables. And then finally, inside this SROFs folder, this is where all the files are going to be creating, our pages and components. This is where they're actually going to live. Now, this assets folder, this is where we're going to place all our image and all the assets we're actually going to work with in this tutorial. And then we have this app.css file, which we don't really need, so I'm just going to delete this off. I'll just delete this off, app.css. And then we have this index.css file right here. Now, when we actually set up our tailwind, this is where we're actually going to place the import tailwind CSS. So I'm just going to get rid of all the CSS right here we don't need. And then I'm going to head to the app.tss file. And this is basically the page we just opened. Okay, you can see right here that those CSS has been removed. And this is actually the home page. So we're just going to get rid of everything we have here. So I'll just go back to that app.tss file. Just get rid of everything here. Just basically get rid of everything here. Then just return a H1 tag that's going to say hello, and also get rid of this right here. Also get rid of this unused imports right here. We also just get rid of this import because we already deleted the app.css. Go back to the web page and we actually see that text right here, hello, right there. And the very first thing we have to do, we have to already set up Tailwind CSS and also set up our Google font. Now, when we're making use of frameworks like Next.js, this is actually done for us. Next.js actually sets up fonts for us and also sets up Tailwind CSS for us. Now, since we're actually making use of core React without any framework, we have to actually do that manually on our own. So I'm going to head over to Google Fonts. I'll go to fonts.google.com like that. To actually search for a font, it's very simple. We're just going to search for the font I actually want. I want Poppins. So I'm just going to search for that. You can actually search for the particular font you want, and then we just click on Get Font right here. Okay, now we have two ways to do this. We can get the embed code, or can actually download it and use it locally. I just want the easier way, so I just click on Get Embed Code, and then all we just have to do now, this is when we are making use of it inside an HTML tag. I want to actually use this inside my CSS file, so I'll just go to the import and I'll just copy this code right here, and then I'm going to take this code. I'll take this code to my index.css and I'll just paste that up here. Actually see that import right here, and then for the application I'll just head back there. This is how we actually are going to apply this. So I'll just copy this right here, copy this font family right here. Then now I want to apply this to the entire application, so I'm going to say star. I'll use star, and then I'll say font family, or I'll just paste that right here, font family Poppins. Then the fallback is going to be the CSS sans serif. I'll just save that. Now when we go back to our project, we actually see that you can actually see that the font is actually different. So we've actually successfully added this Google font, this Google Poppins font in our project. So next we're going to actually set up Tailwind CSS. So for that, we're going to go to the Tailwind CSS documentation. I'll go to tailwindcss.com, and then I'll just go to docs right here, and then getting started. So getting started with Tailwind CSS. Now this is for when you're actually using Vite. So using Vite, say install Tailwind CSS as a Vite plugin. First of all, you have to create a Vite project, which we've obviously done. So next, you have to actually install Tailwind CSS. So we just copy this right here. Since we are making use of PNPM, we're not going to copy the NPM part of it. We just copy up to this install right here. Okay. Now, if you are using NPM, obviously you're going to do NPM install Tailwind CSS like that. But since we are using PNPM, I'm using PNPM. I'm just going to head over to my terminal. I'll just open this up. I'll just cancel the server. Then I'll say PNPM. Then I'll paste that right here. Install Tailwind CSS, and that's Tailwind CSS Vite. I'll click on enter. And you can see those two packages have actually been installed. So you're going to go back there for the next step. It said after that, you have to actually configure the Vite plugin. So it said add the Tailwind CSS /Vite plugin to your Vite configuration, which is very simple. So basically what it says we should do is to copy this right here. We'll take this to our Vite what was the name of that file? Vite.config.ts. So I just close everything. I'll go to front end, Vite.config.ts right here. I'll just reduce the height of this, and then we'll just paste that import up here, and then we'll go back to Tailwind CSS and just copy this Tailwind CSS plugin right here, and then after this we add plugin, add a comma, and then we'll just paste the Tailwind CSS plugin like that. And then we'll go back to Tailwind CSS. It says that we have to actually import Tailwind CSS inside our, say, add an import to your CSS file that imports Tailwind CSS. Okay, so which means you have to import this in our global CSS file. So we're going to copy this right here, and I think that's basically all for the setup. That's the last step. We're going to take this to our index.css file. After this import, we are importing our font. We just paste that right here. I'll save that. We should be able to actually use Tailwind CSS in this project. So let's actually test this out. So basically, I'll just give this h1 tag a text of red 700 like that. I'll save that. Now when we go back to our project, we don't actually see, well, that's because now actually we started our server. So we're going to do pnpm run dev like that. Refresh this, and we should actually see the text is actually when Tailwind CSS is actually being applied. And then I just want to update this page title. So to do that, we're going to go to the root index.html file. Remember that when you are working with React, there's actually an index.html file that is actually the index.html file that all your client JavaScript is actually going to attach to this root right here. So all we have to do is just change this front end to chats app Egmont tech like that. And we should actually see that right here, chat app Egmont tech. Great. So now we actually want to start creating our pages. We're going to have the register page, the login page, and also we're going to have the chat page. Okay. So now React is a single page application, which means React does not have any way to actually route between pages. Since we actually want to route from one page to another, we have to actually install a React library called React Router DOM. which is going to help us render components based on the routes. So we're going to install a package called React Router DOM for navigation. So I'm going to open this up. I'll just kill this server for now. Then right here, I say pnpm install React Router DOM like that. Then I just click on enter. And that's going to install the React Router DOM library for us. So let's actually set it up. So first of all, we're going to go over to, where is that, main.tss right here. We're going to wrap this entire app with the React Router DOM browser router. So up here, I want to get browser router from React Router DOM, and then just paste this in here. Okay, we can actually get rid of this strict mode. Can get rid of this. That's just to render the application twice on development. So I'll just format this. And now we're going to have our app, this app.tss file right here. This app.tss file is going to be wrapped by this browser router right here. So I'll just get rid of this strict mode right here. Great. And then inside this app.tss file, what we're going to do is that we're going to render components based on the route. So what this app is going to return, it's going to return a div. We're going to style this div later on, but for now, it's going to return a div. Inside this div, we're going to call a route. We're going to call routes from React Router DOM. And the first route I'm actually going to add put, I'll say routes. The path of the route is going to be / which is basically the home page. Now, what component do we want to render when we actually go to this route? We want to render the login component. So I actually create that. So I'll just close this up. I'll go to front end. I'll go to SRC. Now in here, I'm going to create a folder. I'll call this folder pages. And then inside this pages folder, we're going to create a login page.tsx RFC. So I'll just get rid of this import. When we go over to the home page, the root page, we want to render. What do we want to render? We're going to render the login page. So I'll say the element is going to be the login page component like that. I'll save that. And then I'll just run the application here, pnpm run dev like that. And I'll just refresh. And then you can see in the home page, you actually see the login page like that. And now we want to create another route. Say you want to create a route for the register page. What we can do, we just do routes. Then we'll say the path is going to be, if it's / register, then what element do we want to render? The element is going to be the register page, which we don't have. So let's create that. We'll create another page called register page.tsx RFC. Just get rid of this import right here. And then in here, we're just going to say the element is going to be register page like that. I want to test this in a web browser. So I just open up a new tab. I'll say localhost port 5173. It's going to open this up. We have the login page. Now when we go to register, say / register, it's going to actually open up the register page right here. So our routing is actually working. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on the UI for the auth pages. That's the register page and the login page. So basically, we're going to have this login page right here, okay? And then you can see how good this actually looks with this kind of glass effect for the login card. And also, when we click on this register, it's going to actually open up the register page and actually see the register card. And also, we're going to have this nice background right here. So let's actually work on this. So I want to go back to Visual Studio Code. I'll go to front end. I'll go to SRC. I'm going to go over to app.tss file. So first of all, we're going to add that background image. So basically, I'm going to give this div a tailwind class. I'll give this a BG. In here, we have to just specify the path to the image. Now, inside my assets folder right here, I have some images. I have an image folder right here, and I have these images right here. The image I want to use for this background is going to be this background.png file right here. Okay, this is the image I actually want to use. I'm going to leave a link in the description below for these images if you want to make use of these exact images. Okay, then here I'm going to say URL. Inside this bag, we're going to specify the path to the image, which is going to be ./assets. I'm going to the assets folder because right now we're inside this app.tss file. We want to go into this assets folder And then inside this assets folder, I want to go into the images folder inside the assets folder, and then I want to access an image called background.png like that. After that, I'm going to add some styles, bg, give it a bg of cover, a bg no repeat, and a bg of center like that. I'll save that, go back to our application. We should actually see the image right here, okay? But the image is not actually stretching to the down. Don't have to worry about that. When we actually start creating a login page, we're actually going to fix that. So now we're going to go over to the login page, go to pages, go to login page.tsx. We get rid of this text right here. We're going to give this login page a table class of minimum height of h screen like that. Okay, and I want to save that. You can actually see that it actually stretches. And then to actually add the blur, give this a backdrop blur of 2xl. I'll save that. That should actually add the blur to the background. Okay, great. After that, I'll give this a display of flex items. We're going to do center, justify of center, and a px of 4 like that. Now after that, I want to create a div. I give this div a tune class. I give this a width of full, maximum width of 4xl, items of center, justify of between, a gap of 10, maximum mid, flex of call like that. And this basically means that if the screen size is less than 768 pixels, I want to give this a flex direction of column, which means for small tablets and for mobile phones, this content is going to have a flex direction of column like that. And after that, I'm going to create the left side. Now I want to create a div. I give this div a table class of flex, a flex of column, items of center, text of center, and a gap of 3 like that. Like I said, we're going to output an icon. So we don't have an icon library yet, so let's actually install one. So I'll just stop this server, and then I'm going to say pnpm install React icons like that. And that's going to actually add React icons to our library, so we can run our application pnpm run dev like that. I'll just close this terminal. And you want to call an icon called io logo chat, or logo with chat like that. I'll give this a size of 80. I also give it a table class of text violet of 500 like that. I'll save that. And now we should actually see that right here. Actually see that icon right here. Great. Then after that, we're going to create a h2 tag. Inside this h2 tag, I'm going to output chat app like that. I give this a table class of text of 2xl. For last screens and above, give it a text of 3xl, a font of semi-bold, and a text of white like that. Then after this h2, I'm going to create a paragraph tag, which is going to output this right here: sign into your account and start chatting in real time. And then I give this a table class, give it a text gray of 400, a text of xm, and a maximum width of xx like that. I'll save that, and we should actually see that right here. You can actually see the chat app, sign into your account and start chatting in real time. Great. So after this left part, we're going to create the right hand side of the login page. So that you'll see the right side, or the login card, whatever you want to call it. So then you'll create a div, more like a form. So I'll just get rid of it, just create a form instead. I'll just get rid of this action right here. I give this form a table class of width of full, maximum width of xm, bg of white. So I'm going to reduce the transparency to about 5% transparent. I give it a border of white. Also reduce the transparency to about 20. Rounded of xl, padding of 6, display of flex of column, a gap of 5, and a shadow of XL. And inside this form, we'll create a h2 tag that's simply going to say login. And then just give this a table class, text of 2XL fonts of medium, text of white like that. I'll save that. Let's actually check out the output and can actually see the login form right here. But we want this to be in the flex display. It's actually not in a flex display. Why is that? We gave this display of flex. Place this display of. Oh, we didn't actually add the flex. We did the justify between the flex of core. They actually make it flex. So I just do make it flex. That should ensure that they're actually in the flex display. And for small screen device, they're actually going to break and be in a flex off column like that. So next, after this H2 tag, we're going to create an input down here. So I'll say inputs. We're going to have a self-closing tab. It's going to be of type text or type email. Since it's going to be an email field, it's going to be of type email. I give it a name of email, a placeholder of email address, and this field is going to be required. So I just pass in the required, and then I give it a tailwind class py of 3, px of 2. I give it a border, then I give it a border gray of 500, a rounded of MD, outline, I'm going to give it none, a text of white, a placeholder gray of 300, and PG of transparent like that. And now we should actually see the input right here. Okay, we actually see the input right here. Great. So now we actually want 2 inputs. So I'm just going to copy what we have here. I'll just copy this and I'll just drag this down. And this one is going to be of type password. So I just say type of password. The name is going to be password. The placeholder is going to be password. And then for the styles, since we're actually repeating the styles, what I'm going to do, I'll just create a variable so we don't have to repeat ourselves. So up here, I'm just going to say const input styles is going to be equals to, I'll just paste that right here. I'm also going to export this so we can actually make use of this inside the register page. Great. So down here, instead of actually outcoding the style, we're just going to output the input styles variable like that. Same thing with this right here. Just get rid of the string, and then I'll say the input styles like that. I'll save that, and we should actually see the input right here, and they look really great. After these 2 inputs, I just format this. After these 2 inputs, now you're going to create a button. This particular one is going to say login. Then I'll give this a tailwind class. And the classes are very long, so I'm just going to paste the classes right here. Basically giving the button, imagine top of 2, a BG linear from purple 500 to indigo 500. When the button is overdone, we're going to change the linear from purple 600 to indigo 600. And then we give the transition property, a rounded, a padding vertical, a font medium, text wide, and a cursor of pointer. So I'm going to save that, and we should actually see the button right here. I'm going to move on to actually see that effect. Great. Now after this button right here, we're going to create a paragraph tag. We'll give this paragraph tag a tailwind class of text of XM, a text of white, a text of center, and a text gray of 400 like that. Then inside this paragraph tag, we'll say don't have an account. Just add some space here. Then after that, we're going to add some space between this text and the next text we're going to output right here. So I'm going to create a span tag in here. So we're going to say register. And then I'll give this a tailwind class of text purple of 400, cursor of pointer, and on hover, I want to give this text an underline pop thing. Save that, and we should actually see that right here. Great. So when we move on, you see that underline right here. Now when we click on this register, I want to actually go to the register page. So to do that, what we're going to do up here, we're going to scroll up. We're going to create a navigation instance. I'll say const, I'll create a variable called navigate. It's going to be equals to use navigate, which you're going to get from React router DOM. Okay, use navigate, not use navigation, use navigate. And then we're going to scroll down, and right here we're going to say when someone clicks on this on click, we just want to run an out function that's going to fire navigates. This function navigate, which is going to ask the user to / register like that. I'll save that. And now we'll click on that. It's going to take us to the register page like that. Great. So for the register page, we're basically going to copy everything we have here. We're just going to paste that inside the register page. And obviously we have to change this from login page to register page like that. Okay. And then for this one, it's going to be login. And this is going to be already have an account. And then when we click on that, it's going to navigate us to the login page. So let's actually just update the other details. Now for this one, we're going to have another input code, which is going to be of type text. It's going to be type text. And it's going to be for the user's name. So I'll say the name is going to be name, and then the placeholder is going to be full name. Full name. And then after that, here's going to be register. And then it says sign in to start chatting in real time. I'm going to get rid of this. This one is going to be create a new account and join the conversation. And I think that's basically it. I'm going to save this. And then I'll just go back to our application. I'll actually see we're in the registration page. I won't click on login. It's going to take us to the login page. And we're now actually handling that. It's going to be /login. I don't think we have a route for that yet. I'll go to app.tsx. Yeah, we don't have a route for login. It's going to be false. Remember, our home page is going to be acting as the login page because when the user comes to the application for the first time, the user obviously is not going to be authenticated. So we want the login page to be the home page. So it's going to be /. So inside the register page, we're not going to say /login. It's going to be / like that. So now we'll click on the register page. It's going to take us to the register page. We'll click on login. It's going to take us back to the login page, which is the home page. Okay, great. So now we have the auth pages. And I want to reduce this to small screen device. You're going to notice that this is actually fully responsive on all screen devices. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on the UI for the chat page. Now for the chat page, we're going to have this sidebar here. And when we click on a user to chat to, it's going to actually open up the chat window and actually view the details of the user, the name of the user we selected, the image of the user, the bio of the user. Also, you are going to see this login button right here. Okay, and we can actually click this off to actually go back. Great. So let's actually work on this. So first of all, we're going to create a new page. So I'm going to go to front end, SRC. I'll go to pages. Inside this page, I'm going to create a new page. Call this page chat page TSX RFC. Just get rid of this React import up here. Now we're going to have a state called selected user, which is going to be if we actually selected the user to actually chat with. I won't head back to the finished project. Notice I won't click on a user. I actually selected a user. Now when we select a user, that's only when we're going to see this chat window, also this right sidebar. Okay, but when we don't select any user, we're going to see this left sidebar right here, and also this welcome to chat app. Select a user to start chatting. We're only going to see this when we actually select a window. So we're going to need a global state called selected user. And there are actually lots of ways to actually handle global state in React. We can make use of Redux toolkit. We can actually make use of the built-in method called React context provider, which is the built-in method to handle global state manager. But for this tutorial, we're going to be making use of Zustand, which is very easy to set up. Now, let's actually install that library. So I'm just going to open up this terminal. I'll key the server for now. Then I'll say pm install Zustand. That's going to actually add the Zustand library for us. Great. So I just want this again, pm1 dev like that. I'll close this back up. So now we have to actually create our Zustand store. So inside this SRC folder, I'm going to create a folder called store. And then inside this store folder, I want to create a store called use chat store.tx like that. And then up I'm going to specify the type. Say type chat store. Now for now, we're going to keep this as Boolean because obviously this is not going to be Boolean. This is going to be an object. I'm going to have the user's profile picture, the user's bio, the user's name, the user we actually selected. But since we're not actually pulling the data from the backend yet, we're going to make this Boolean so we can actually be able to easily create our UI using this state. And then later on, we actually start working on the functionality to select a chat user. We're going to actually update this step and also update the store. So for now, say this is going to have a selected, not type, I'll just make use of interface. I'll say this is going to have a selected user, which is going to be Boolean, and a set selected user, which is going to be an arrow function that's going to return void like that. And then 9, I'm going to say export const use chats, spell that chat correctly, use chat store. It's going to be equals to, we're going to get create from Zustand. Up here, we're going to import create from Zustand. I want to create the Zustand store. We're going to call set, and then now we have to specify the type. So right here, we'll just add the type we actually created, which is going to be of type chat store. And then in here, it's going to expect two values, the selected user and the selected user. So first of all, so the selected user by default, the state is going to be set to false. Okay. And then the set selected user is going to be an arrow function. It's going to be an arrow function. It's going to call set. It's going to set selected user to true. Okay. So now we have the states we need. Okay. We have the selected user, which is going to be Boolean for now. So we have the set selected user to actually set it to true. Okay, great. So by default, it's going to be false. Okay, we're going to be true when we set it to true. So now let's make use of this. So now, since we're actually exporting this use chart store, can make use of this use chart store outside of this file right here. So inside this chart page, first of all, we're going to say const, we're going to destructure what we're going to get from the use chart store. It's going to be equals to, we're going to import the use chart store right here. Okay, and then we're just going to destructure out the selected user, and I don't think we need the set selected user here. We just destructure out the selected user, and then inside this div, I'll give this div a tailwind class. I'll give it a width of full, height of his screen. For medium screens and above, use a px of 1%. For large screens and above, I'll give it a px of 5%. For extra large screen, I'm going to give it a px of 15%. And then for small screens and above, give it a padding vertical 5%. This is basically padding horizontal and actually padding vertical. That's what we're actually doing here. Now I just give this a text of white like that. And then after this div, we're going to create another div in here. Now we're going to make use of dynamic style. So I'll use backticks. I'll use backticks instead. I'll give this a border of 2, a border gray of 600, rounded of 2xl, backdrop blur of 2xl, overflow of hidden, height of full, display of grid, a grid cause of 1, position of relative. And now we actually want to add the dynamic style. So I'm going to say if the user is selected, if selected user, then I'm going to apply these styles right here. Else I'm going to apply these styles right here. Okay, so if the user is selected, these are the styles we actually want to apply for this container. For medium screens and above, we're going to give it a grid cause of 1 FR, 1 fraction, 1.5 fraction, and 1 fraction. Okay, which means for medium screens and above, we want the container to be arranged. The left side is going to be 1 fraction, the chart window is going to be 1.5 fraction, while the right side bar, the right hand side is going to be 1 fraction. Okay, now what, for medium screens and above, I just do 0 fraction. Okay, so for medium screens and above, for screens that are 768 pixels and above, we want to be grid template column 1 FR, 1.5 FR, and 0 FR. We don't want the right side bar to show for this screen size. Okay, and then for XL, extra large screen, that we don't want the right side bar to show, so we're going to give it a grid cause, get rid of this 1, of 1 fraction, 1.5 fraction, and 1 fraction. Okay, which means for extra large screen, for screens that are 1280 pixels above, it's going to have 1 fraction, 1.5 fraction, and 1 fraction. And then when the user is not selected, we're just going to give this, for medium screens and above, we just give this a grid cause of 2. Okay, when it's not selected, we just want 2 column. Now in here, we're gonna have three components. We're gonna have the left side bar, the left side, the chat container, and also we're gonna have the right side. So let's create those components. So inside this SRC folder, I'm gonna create a folder called components. Then inside this component, we're gonna create three components. We'll create the chat container components, the tsx rfc chat container. I'll just get rid of these imports. We're going to create another component for the left side bar. So I'll say left side sidebar.tsx rfc, and then we'll just get rid of this import right here. Okay, and then for the last one, it's going to be the right sidebar. So I'll just create the right sidebar.tsx like that rfc. Also just get rid of this import right here. So now inside this chat page, we're just going to call those components. First of all, we're going to call the left sidebar. We'll call the chat container, and then we're going to call the right sidebar like that. I want to save this. Now we're going to go over to a web browser, actually open up the application, and then we'll just do /chat like that. And obviously we're not going to see anything because we've not actually registered this route. So we're going to go over to app.dss right here. Right here, we're going to add another route, say routes. The path of the route is going to be /chat, and then the element is going to be the chat page like that. Save that, and now we should actually see that right here. Great. So now we have the left side bar, the chat container, and the right side bar. Now we're going to notice right now that due to the fact that the selected user is set to false, we're going to have the left side bar and the chat container. You can ignore this. We're going to actually work on this later on to actually ensure that the right side bar is not actually visible when the user is not selected. Now when we go over to our Zustand store and we'll make this true, we'll say, okay, this is actually true. The user is selected. You're going to notice that we're going to have three, okay? The left side bar, the chat container, and the right side bar, like that. Great. So let's work on the UI for the left side bar. So inside the left side bar, just go over to the left side bar right here. I'm simply going to say const, I'm going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use chat store, like that. And then we'll just structure the selected user. Okay, so this left side text, I'll give this div a table class, and this is going to be dynamic, so I'll make use of backticks. First of all, give this a bg. I'll use this hex color right here, and then I'm going to make this 10% transparent. I'll give this a height of full, a rounded right of 2xl, overflow y of school, a text of white. Then when the user is selected, so I'll say selected user. Then we want to render this styles, else we want to render this styles. Okay. Now when the user is selected, we'll give this a maximum MD of hidden like that, which is basically telling, I'll say if the screen size is less than 768 pixels, we want the left side bar to have a display of none. Okay. After that, I'm going to create another div in here, which I'm going to give a tailwind class py of 6, px of 4. Create another div in here. I'll give this div a tailwind class display of flex, justify of between, items of center, like that. The first item we're going to output is going to be the logo. So for that, I want to create a component. Inside this component, for now, create a component called logo.tsx rfc. Just get rid of this import. Now for the logo, it's going to be very simple. It's going to be simply be a paragraph tag, which I'll give a tailwind class of flex, items of center, and a gap of 1. And then inside this paragraph tag, I'll put an IO. That IO with chat icon, which on a size of 14. I'll also give it a tailwind class of text violet, spell that text correctly, of text violet of 500. Then after that, I'm going to output a span, which is simply going to chat app, and then I'll give this a tailwind class of text gray of 200, font of medium, and a text of XL, like that. I'll save that. And now all we have to do is just call that logo right here. So I'll say logo like that. Just import that in. Great, save that. And we should be able to actually see that right here. Okay, great. To actually see the logo right here. Actually see the left sidebar actually coming to life. But we just have to get rid of this ugly scroll bar. Now that's very simple. We're going to go over to our CSS, go to index.css. After this, where we are applying this font right here, I'll say colon web kit scroll bar with a display of none, like that. I'll save that. That should ensure that we don't see the scroll bar. And then I go back to the left sidebar. Now after this logo right here, I'm going to create a div, which I'm going to give a tailwind class of relative padding vertical of 2. And then here I'm going to call an icon bs 3 dots vertical. I give this a size of 20 and a tailwind class of text gray of 200 and a cursor of pointer, like that. I'll save that, and we should be able to actually see the icon right here. Now, when we click on this icon, we want to be able to open that drop down menu. It's going to have the login button and also the button to actually view. The button to actually view and edit the profile. It's going to actually open up the profile modal. So I'm going to go back then. After this icon right here, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a tailwind class. We're going to add dynamic styles to this. I'll make use of backticks. First, we'll give this a position of absolute. I'll position this absolute to this container right here, which is relative. Okay, top of full, right of 0, a z of 20, a width of 32, padding of 5, a rounded of MD, a BG. I'm going to use this hash color right here. I'll give it a border gray of 600, then a display of block, like that. Now inside this drop down, just label this is going to be the drop down. Inside this drop down, what we're going to have in here, we're going to have the profile button and also the login button. So I'm going to create a button. This is going to be profile. I'll give this a tailwind class, cursor of pointer, a text of XM, and then I'll just drag this down. This one is simply going to be log out, like that. And in between these two buttons, we just make use of a HR to divide them. Give this HR a tailwind class, margin vertical of 2, a border of top, and then we'll do a border gray of 500, like that. Save that, and we should actually see those items right here. We see the profile button and we see the login button, but we do not want this to be open by default. We only want this to be open when the user clicks on this. Okay, so let's actually do that. So to do that, we have to create a state. So up here, I'm going to say const drop down open set drop down open is going to be equals to use state, like that. And by default, I'll just set this to false. It's going to be false by default. Okay, so down here where we have this icon button right here, we're going to say when a user clicks on this icon, so I'll say on click, we're going to run an arrow function that's going to fire set drop down open to the opposite value, so pass in the drop down open. So basically what this is going to do is going to actually toggle the state. If the drop down open is true, it's going to set it to false. If it's false, it's going to set it to true. Basically just toggling the state between true and false. So I'll save that. And now remember, we actually added a display of block to this drop down menu right here. So we have to fix this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say if drop down open is set to open, then we want to give it a display of block, else we want to give it a display of hidden, like that. and we didn't actually add any question mark here. Okay, so basically if drop down open is true, we're going to give it a display of block, else we're going to give it a display of hidden. I'll save that. And now when we go over to our project, you're going to see that we don't actually see this. It's going to be open when we actually click on this. Great. Now after this drop down, just wrap up this div. I'm going to create the search right here, the search input. So then I'm going to create a div which I'll give a tailwind class of bg. I'm going to make use of this hash color right here, and then just reduce the transparency to about 50. I give it the rounded of full, display of flex, iframes of center, gap of 2, py of 3, px of 4, margin top of 5. And then inside this div, first of all, I'm going to add with an icon. I'll call this icon IO search, like that. And after this icon, I'm going to output an input. We're going to have a self-closing tag. I'll give this input a tailwind class of bg transparent, border of none, text of white, a text of xm, outline. Also give it an outline of none. I give the placeholder. I give the placeholder this color right here. Give the input a flex of 1. And then for the placeholder of this input is going to be search for users, like that, dot dot dot. I'm going to save that. Let's actually check out the input, and it actually looks weird. And I think that's because we are placing the input in the wrong container. Now remember, we have this input, right? This device here that will give it a display of flex, justify of between. Now that is going to be for this logo and this icon right here, not for the input. So what we're going to do is that we're going to wrap this up. Just get that input right here, and then I want to wrap this div right here because this div is going to be its own container. I'll just wrap up this div, and then after this div that has the logo and that 3 dots, we're going to paste the input right here. That should ensure that the input is going to be underneath here. Great. So now I'll click on this. You can see the input is right here. Why these two are inside the flex container. Great. Down here, I'm going to create a div which I'm going to give a tailwind class of padding vertical of 4. Now inside that div we just created, that's where we're going to actually list out the users we are getting from the database. Now since we're not working on the backend yet, what we're going to do instead is that we're going to actually create some dummy data. Now inside our assets folder, I'm going to create a file called assets.ts, like that. And then I just paste the assets we want to use right here. Now basically what we're doing is that we're going to be importing these images from this images folder right here. We're just importing all the images right here because this is actually the right way to actually import image in a React application, so that you don't have any problem when you actually render this image in production. So we're importing this image, and then right here we created an asset object that we are exporting background image. That's the background image, the image 1 and image 2. And also we have some dummy users right here. Okay, we have some dummy users, and also we also have some dummy message we're going to use later in the future for the chat window. Now you can actually copy this code from the assets.ts file in the source code. Okay, this assets.ts file right here. So I'm going to save this. Now inside the left sidebar where we have this device, you want to map through the dummy users. So right here we're going to say dummy users, which we're going to import these dummy users from assets dot map through the dummy users. Now for every time we map through the dummy users, we'll call each of the item a user, and then we're going to return a component called chat user, like that. Now obviously we've not created this component, so let's actually do that. So inside this components folder, I'm going to create a component called chat, spell that chat correctly, chat user.tsx rfc, get rid of this import right here, and then in here we're just going to call that chat user, like that. So every time we map through the dummy users, we're going to return a user component, and then we pass in the key. We always have to pass a key in React when we actually map through a list. So the key is going to be the user dot the ID of that user. It's going to be the key. Great. And now when we go back to our web page, you're going to see that we are going to have chat user, chat user, chat user, chat user, because we obviously have 5 users we are probably mapping through. Now what we're going to do is that we want to actually dynamically output the data we actually mapping through right here. You pass that data as props to this chat user. So first of all, we have to create the UI of this chat user. So I'm going to go over to this chat user component. First of all, we're going to specify the props that are going to be passed to this component. So I'll say interface chat user props. We're going to have a name that's going to be of type string. We're going to have an avatar that's going to be optional and it's going to be of type string. We're going to have a selected that's going to be optional and it's going to be boolean. Also, we're going to have an on click for when the chat user is clicked on, it's going to be optional and it's going to be an arrow function that is going to return void like that. And then right here we can pass the type right here to the props, the chat user props, and then we can destructure add the props. We're going to destructure add the name, the avatar, the selected, and also destructure add the click like that. And now this is going to return a div. I'll give this div a table class of flex items of center, justify of between, gap of 3, padding of 3, rounded of LG, a cursor of pointer, give it a transition, and when someone hovers on it, I'll give it a BG of hash 282142. Now reduce the transparency to about 50, and then on click, when a user clicks on the chat user, we want to run the function that's passed as a prop on click. Okay, that's this function. As this function passed as a prop, I want to run this function that's going to be passed to the component. So now I'll just format this. In here, I want to create a div. Inside this, I want to create another div, which is going to give a terminal class of relative. In here, I want to output an image. The SRC of the image is going to be the avatar that's passed to as a prop to this component, or is going to default to assets. We're going to get assets. Remember, we are getting assets from this file here, assets.ts. Okay, these assets, right? That's where we are exporting from here, and we actually want to get a default image. Okay, so we actually want this image right here. Where's that avatar.png as the default image for when the user doesn't have a profile picture. So what we're going to do inside this assets.ts is that we're going to say import avatar from /images / avatar.png, and then right here just export the avatar too. Okay, great. And then in here we're just simply going to say assets dot the avatar. Like that's going to be the fallback for when the image is not passed or when the user doesn't have any image. And then the auth test is going to be the name that's passed as a prop. So I'm going to give this a table class of width of 10, height of 10, rounded of full object of cover like that. Now after this image, we're going to create the online indicator. So I'm going to create a span with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a table class. For now, I'm just going to pass a prop called online that we can actually use to actually display this. Okay, so I just see I want to pass a prop called online, which is going to be boolean. Okay, also going to be optional. And then right here, I'm going to say online, the structure of the online. And then right here, what we can do is that we're going to actually add dynamic styles to this span right here. Give it a position of absolute, because remember we already gave this div a position of relative, so our position is absolute to this div right here. Bottom of 0, a height of 0, a width of 3, height of 3, rounded of full, border of 2, border zinc of 900. Then we're going to add the dynamic style. So I want to say if online, if the user is online, then I want to give it these styles. Else we want to give it this styles right here. If the user is online, we'll give it a BG green of 500. Else we're going to give it a BG zinc of 900. I'll just do zinc of 500. 900 is too dark. And then let's actually pass this props. Just add a comma here. After getting an error, you add a comma between these two props. And then we can go to the left side bar. Obviously, we're going to get some errors right here. It's going to tell us that we actually need to pass some props to this, okay? So we're going to pass the props. So we're going to pass the name. And the name is going to be equals to the user. As the user we are mapping through dot the name of the user. We're going to pass the avatar, which is going to be equals to the user dot the avatar of the user. Also, we have to pass the online status, because in this dummy user data right here, we have the online to actually check if the styles are working. We have online set to true in some, and then we have online set to false in some. But you don't have to worry. We're going to be using socket for this to check if the user is online or if the user is offline in real time. We'll start working on the back end. So now for the left sidebar right here, we're going to pass the online. So I'll say online is going to be equals to user.online. Okay, great. I'll just format this. And now we should be able to actually see this in the UI. When we go back there, we should actually see the data right here. Okay, we actually see the details of the user. We have to see now some users are actually online. That's because from the dummy data, from the access.ts, we have one user that is offline. Now if we set this one to false, you're going to notice that the first user is actually going to be offline. Now, like that. Great. So now let's add the other details. I'll give this div that is wrapping around. It's a display of flex items. I'll do center and give it a gap of 3. And then after this div right here, I'm going to create another div right here, which I'll give a tailwind class of flex of column. And then in here, first of all, we're going to output a span, which is going to output the name of the user. So I'll give this a tailwind class, text of XM, font of medium, and text of white, like that. And after that span, we'll create another span. And then here we'll say if online, then we're going to output this, else we're going to output this. So if the user is online, we're going to output online, else we're going to output offline, like that. And then we'll give this a tailwind class, text of XX, and a text zinc of 400. So spell that zinc correctly, text zinc of 400. I'll save that and actually check this out, and we actually see that right here. We see the name and we see the online or offline. Great. And I don't think we actually need to add flex to this, because since this div is already having a display of flex on items of center, we can just get rid of this right here and it's still gonna work fine. Great. And now we're actually done with the left hand side, okay, and we actually have this drop down menu. Great. So next we're going to create the UI for the right sidebar. Okay. For that, we're going to have this image right here with the details of the selected user, and also we're going to have this login button right here. Okay, so let's actually create that. So I'm going to head over to the closes of front end SRC components and go to the right sidebar right here. First of all, I'm going to get the selected user. So const, I'm going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use the chat store. Okay. And then we're just going to destructure the selected user from the chat store. And now we only want to return this right sidebar if the selected user, if there's a selected user. So I'll say if selected user, that's only when I want to return this GXS right here. Okay. So I just paste that right here. As if there's no selected user, we're just going to return none. Okay, not going to return anything. So we arrange this a bit. Then inside this div, I'll just wrap this in a JSX, put this in a JSX, I'll create a div in here. I'll give this div a tailwind class of BG, this has color, then reduce the transparency to about 10. Text of white, a width of full, relative, overflow, Y of scope. And then inside this div, I'll create another div in here. I'll give that div a tailwind class, pattern top of 16, flex of call, items of center, gap of 2, text of XX, font of light, MX of R2. And then in here, we're going to output an image. Now this image we're going to output is going to be the the user that is actually selected. Okay, when we select a user to chat with, we're going to see the user's details on the right sidebar. Okay, so this SRC is going to be the user's image, but for now, we're just going to make use of assets.avatar. Okay, but for now, we're going to make use of assets. Just make use of any image. I'll use this image one right here. Okay, now after this image, we're going to create a div which shall give a tailwind class of flex items center gap of 2. Now inside this div, first of all, we're going to output a span. It's going to have a self-closing tag. I'll give this a tailwind class of width of 3, height of 3, rounded of full, PG green of 500, display of block. After that span, we're going to have a paragraph tag that's going to simply say, for now, just add code something here. This Sophia Brown. Then I'll give this a tailwind class, text XL font of medium, like that. Let's actually see what we're actually doing. Let me just output that. And we actually see the image, and the image is very, very large. I think that's because we didn't add any style to the image. So I'll give this image a tailwind class, width of 20, aspect of square, rounded of full, and object of cover, like that. Yeah, actually looks better this way. Great. After this div, we're going to add with the paragraph tag. I'm going to say this is my bio. Okay, which is going to be the bio of the user we selected on, and then I'll give this a tailwind class, PS of 10, MX of auto, text of XM, like that. Now after this div right here, after this div, I just wrap this up. I want to add ish out here, which I'll give a tailwind class, border gray of 600, and margin vertical of 4. And then after that, we're going to output a button out here. Down here, we're going to put a button, which is going to say log out. And then I add some tailwind classes to this. And the classes are very long, so I just paste the styles right here. Okay, we're giving the button a position of absolute and also the other styles right here. Okay, great. So I just save that, and we should actually see that button right here. Great. See the logout button, we see the items right here. So we're actually done with the right hand side. You can actually see that the chat page is actually coming to life. Now we'll go back to our Zustand store and say that we want these to be false. We want the user selected user to be false, and save that. You're going to notice that you're going to see how it's going to actually look. Okay, we're going to see the chat container right here, but we're not actually going to see anything. We're going to see that selected user to chat with. Okay, and we're going to see the list of users right here. It's only we're going to see the chat window, and also we're going to see the right sidebar when it's actually set to true. That's how the chat page is actually going to work. So next, we're going to work on actually creating this chat container right here. So I'm going to go back to the chat container component. I'll go to chat container right here. And first of all, I want to get the selected users. I'll say const. I want to destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use chat store. And then we're just going to destructure out the selected user. And now we're going to check if there's a selected user. If there's a selected user, then we want to return this JSS right here as if no selected user, then this is going to be returned. So if no selected user, I just want to return no user. Okay, we just want to return this right here. But if there's a selected user, we're just going to say return a paragraph tag user selected, like that. So if there's a selected user, I want to return this, but if there's no selected user, I want to return no user. So I just go back to the web page, and we actually see right here user selected. Now, that's because the user is actually set to true. So we'll go back to the chat store. We just set it to false. We're going to see no user right here. No user was selected. So let's just create this UI. So if there's no selected user, what do we want to display? We want to display this UI right here. So I just actually add some styles to this div. I'll give this div a tailwind class of flex of column, items of center, justify of center, gap of 2, test gray of 500, BG of white. I'll reduce the transparency to about 10, maximum MD, I'll give it hidden. Then in here, we're going to actually output that icon, IO logo with chart. I'll give it a size of 60. Give it a tailwind class of text violet of 700. Also, I'll put a paragraph tag right here, which is simply going to say select a user to start chatting. And I'll give this paragraph tag a tailwind class, text of LG, a font of medium, and a text of white, like that. And we should actually see that right here. Okay, select a user to start chatting, and this is going to be displayed when a user is not actually selected. When we click on a user, it's actually going to display the chat window. Great. So now we're going to go back to our Zustand store. Just set this back to true. Okay, so I want to actually create the chat window. So when a user is selected, we're going to go back to the chat container. We're actually going to display this JSS right here. So I'll create a div in here. I'll give this div a tailwind class, height of full, overflow of scope, backdrop blur of LG, relative. Now we're going to have three items inside this div. We're going to have the chat header, the chat window where the messages are going to be displayed, and also we're going to have the container for the chat input. So first of all, we're going to create the chat header. So I'll say chat header. I'll create a div down here, which I'm going to give a tailwind class of flex, items of center, gap of 3, py of 3, mx of 4, a border of bottom, a border stone of 500, spell that stone correctly, border stone of 500. And in here, we're going to actually output an icon, say arrow left line. I'll give this a size of 20. And then after this icon, we're going to have an image. The SRC for the image is going to be access. I'll just use image 1. I'll give this image a auth test. For now, I'll just use avatar. And then I'll give it a tailwind class. Width of 8, height of 8, rounded of full, object of cover. I'll save that. We should be able to actually see something in the UI, and we actually see the back button, and we actually see this. I just give this a cursor of pointer. So for this one, just give it a tailwind class. I'll just do cursor pointer like that. Now after the image, I'm going to output a paragraph tag. For now, this is just going to say Alex Jones. So we're just going to have to code this, but this is going to be the name of the user that was actually selected. The user is the logged in user is actually chatting with. Okay, so I'll give this a tailwind class, flex of 1, display of flex, items of center, gap of 2, a text of LG, text of white. Now you're going to create a span tag. I'm going to have a self-closing tag, which I'll give a tailwind class, width of 2, height of 2, rounded of full, bg of going 500, and a display of block like that. I'll save that. We should actually see that right here, Alex Johnson, and then we'll see the online indicator. So now we are done with the header. I'm just going to wrap up this div. We're going to create the chat window. So down here, I'll say chat window. Now I'm going to create a div, which I'm going to give a tailwind class. I give it a display of flex, a flex of column, and then for the height. Now, what we want to do is I want to actually calculate the height. So we're going to do a calculate. We're going to take 100% of the height of this chat container. Then we just minus 120 pixels. And now this is very important. Don't add any space to this, okay? Or else this is actually not going to work. No spacing, just 100%, then minus, then 120 pixels. I want to move on this and see what it's going to do. It's going to give it a height of calculate 100% minus 120 pixels. After that, we're going to do an overflow. Y of scope, padding of 3, padding bottom of 6. Then in here, we're simply going to say dummy messages.map. Now, every time we map through the dummy message, we're going to call each one a message, and then we're just going to return a JSX. And now we need a way to actually know if the user belongs to the logged in user or to the recipient. Okay, now since we are not actually fetching this data from the database yet, so what we're going to do is I'm going to create a variable up here. Say const is main is going to be equals to, I'll say if message dot sender ID is equivalent to u1, that's user 1. Now, where are we getting this? When we go to these dummy messages, you're going to notice right here that we have user 1, user 2. Okay, user 1, user 2. So there are two users actually chatting with each other with these dummy messages. Okay, we have the user 1, the user 2. So what we are simply just doing is that if the sender ID is equals to user 1, but when we actually work on the backend and authentication, we're going to be checking if the sender ID is equals to the ID of the logged in user. But for now, just hard coding this. If the sender ID is equals to user 1, then it means actually going to be true. Then you can create a div. I give this div a table class. But first of all, we have to pass a key. Since we are mapping through a list, the key is going to be message dot the ID of the message. And then we're going to add dynamic styles to this class name. So I'm just going to use backticks here. I'll do a display of flex, items of center, gap of 2, a justify of end. And then in here, I'm just going to output the message. I'll put a paragraph tag, which is going to be message dot the contents of the message. Give this paragraph tag a tailwind class. I'm going to make use of dynamic styles. So I use backticks, padding of 2, maximum width of 50, text of XM, a font of light, rounded of LG, margin bottom of 8, use a break all, which is just basically a word break of break all, a BG violet of 500, I'll use the transparency by 50, and a text gray of 100, like that. And I'm actually going to save this so we can actually see what this actually looks like in the UI. So when I go back to the web page, we actually see the messages right here. Here it's going, you can actually see the message right here. But you can see right now that all the images are on one side of the window. Okay, we want the messages sent by the logged in user to be rendered on the right hand side, to be shown on the right hand side, and the ones that the recipient sends, that the logged in user is chatting with, and down the message that the user is actually chatting with be shown on the left hand side. So what we're going to do, we're going to make use of that is me variable. So up here, we're going to say if is me set to true, if the message belongs to the user, then we want to add the styles. Else we want to apply these styles right here. Now if it's me is true, we don't want to do anything, okay? But if it's false, we just want to do flex row of reverse, like that. I'll save that, and now we'll go back to the web page. You can see that now the message that was sent to the user is going to be at the left hand side. The message sent by the user is going to be on the right hand side. So let's actually style this up a bit. So what we want to do, actually differentiate the styles so that the message sent by the user, the message sent to the users are going to have different styles. So what we're going to do is that we're going to add dynamic styles to this. So I make use of a dynamic variable. So if is me is true. Now if is me is true, then we're going to give this this styles, else we're going to give it this styles. Okay, if it's true, we're going to give it a BG violet of 500. We use the opacity or the transparency to 50. Just get rid of this. Then also give a text of white and a rounded bottom white of none. But if is made false, then we're going to give it a BG gray of 700, reduce the transparency to 50, a text gray of 100, and a rounded bottom left of none. I'll save that. Now basically what we are doing is that for the bottom right, we don't want it to have any border radius. Okay, now the reason we are doing that, you can see right here I have these sharp edges right here. Okay, I'll just increase the border radius. Instead of LG, I'll do XL. Save that. Yeah, it's actually way better. So after that, I'm going to add the date and the image of the user that actually sent the post. So after this paragraph tag, right after the paragraph tag, I'm going to create a div. I'll give the div a tailwind class of text of center and a text of XX like that. And then inside this div, I want to output an image which is going to have a self-closing tag. I'll give this image a tailwind class, height of 7, a width of 7, rounded of full, object of cover, and the SRC for this is going to be, we're going to check if is me is true. If is me, then the SRC is going to be assets dot image 1, else is going to be assets dot image 2 like that. Then after the image, I'm going to output a paragraph tag. I give this a tailwind class of margin top of 1 and a text gray of 500. Then you're going to output the message dot the created of the message. Okay, great. And now we should actually see that right here. Great, but the date is not actually formatted, so let's actually do that. Instead of just outputting the date in its raw form, I'm going to create a function. I'm going to say new date, and then I want to paste that and paste the date, the message that created that in there, and then I'll say dot so local date string, pass an empty array in there. Then I'll say hour, 2 digits, minute, 2 digits. Then I'll say hour 12. I just do false. I'll save that, and we should be able to actually see that the date is actually formatted. This actually looks better, but now it's actually displaying the time and the dates. I think that's because we are using date string. I'll say to local time string like that. That's what it's going to do. Yeah, it's going to actually display the time, not the date. So they ignore the date. So now it's going to create the chat input. So we're just going to close this chat window up. You're done with the chat window. Then you're going to create another div for the chat input. Up here, we're just going to label it. This is going to be the chat input. And then I'll give this a tailwind class. Give it a padding of 3. In here, I'll create a div, which I'll give a tailwind class. Flex of 1, display of flex, items of center, BG gray of 100, we use the transparency to about 10, PX of 3, and a rounded of full like that. And then in here, I want to output an input, so I'll give a tailwind class, flex of 1, text of XM, padding of 3, border of none, rounded of LG, outline of none, text of white, placeholder gray of 400, and then the placeholder is going to simply be write a message ... I'll save that, and we should actually see the input right here. We actually see the input right here. Great, it looks really, really good. After that, after this input right here, we're going to create a div down here. Instead of giving this input a flex of 1, just do a width of full so it doesn't compress this button we are going to place here. Okay, just place this the button instead of a div. And then in here, I'm going to output an icon, IOIOS send. So I give a tailwind class of text of white and a text of XM. And then this button, I'll give this button a tailwind class, height of 7, width of 7, rounded of full, BG linear to white, from violet 500 to indigo 500, and also give it a cursor of pointer like that. We should be able to see the button in here. Okay, we actually see the button in here, and it's actually kind of shrinking. So I don't want this to shrink in any circumstance, so I just give this container a shrink of 0, and to place the icon in the center of this button right here, I'll do a grid and a place items of center. Yeah, this actually looks way better. So now we have the chat window. Okay, now when we use the screen size of this, you can notice that this is actually responsive. You can notice I won't take this to last screen. You see how it looks when we use the small screen device, actually going to look really responsive. And we can actually see the right sidebar for small screen device. We don't want to be able to see this right sidebar for small screen device. So what we're going to do, go to the right sidebar. Now by default, we're going to say this right sidebar is going to be hidden, and then for medium screens and above, give it a display of block like that. That way it's going to be hidden. There's only going to be visible for medium screens and above. Now the next part we're going to work is that when we click on this profile right here, we actually want to open up this profile modal right here. So we have to actually create a modal. Okay, so first of all, we have to create the modal store that's going to handle the state for the modal. The modal is going to have a global state. So I just close everything up. I want to go to front end. I go to SRC. I go to store right here. I'll create a store called use edit profile store.ts. First of all, I'm going to create some types. I'll say interface edit profile modal state is open, which is going to be a boolean. It's going to have an item called open. It's going to be a function that's going to return void, and then also going to have close, which is going to be an arrow function that is going to actually return void too. And then down here, I'm simply going to say export const use edit profile store. It's going to be custom. I'm going to import create from Zustand, get create from Zustand. Here we're going to say set, and then we're going to pass the type right here. So the type is going to be of edit profile modal state, and then here you have to actually set the variable. Say it's open, it's going to be by default set to false, and then we're going to have the function open, which is going to be an arrow function. I'm going to set is open true, and then finally we're going to have the close, which is also going to be a function that is going to actually set, this time it's going to set the is open to false like that. Okay, so now we have this global state. Let's actually make use of it. So we're going to create a modal. So inside this components folder, I'll create another folder, call this folder modals, and then inside these modals I'll create a modal called edit profile modal.tsx rfc. Get rid of this import React, and then we actually get those states. So it comes along the structure what we're going to get from the store. It's going to be equals to use edit profile store, and then right here you can actually destructure at the is open and also destructure at the close. We're going to need the open and the close function in here. Need the is open state and also the close function in here. And then what we can simply do is that you say if it's not open, if it's not open, if it's open is false, so I use negate the is open, then we're going to return none. Okay, so basically this mode is going to return a JSX if it's open set to true. And then I'll get rid of this text. I'll give this div a terminal class of fixed insert of 0, z of 50, flex items of center, justify of center. After that, I'm going to add the backdrops. I'll say back dop. I'll create a div that's going to have a self-closing tag. I'll give this div a terminal class absolute insert of 0, bg black. I will use transparency to 60. Then a backdrop blur of xm like that. And now when someone clicks on this backdrop, so I'll say on click, I want to run the close function. Okay, so when someone clicks on the backdrop, I want to run this close function to actually close the modal, set the modal back to false. And then down here you can actually create the Modal card. So I'll say Modal card. I'm going to create a div down here. I'll give the div a filling class, relative width of full, maximum width of MD, BG of white. I'll reduce transparency to 8. A border white, I'll reduce transparency to 20. A rounded of 2XL, padding of 6, a shadow of 2XL. And we should be able to actually see this right now. Now we want this modal to be accessible in the chat page. So we're going to go over to the chat page. We'll go to where's the pages, go to pages. I'll go to this chat page right here. We're actually calling the left sidebar chat container, right sidebar. We just call the edit profile modal like that. And now we'll go back to the web page. We're obviously not going to see that because by default it's set to false. So when we go to the Zustand store, here's the store, edit profile modal store. Where's that store? The edit profile modal store. We'll go over there. We'll set this to true. We should be able to actually see the modal right here. You can actually see the modal right here. But we don't want to manually set it to true. You want to actually do that from the left sidebar. So we're going to go back to the left sidebar right here. We're actually going to get the store, the function to actually open the modal. So up here, I'm going to say constant the structure. What we're going to get from the structure will be equals to use edit profile store. And then we're just going to destructure out the open function. And then when a user raise that drop down, in that drop down, we're just going to open this up. In the drop down, when a user clicks on the profile, open up the drop down, this profile right here, I'm going to say on click. I'm just simply going to fire the open. So now we'll go back to the web page. We'll click on the profile. It's actually going to open up the modal. Great. And now you can see when we click off the modal, when we click in the modal, it's going to close the modal. When we click on the backdrop, it's going to actually close up the modal. Great. So it's actually working. So now we're going to go back to the modal component, actually continue creating the UI. Now inside this modal card, we're going to create a div which we're going to give a tailwind class of flex, items of center, justify of between, margin bottom of 6. Then in here, I'm going to actually output a h2 tag. That's simply going to say edit profile. Give this a tailwind class of text of XL, font of semi-bold, text of white. After this h2, I'm going to create a button. I give this button a tailwind class text gray of 400 on hover, give it a text of white and just give it a transition like that. And then inside this button, I'm going to add an icon called IO close, which you're going to get from React icons. And I give it a size of 22. Save that. And we should actually see that. I just open up the modal. We see the edit profile. We see that right here. Now, I won't click on this. We want to actually close up the modal. We'll click on this right here. So I just simply just give it a cursor of pointer. And then when we click on the button, I'm going to say on click of this button, I want to actually fire the close. Okay, close the modal. Save that. And now when we click on this, it's going to actually close the modal. Great. Now, before we actually move on to the next step, now we have to actually increase the width of this chat window. It's actually kind of tiny. So what I'm going to do, I'll go to the chat page. I'll go to chat page. Now, instead of viewing grid calls of 1.5, 1FR, 1.5, 1FR for extra large screens, we'll keep this 1FR, 1.5 for small screens. But for extra large screens, I want to do 2 fractions. Okay, it's going to be basically a grid template columns of 1FR, 2FR, and 1 fraction, and that's going to ensure it's actually a bit wider. Okay, it's actually way better. Now we can actually see the chat window better. And also just increase the border radius of these messages. Go to the chat container. Now I'll just increase the, instead of 100 of XL, do 100 of 2XL like that. Yeah, this is way better. And also, you're going to notice that when we actually open up this modal, click on profile, it's going to actually open up the modal. We can actually close the modal, but this does not actually close up. So when we click on this profile, we want to actually close the drop down menu. And that's very simple. Go to the left side bar, go to the drop down right there. Where's that? Yeah, where we have this right here. Just scroll down where we have the button is actually opened. Yeah, this right here. Okay, now when we click on this, I'm just going to get rid of this. I want our function. I just want to fire. First of all, it's going to fire this open right here, and then also it's going to fire the set drop down menu. We're going to set it to false. Okay, so basically when we click on the profile, I want to actually open up the mode, actually sets the drop down menu to false. So you can notice that when we click on this, it's actually going to close up the drop down. Okay, when we click on it, it's going to close the drop down. Great, this is way better. Now let's actually complete the UI for the modal. So I'll go back to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to go to the edit profile modal. Where's that modal? Edit profile modal. Now after this div right here for the header, after this div right here, I'm just going to wrap this up. And then after this div, I'm going to create that's the component that actually uploads the avatar. So that's the avatar upload like that. And then down here, I'm actually going to create that component. I'm going to create a component inside our components folder. I'll create a component called avatar upload.tsx. Okay, that's the component the user can actually use to actually upload an image. So RFC. I'll just get rid of this. We add import right here. Now this obviously is going to take some props. So the interface avatar upload props. It's going to have a preview that's going to be of type string or null. It's going to have an onFile select that's going to be a function that's going to return void like that. After that, I'm going to pass the prop types. I'll say avatar upload props, and then we'll just structure add the preview and also the onFile select like that. And then right here, and then I'm going to create a function to actually handle the file upload. I'll say const handle change is going to be equals to an arrow function is going to take an event which is going to be of type react dot change event, which is going to be HTML input element like that. And then I'll say const file is going to be equals to event dot targets dot files, and we just want the first file. I'll say the one with an index of 0. Okay, because basically we uploaded just one file, so we just want the first file, so we want the index of 0. And then we can check if no file, then we're just going to return like that. Now I'm going to create a variable const preview URL is going to be equals to URL dot create object URL, and then we'll pass in the file in there. And then after that, I'm going to say on file select, pass in the file, also pass in the preview URL like that. After that, I'll get rid of this right here. Now give this div a table class of flex of call, items of center gap of 3, cursor of pointer, and this is going to be a label, not a div, so I just say label instead of a div. It's going to be a label. And inside this label, we're going to create a div which I'll give a table class width of 24, height of 24, a rounded of full, a bg of white, I'll use transparency by 10, a flex items of center, justify of center, overflow of hidden. And you're going to actually output the avatar that is actually selected. So I'll say if preview is set to true, if the preview state, because we're going to be passing the preview state true to this component as a prop. So if the preview state was passed and it's true, then you want to render this JSS, else you want to render this JSS right here. If no preview image, right, you want to output a span. But if there is a preview image, you want to output an image tag like that. I give this image tag an src. The src is going to be basically the preview URL as passed from the parent component to this component right here as a prop. Okay, this preview prop up here. The auth is going to be avatar upload. I give it a class name of width of full, height of full, and object of cover, like that. Now this is not going to be a self-closing tag. The closing tag is going to be here, okay, because it's not self-closing. And then inside this span, we're going to upload avatar, and then I'll give this span a tailwind class test gray of 400, a text of xm, and a text of center. And then after this div right here, I'm going to create an input, which is going to be a self-closing tag. Now this input is going to be of type file. We're going to be uploading a file. The file is going to accept image extension, say image star. I give it a hidden attribute. I want it to be hidden from the viewport. And then on change, we're going to run this function up here, handle change, like that. And now we're actually getting an error. It said that this actually expects 0 arguments but got 2. Now that's because right here we said that when we actually call this function on file select, we're not going to on a function that's not going to take any arguments, it's going to return void. So we have to specify that it's going to take 2 arguments. So the first one is going to be file, which is going to be of type file, and then also it's going to take a preview, which is going to be of type string, like that. And that's going to get rid of the TypeScript error we're getting. So I just rearrange this a bit, format this. So now we have the avatar upload component. So let's make use of it. So we're going to go over to our edit profile modal. We'll just call the avatar upload component, like that. And now this actually expects 2 props. It expects the preview and the unfind select. So first of all, we have to create a state. We create 2 states up here. So I'm going to say const the file, avatar file. This is going to be the state that's going to hold the file. Then set avatar file is going to be equals to use state from React, like that. And then this is going to be null, and it's going to be of type file, or it's going to be null. It's either is null or it's going to be of type file. And after that, I'll say const avatar preview set avatar preview is going to be equals to use state. Okay, by default this is going to be null too, but it's going to be of type string or null. Okay, is that is null, or is the string is just set to the image temporary image part actually created in the browser. That's the temporary URL that's going to be created right here. Okay, this temporary URL we're creating right here, this create object URL right here, and then I'll pass the preview URL. Okay, and then I can actually make use of this state. So I'll just scroll down. Now first of all, I'll say the preview is going to be equals to the avatar preview, like that. And then on file select, we're going to run an arrow function that's going to fire this right here. We're going to pass the file and the preview. Then we're going to set avatar file to the file, and then we're going to set the avatar preview to preview, like that. Okay, so basically what we are doing here is very simple. When we select a file, we're actually going to actually run this function on file select. Okay, now basically what this function is going to do is that when we select a file, when the input changes, it's going to handle this handle change right here. It's going to check the file. It's going to actually create a temporary URL, and then it's going to run this on file select that we have inside this parent component, which is going to set avatar file to the file we selected, and it's going to set the preview to the preview URL that was actually created inside this handle change function right here. That's what this unfind select that we are calling, that we are setting in here, is actually going to do, and we're passing the unfind select as a prop to this component right here. And that's basically it. Let's actually test if this is working. So I'm going to go over to the edit profile mode, click on profile, and we actually see that right here. Now when we select an image, you're going to notice it's going to actually preview the image, and when we select another image, select this one, it's going to actually preview the image. So this is actually working great. Now after this avatar upload, I'll just wrap this in a div so that I can actually add some margin property to it, some styles to it. I'll have this in a div. I'll just paste that in and I'll give this a tailwind class, margin bottom of 6. Okay. Now after this div right here, I'm going to add a test area. This one have a self-closing, so I'll give this a tailwind class. Now this tailwind class is going to be the styles we are using. I'll just call that input styles. Remember, inside our login page, we said that we're going to export these styles right here. Okay, so these styles right here, I'm going to reuse these styles inside this register page, and we are not actually importing it. We are actually just get rid of it. We're actually creating it in here. So inside this register page, we're just going to import these styles. Okay, that way we're going to write the styles once inside this login page, and then we're going to reuse these styles in this register page and also inside this edit profile module right here. And then this test here is going to have a rows of 3. Is going to have a placeholder of update your bio like that, and save that, and we should be able to see the test area right here. Okay, profile, and we actually get the test area, but it's actually not occupying the entire width. So what we're going to do, just go to that input styles. We just give this a width of full. Give this a width of full. Okay, that way it's going to occupy the entire container. Okay, great. And now we want to get rid of this resize. We don't want to be able to resize this, so we have to add specific styles to the test area. So we'll go back to the edit profile module right here. Inside this module right here, then we're going to say just place this in backticks. I'll get rid of these styles, then I'll just use backticks, and then we're dynamically going to output these styles right here. And after that, we're going to say resize. We'll do none. Okay, and that's going to ensure that we don't actually see that resize right. You can actually resize the test area. Now after this test area right here, we're going to create a div down here for the actions. So I'll give this div a tailwind class, flex gap of 3, and margin top of 6 like that. And then here we're going to have 2 buttons. Create the first button. We're just going to say cancel, and then I'll give it a tailwind class. I'm going to make use of these styles right here. After this button, I'm going to create another button. We're just going to say save, and then I'm going to give it a tailwind class. It's going to be these styles right here. So I'll save that, and we should actually see those 2 action buttons. We have see the cancel and see the save. Now I'll just give them a cursor of pointer. I want both of them to have a cursor of pointer. So give this one a cursor of pointer like that. And now when we click on this cancel button, we're going to run the onClose. So basically what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say onClick. I'll just run the close right here. Close. And now when we actually click on this cancel, it's actually going to close up the modal too. Okay, profile cancel is going to close up the modal. So basically we are done with the chat page UI. Okay, so we have the chat window, we have the right side, the left side, and also we have this drop down. Also we have this modal right here. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on setting up our Express server. So we're going to work on actually creating our backend server. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up a terminal. Click on new terminal. And then I'm just going to cd into our backend folder. Cd backend. Sorry, spell that backend correctly. Now to actually initialize a new Node.js project, to do that, we're going to make use of npm init. Now, if you're using npm, obviously you're going to do npm init. Okay, so I'll just click on enter. And you can see right now, we've actually created a package.json file for us. Now, when we open up that backend folder, you can see we have a package.json file right here. So now we're going to need some packages. So let's actually start installing those packages. First of all, we have to actually install Express. So I say npm install Express like that. And you can see right now, it's actually going to install Express. We have one dependency right here, Express. We're going to be working with Express version 5.2.1. And then we actually have to install some dev dependencies. So I'll say npm install TS node. We're going to be using TS node to run our TypeScript code on development. We're going to install the types for Express as types Express. And now we're going to install NodeMon, okay, to actually watch our server for any changes. Now for NodeMon, we're going to be working with a specific version. To do that, I'll say add. I'll just paste the version right here, version 3.1.11. So just add this to your NodeMon, add version, at 3.1.11. Now, the reason for that is because if we don't add this version, the latest version of NodeMon, it actually has some problem. When I actually tried to use the latest version of NodeMon, it actually did not actually watch the server for any changes. Anytime I change files inside the server, it didn't really actually restart the server. And this is the latest stable version of NodeMon. So we're going to actually install this as dev dependency. So I'll say -d. We're going to be installing this as dev dependency. We actually need these packages for development. So I just click on enter. And you can actually see right now that we have the dev dependencies right actually installed. Now we have to actually initialize TypeScript because we're going to be making use of TypeScript in this project. Now, if you don't have TypeScript installed in your machine, you can actually install TypeScript. You can do pnpm install -g TypeScript. Okay, that way you'll be able to run this command tsc in it. Okay, but if you don't have TypeScript installed, because you can also install TypeScript for this particular project, you can just do pnpm install TypeScript as development dependency for this particular project. But I advise you, because obviously you're going to be making use of TypeScript for future projects, so just install TypeScript globally in your application by doing something like this: pnpm install -g TypeScript. Now this command is actually going to install TypeScript globally in your local machine, because I already have TypeScript installed, so I don't have to do this. Now, if you have TypeScript installed on your machine, or you actually installed it as a dependency in this particular project, then you have access to TSC, which is TypeScript compiler. So just use TSC in it to create a TypeScript config file. I click on enter. Sorry, not TSC in it, TSC -- in it, like that. I'm going to actually create a TS config file in the root folder of this backend folder right here. Okay, I actually see that TypeScript file right here. So I'll just get rid of everything here. I'll just reduce this, and then I'll paste this code right here. Now, this code you actually get on the source code inside the ts config.json file. Okay, the TypeScript compiler options we are using, the files we are including, also the files we are excluding from TypeScript. Okay, the files we don't want to compile down to JavaScript. Now, we don't want to actually include the node module, so we're going to exclude that and include all the files inside the src folder we are going to actually create. You can actually find this code in the source code inside the ts config.json file inside the backend folder. Okay, so you can actually save this now. So now, since we are making use of types in here, you have to actually install the types for node. So it's very simple. Say pnpm install @types node. I'm going to install this as dev dependency too. That's going to add Node.js as one of our types node as one of our dependencies. Okay, great. So next, we're going to create a nodemon.json file to actually configure our nodemon. So we just create another file inside this root folder, inside this backend folder. Create another file called nodemon.json, like that, and then we just paste this code in here. Basically, what we are telling NodeMon to do, we want NodeMon to watch the src folder we're going to create. We're going to create this src folder. So inside this src folder, this is where we're going to have all our codes, okay, all our TypeScript code, okay, our entry file to the server, also other files that our server is going to import. So all these files are going to be inside this src folder. So we are telling NodeMon to watch this folder, and then we are telling NodeMon what to ignore. Now, this is a case of where you have testing files, okay. If you want specific files you want NodeMon to ignore inside this src folder, you can actually specify them right here. And then we have extensions we want to watch for. We want to watch for files with extensions of TS, that's TypeScript, and also files with extension of JSON. And also the execute command is going to be ts node right here. Okay, so basically when we run nodemon, it's going to run this execute command right here. It's going to run ts node on this file right here. Inside this src file, it's going to run ts node on the server.ts file. So we're going to actually create the server.ts file. It's going to be our entry file to our server. So I'm going to create a folder called src, and then inside this src, we're going to create a file called server.ts, okay, which is going to match this right here, server.ts. So I'll save that. And now inside the server.ts, we can simply just do import express from express, like that. And then we can do const create a variable called app, which is going to be equals to express. And then we can do app.get for the home page. When someone goes to the home page of this, I want to fire a callback function. And this callback function is going to take a request. It's going to be of type request. And also it's going to take, and this request is going to get this request from express. And it's going to take a response, which is going to be of type response, which we're also going to get from express. And since this is going to be an unused variable, so I'll use underscore here. In here, we're going to say res.send server is running fine, like that. So anytime we open this server in a web browser, it's going to actually send this server is running fine. Great. And then down here, so we're going to actually listen to this server. Okay, so we're going to create a port. So up here, just create a port for it where it's going to run. Const port is going to be equals to, I'll use port 3000, and then down here you can do app.listen, passing the port there, and then we're going to fire a callback function. It's going to console.log server is running on port. Then I pass in the port dynamically right there, port. So now we have this entry file to our server. So now we'll just actually specify some scripts. So for our scripts, I'll just get rid of this. For our dev script, it's going to be very simple. We'll run pnpm run dev or npm run dev if you're using Node. We're just going to run this node mon right here, okay? Node mon, okay? Now what this is going to do is that since we already have node mon configured, when we run node mon, it's actually going to run this execute command ts node on this file we just created, ts node on this, and it's going to actually start up this server and actually watch this server. Node mon is going to actually watch for changes in all the files inside this src folder. Okay, that's one for development. And then for the build script, I'm simply just going to do txc. Okay, what this is going to do is that when we run tsc in here inside our TypeScript file, because when we run tsc, what we just want to do, what we want TypeScript compiler to do is to compile all the files. Remember I said that the root directory is going to be /src. It's going to compile all our TypeScript file to JavaScript, and then it's going to actually generate that JavaScript inside a folder, inside an out directory, inside a dist folder. Okay, now that dist folder is going to be created by TypeScript. Okay, I'm actually going to test this out. That's what the build command is going to do. And then for the start command, to start the server, is going to be node. I'm going to run node on the dist folder, and then we're going to go into the server.ts file. So let's actually test this out. First of all, we're going to run dev. So to run dev, we're going to run this script right here. Say pnpm run dev. It's actually going to run development. And you can see right here, node mon is actually watching ts node. It's going to run ts node on this file. And you're going to notice that when we change anything in this file, it's actually going to restart, okay, due to changes. So it's actually going to watch our server for changes. Great. Now that's what I told you about when I said we actually have to use this version. Now the latest version of node mon, the version, I think version 3.1.13.13, that one does not have restarting option. It doesn't actually restart when you make changes to the server. So we're going to stick to this stable version right here. And now we've actually tested the development. Let's actually test the build command. So I'll say pnpm run build, which is going to run tsc on this file right here. Okay, it's going to execute txc on this source directory, this host directory right here. Okay, so I'll just click on enter, and it's going to run tsc. You can see right here that it's going to create a directory, a dist folder right here that's going to have our server.js compiled down to JavaScript. So for production, this is how we're going to build our TypeScript code to JavaScript, because the server cannot run TypeScript, server can only run JavaScript. Okay, this is how we're going to compile our TypeScript down to JavaScript. Okay, now for React or Next.js, we don't have to do this. It's going to be handled for us by the framework, but since we're actually creating our server from scratch, we have to actually handle compiling down our TypeScript down to JavaScript. And then finally, we're going to actually run the start command. So the start command is basically going to start the server. Okay, so I'll do pnpm run start, like that. It's actually just going to start the server, and it actually exits with an error. It says that cannot find module dist server.js. I actually made a mistake. When we want to start, we're not starting the server.ts, sorry, because we don't, inside this dist folder we don't have a server.ts, we have server.js. So we are starting the server.js, my bad. So we just do pnpm run start, like that. It's actually going to start JavaScript. Great. So it's actually running on port 3000. Now we'll head over to localhost port 3000. You're going to see right here server is running fine. So this is actually a production build. Great. I just cancel this. So everything is actually working. Now, everything is fine, but you're going to notice that since we're still in development, we're going to have two repos. We have our front-end repo for our front-end application, and we have our back-end repo. Now, we could do a situation where we want to run our back-end. We run our back-end here, and then we create another terminal and run our front-end. But we can actually, there's a way we can actually run both of them from this server right here. So let's actually do that. So when we run dev, we don't want to run node more, okay? I'm going to create another script called dev server, which is going to be node more. And then for our dev script, we want to actually run both this backend application and the front-end application concurrently. That means simultaneously, which means we have to actually install a library called concurrently. It's going to actually help us run both server the same time. So we're going to do pnpm install concurrently. We're going to install this as a dev dependency. So I click on enter. And that command is going to actually install concurrently version 9.2.1 as dev dependency for us. So now what do we want to do in here? So we're going to get rid of this node more right here. We're going to say concurrently. We want to run two scripts concurrently, backslash again, then quotation. Then in between these two right here, actually run our first script, which is going to be pnpm run dev server. And where is this dev server coming? Right here, dev server. So first we're going to run node more, okay? That will start our backend server. And then for the second script, I'll do backslash again, quotation and backslash quotation. Then in between these two right here, we're going to run the second script. Now remember, when we were working with our terminal, we could cd into the backend folder and also come out from the backend folder. We'll do cd dot, there's going to come out from the backend folder and we'll be in the chat folder. And also we can cd into the backend folder by doing cd into the backend folder. That's what we want to do here. So first of all, we're going to have access to the directory. Say dash directory, and then we want to jump out from the front end folder. So basically what this dot is going to do is going to jump out from this backend folder back into the chat app folder, and then we're going to go cd into the front end folder, and then inside this front end folder we're going to run the script dev. And you wonder, where is this script coming from? Remember, inside our front end right here, inside our package.json in the front end, we have a dev script that's going to run Vite. Okay, so when we run that from our backend, it's actually going to start up our Vite application. Okay, great. And then finally, for the build command, which we are actually going to test when we're actually going to run production, instead of txt, what we're going to do is that we're going to do pnpm. We're going to jump out first, access the directory first of all. Then we're going to jump out from the backend folder. Then we're going to go into the front end folder, and then we're going to run the build command. As the build command inside this front end folder package.json right here. Okay, this build command right here, tsc-build and vite build. Okay, and then after that, we're going to run tsc to actually build our backend. So that's what it's going to do. So I'm going to save this. So we have the just overwrite. And let's actually test this out. So I'll do pnpm run dev. So actually start boot server. I'll just expand this a bit. And actually starts only our backend server. Oh, that's because we're not actually telling pnpm to start this too. So I do pnpm right here too. Okay. We are passing the dev script. We actually add pnpm right here. So it's going to run pnpm run dev server and also pnpm dev. Okay. Now just save this and let's run it again. I'll do pnpm run dev. And started our backend server and also our front-end server. You can see NodeMo is actually running, also Vite is actually running. So with this script now, we don't have to manually go over to another terminal and actually run our front end. We can run our front-end and our backend from the same dev script. Great. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're actually going to work on actually start setting up Prisma. So I'm going to head over to the Prisma documentation, prisma.io right here. I'll just click on docs. I'll go to quick start. Go to Prisma Postgres right here. And you see what we have to actually do, the steps we have to take to actually set up Prisma with our Prisma Postgres database, which we're going to create later on. It says that first of all, we have to initialize a TypeScript project, which we've already done. We already have a TypeScript project and a Node project. So we have to install the required dependencies. So we have to actually install this. Okay, you can use pnpm, npm, yarn, or bourne. So we are using pnpm, so I just go to pnpm add prisma types. I'm just gonna copy these. We're gonna install this as dev dependencies. I copy them. I'm gonna go over to our terminal. I'll just open this up and then I'll just paste that right here. Pnpm add prisma add types node, and we already have add types node, so we don't have to do that. We already have node.js. Remember, we actually installed the types for node in here package.json. We already have the types for node right here. Okay, so we're just going to install prisma and also add types pg as dev dependencies. I'll just click on enter. That's going to actually install prisma for us. And you can actually see we have prisma and we also have types pg installed. So go back to the documentation. We're just going to copy this other one right here. Just copy these right here. We're gonna install these ones as dependencies, not dev dependencies. So I just paste them right here. Pnpm add prisma client, add prisma adapter, pg, and then dev. I'll click on enter. That's going to actually install those packages right here. Great. So now we won't go back to the documentation. We can actually see what each of the dependencies does. You see Prisma, I see the Prisma CL, the Prisma we actually installed as dev dependency is going to say the Prisma, this is the Prisma CLI for running commands like Prisma init, Prisma migrate, Prisma generate. So basically this Prisma is basically the Prisma CLI, okay? And then we have the Prisma client we also installed, the Prisma client library for querying your database, and then the Prisma adapter PG, the Node Express driver adapter that connects Prisma client to your database, and then PG, the Node Postgres database driver, and then types PG, TypeScript type definition for Node Postgres. And then this .dev is going to help us easily load in environment variables from our .env file. Great. So now it says we have to configure our tsconfig.json file to actually match this one right here for easy compatibility. We go to tsconfig.json right here. It's going to say instead of ES 2016, we use ES 2023 like that. And then what else do we have to change? Instead of the module is going to be ES Nest, not CommonJS. We use ES Nest. And then I just scroll down, and now we have to actually run pnpm dlx prisma. So I just copy this command and then I just paste that right here. And I'm going to expand this right here to see what we can see. Pnpm is going to actually just initialize the Prisma CLI for us. Okay, that's what that command is going to do. We actually have all we can do with Prisma. We can do Prisma DB push, Prisma DB pull, Prisma migrate dev. We can do Prisma studio, Prisma generate, Prisma dev, Prisma init. So these, we have access to all this. So now after that, we have to actually run Prisma init. So I'll just copy this right here to actually initialize the new Prisma project, and then I'll just paste that right here. Pnpm dlx Prisma init. I'll just click on enter. Now after we run Prisma init, it's going to actually initialize the Prisma project for us. So you can see right now, first of all, it's going to create a Prisma schema. It's create a folder called Prisma. And instead of it's going to create a schema.prisma file. And also it's going to create a prisma.config.ts file, which is this file right here, a .env file, and a git.gitignore file. Okay, great. So now let's actually explore that file. Now, first of all, you're going to see it's going to create a Prisma folder right here with this schema.prisma. And this is where we're going to write our database schema and also specify the provider. Now, since we are making use of Postgres, we're going to keep this as Postgres. And then the output, when we run Prisma generate, this is where it's going to generate the Prisma client on. Inside our SRC folder, we're going to create a folder called generated and /Prisma. And then we have this .env file right here that's going to have this database URL. Now, this database URL is going to be the URL of the database we're going to actually create very soon. We are manually going to create our database on Prisma. And then we have this gitignore file, which is basically going to ignore the SRC generated Prisma, because we're not going to push this generated Prisma to production. Okay, we're actually going to generate it on production when we want to deploy our application. We're actually going to first of all generate it before we build our application. And also it's going to ignore this .env file right here. Okay, and then we have this prisma config.ts file. Now we're actually getting an error. This is actually a node type error. The reason is because we already installed the types for node. When we go to our package.json, we already have at types node right here. Okay, but we are still getting that error because we said that when we configure this types node, it's going to apply for files that are inside this root directory src. So since this prisma.config.ts outside this src folder is not going to be applied right here, so you have to manually actually add the types right here. So we just do // reference types node, and then we'll just close this back. And we're going to place this up here. Okay, great. That should actually get rid of the error. So now we have the types node being applied in this file too. Okay, place it at the top of the file. Now, since we have our schema.prisma, we can actually create our schema. But before that, we have to create our database, because we're going to be pushing the schema to our database. So we're going to go back to Prisma. I'll just go back to I'll just go to prisma.io again. If I actually want to log in, I'll click on login. It's going to actually open up this dashboard right here. Okay, now if you've not registered, the Prisma is free. You can actually register, actually set up an account, so you can actually log into your dashboard. So I'll just click on a new project, and now I'm going to call this project Chat App Tutorial. And then I just click on get started, and now we have to select a region. For me, the region that's closest to me right now is this Europe, Paris right here. I think that's the region that's closest to me, Europe, Paris. That's basically it. We can actually create this project. Just click on create project, and now we have the project created. So we can actually click on connect, actually connect to this dashboard right here, to this project. So click on connect, and we're going to get this connection string. So we just have to copy this connection string, head back to our project. We're going to go to the .env file where we have this very long string. We get rid of this long one that came with when we run Prisma init, and then we just paste our database connection string right here. So now we have a database we're actually connecting to. So now we're going to actually create our schema. So we're going to go over to schema.prisma, actually write a schema. So now to create our schema is very simple. We're going to create models. For our first model, we're going to say model. Create a model called conversation. Now each model is going to have a unique ID field, which is going to be a string at ID, and I want this to default to CUID. And then we're going to have a created at for this model for when we create a new conversation, we're going to have a timestamp for that. It's going to be date time, and it's going to default to now like that. Then after that, we just want to specify the name we want it to be called, which is going to be conversation. Okay, now if we don't specify this name, the name in the database is going to be this uppercase conversation, but we want it to be lowercase with a lowercase c. Now we're going to add more fields to this conversation, because we're going to add fields like the participants, okay, which is going to be related to the user model. Now for the user model, we're not going to create that manually. Better always going to generate that for us. Okay, so we're going to create another model, say model message. This is also going to have an ID that's going to default to CUID. I'll paste that right here. It's going to have a created at, so that's going to default to the current time, which is going to be now. I'll paste that right here. Now this is going to have a content that's going to be of type string. It's going to have a sender ID that's going to be of type string. Also, it's going to have a conversation as a conversation ID that's related to the message, because when time we create a message, basically the message is going to be related or be inside a chat room. Okay, so we have to actually add the conversation ID. So the conversation ID for every time we create a message is going to also be of type string. So for the message model, we're also going to add other properties too, but we actually need the user model. But for now, we have these two models, the conversation model and the message model. And right here, I just copy this right here. Down here, I'm going to say I'll just call this message. It's going to be the message table like that. Save. So now we have the schema. So we can actually push this schema to our database. Now to do that is very simple. We can do pnpm dlx prisma db push like that. And then we're going to get this message. Your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. So we're going to go back to the database we created. We're going to go over to Studio. And we should actually see two tables. We see the conversation and we see the message table. Great. And you can see right here how cool this is. We don't have to actually manually create these tables. We can actually do that from our schema file right here. And then we'll push those changes using the Prisma CLI. But we are not done setting up Prisma. We'll go back to the Prisma documentation. After we run all these, just go over. After we run Prisma init and we actually get our Prisma config file, we actually create our schema, we push that to our database. We have to actually run Prisma generate to actually generate our Prisma client. Now that's very simple. We're just going to copy this right here, go back to our terminal and just paste that right here, pnpm dls Prisma generate to generate a new Prisma client. So I just click on that. And that's going to actually generate the Prisma client inside our SRC folder. So now we'll go to our SRC folder. We should see a new folder called generated right here. Great. So we've actually generated the Prisma client. Excellent. So now we can go over back to Prisma, and now for the final step, we can actually start making use of Prisma. We have to create a Prisma file for our instance. Now, basically, what this file is just basically we creating a Prisma instance. So anytime I want to query our database, we're just going to call that Prisma instance. So that's very simple. We're going to go to close this up, go to backend. Inside this SRC folder, we'll create a folder called lib, like that. And then inside this lib folder, I can actually delete this right here. We're not going to need this. We're actually going to be working with this folder when we actually build for production. So I just move to recycle bin. And then inside this lib folder, we're going to create a prisma.ts file. Okay. So I'll create a prisma.ts file like that. And then we're just going to copy what we have here. So I'll just copy what we have here and we'll just paste that in here like that. And now it says that we cannot find module at Prisma adapter. Did you mean to set resolution to node nest? I think we have to actually set our, this is coming from our TypeScript mode resolution. We have to set it to node nest. Okay, go to ts config file, go to module resolution. I'm going to do node nest like that. Yeah, great. So that's actually going to get rid of that error. Now we have a TypeScript error. It says that option module must be set to node nest when option module is set to node nests. Okay, so it says this to, I think that's why they told us to actually set this config file. That's actually resolved. So just go back to prisma.ts. So now we can just save this. So with that, we basically have Prisma set up. Now, in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on actually setting up BetterAuth. So we're going to head over to the BetterAuth documentation. We just click on docs and you're going to get some introduction on what BetterAuth is. You can actually read this more to actually better understand BetterAuth. So basically, I'm just going to go to installation. That's what we're interested in. We're going to be doing this in steps. So the very first step, we actually install the BetterAuth package. So we're just going to do pnpm add BetterAuth. So I'll copy this. I'll just go over to my terminal. I'm going to open this up. And then I'll just paste that here, pnpm add BetterAuth like that. It's going to actually add the BetterAuth package version 1.4.18 like that. So go back to BetterAuth. Say, if you are using a separate client and server setup, make sure to install BetterAuth in both parts of your project. Now, this is very important for us right now because right now we have our backend, our server in this backend folder, and we have our client in this frontend folder, which means we have to actually install BetterAuth for both projects. Okay, say if you are using a separate client and server setup. Now, when we were making use of Nest.js, in previous projects we worked on this channel, we're making use of Nest.js, both the clients and the server were in the same project, in the same folder, because we're using Nest.js API routes for our server. Now, we are using an Express server and a React frontend for our client. So basically, they are in different folder, okay, different projects. So we have to actually set up BetterAuth in our frontend folder too. So let's do that. So we're going to do cd dot to go out from this backend folder to the chat app folder. Then we're going to cd into the frontend folder, and then we're going to paste that right here, pnpm add BetterAuth. It's actually going to add BetterAuth to our clients too. So we'll just do cd dot then cd back end like that. And then after that, it says that we have to set the environment variable. So we just generate a secret. I'll click on this, and then we just go to our env file in our backend folder .env. And I'll just paste that down here. Okay, BetterAuth secret. So now we have to set a base URL, which is going to be this base URL is going, for now, since we're working on development, it's going to be localhost 3000, because remember, inside our server.ts file, the port we are on is port 3000. So we're going to copy this right here. Then we're going to go back to our env file. Then we'll just paste that right here. BetterAuth URL is going to be localhost 3000 for now. And now the next step is that we have to create a BetterAuth instance. It creates a file named auth.ts in one of these locations. Since we already have a lib folder inside our backend folder, we're going to actually create it in there. So inside our lib folder, I'll just go to that lib folder. I'm going to create an auth.ts file. And inside that auth.ts file, we're going to place this. This is going to be the BetterAuth instantiation, okay, the BetterAuth instance. And that BetterAuth is going to be configured with a database. Now, if you are using SQLite, Postgres, or MySQL directly, you're going to use this database, okay? But we're not using any of those. We're using an ORM, okay? So for ORM options, we have MongoDB. If you are using, I think, Mongoose or the MongoDB adapter. If you are using Prisma, also if you are using Drizzle. So we are using Prisma. So it's very simple. We're going to copy this right here. I'll just copy these and then I'll paste that in here. And obviously, we are not making use of SQLite. We're making use of PostgreSQL. And then I'm going to get rid of this right here. Now, we don't actually need this right here. So I'm just going to get rid of this. And then you're going to wonder, where are we going to get this Prisma from? Now, we're going to be getting this Prisma from our Prisma.ts file. Remember, we already created a Prisma instance when we set up Prisma that we're going to be using to query the database. So that Prisma instance, we're going to import that in here. So I'm just going to import Prisma. Basically, they're in the same folder. So we're just going to import Prisma from .prisma. And then we can get rid of this Prisma client import. Yeah, great. So now I actually set up the auth.ts file. So for the next step, we have to actually create database tables for our authentication. So to do that, we're going to make use of the BetterAuth CLI. So we're just going to copy this right here. So we'll head back to our terminal. Now, since we are making use of PNPM, we'll do PNPM DLX, and I'll just paste that right here at BetterAuth CLI generate. Okay, click on enter, and it's going to ask us if we want to modify our package on JSON. Just type why there's going to actually modify it. Not our package is just JSON, our schema.prisma. And now when we go over to our schema, go to this Prisma folder, schema.prisma, you're going to notice that we now have, these are the two models we created, the conversation and the message model. We now have additional models. We have user, session, account, verification. Okay, great. So now this is the beauty of BetterAuth. It's going to actually generate this for us. So now we're going to actually update our schema, because we have to actually specify relationship before we actually push this update to our database. So I'm going to actually reduce the height of this terminal. I'm going to start with this conversation model right here. We're going to add relationship between this conversation model and the user model. So I'm just going to paste this right here. Basically what this is that we are creating a table field called participants, which is going to be related to the user model. Okay, so each user is going to be a conversation participant, which means if a user is part of a conversation, the user is part of the conversation participant. So now we have to actually specify a reverse relationship for that in the user model. So basically down here, we're just going to paste similar relationship right here. Okay, so basically it's going to relate the user to, so which means, and this is going to be a many-to-many relationship for database configuration. If you are used to backend development, when we over on this, you're going to notice that say implicit many-to-many. Okay, which means a users can belong to many conversations, and also conversations can belong to many users. And now we have to relate the message model to the user. So inside the message model, where we have sender ID, I just paste this right here, is going to be sender. So whenever a user sends a message, the user is going to be the sender of the message. And then for the reverse relationship in our user model, we're going to say the user is going to have messages, which is going to be an array of the message model. An array of the message model. Okay, and this right here is going to be a one-to-many relationship where each user is going to have many messages. So now we have a relationship between the conversation model, a many-to-many relationship with the conversation and the user model, and also a one-to-many relationship between the message model and the user model. So now we have to create relationship between the message model and the conversation model. And this is very simple. We're going to say each conversation is going to have messages, which is going to be basically an array of the message model. And then for the reverse relationship, we're simply going to say each message is going to actually belong to a conversation. Okay, so each message is going to have a conversation is going to belong to, it's going to relate to the conversation ID. Okay, it's going to relate to this conversation ID right here, because this is the relationship between this conversation ID, is going to be the relationship between the message and the conversation, and it's going to reference the ID of this conversation right here. Great. So we have the relationship for the schema. So now we can actually update the schema in our database. So I'm just going to open this up. I'll do pnpm dlx prisma db push like that. And that should push the changes to our database. Say your database is not in sync with your Prisma schema. So now we'll go back to our database. We're just going to refresh the database, refresh the studio. We should actually see that we have now this conversation participant. We have this extra table because when you do a many-to-many relationship in a database operation, you're going to have a foreign table that's going to actually relate that. Okay, now this conversation participant is going to have the user ID and also the conversation ID. It's going to relate each conversation with the user. It's going to be like a pair, unique pair. Okay. So anytime a user joins a conversation, it's going to pair the user's ID with the conversation ID, the ID of the conversation. Okay. That's the chat room. So now we're going to go back to our BetterAuth setup. I'll go back to BetterAuth. Now it says that after we run and actually migrate our table to the database, we'll have in our database, we now have the account, the session, the user. We have this in the database now. We have a tables for that. So the next step is that we have to actually configure the authentication methods. Now we're going to be making use of email and password. So I just copy this right here. So I'm going to head to the BetterAuth configuration. This auth.ts file. After this database right here, I'll just paste that right here. Okay. We are basically telling BetterAuth that we're going to be using email and password for this project. We're going to be signing up and signing in using email and password. We're going to enable that to true. So now we're going to go back to BetterAuth. We're not going to do any social provider for this project. We're not doing any GitHub or Google login or sign in this project. So I'll just scroll down. And now we have to create a catch or route. Now this is very, very important because anytime we make an auth request like logout, sign in, sign up, BetterAuth is going to handle all those requests. So we have to create a catch-all route for BetterAuth. So if you are using Next.js Appleton, this is how you're going to do it. Very straightforward. But since we are using Express, we're just going to go over to Express and we can see how we actually have to set this up for Express. We basically have to do something like this, but the problem is that this is a setup for Express version 4. Okay, so we're going to do things different. We're basically going to do the same things. So I'll just copy this right here. Then I'll go to my entry file, my server.ts file. Then I'm going to paste that. Yeah, I'm going to paste that. I'll paste that. After this health check right here, I just label this is a health check. After this health check, we'll just paste that right here. And now we have to get this from BetterAuth. And also we're going to import this auth from the auth.ts file from inside this lab folder, from inside this auth.ts file from inside this lab folder. Okay. Great. I'm going to import that up here. Now this is actually all good, but this is not going to work for Express version 5. Since we are working with Express version 5, it says that up here, it says that Express version 5 introduced breaking changes to route path matching by switching to paths to regular expression at 6. Wildcard routes like star should not be written using the new e.g. star, blah, blah, blah. And basically what he's saying is that we have to actually change that star. And don't actually get any way to do it here. I'll just go to integrations. I'll go to Express right here and integrations with Express. I actually found this when I actually made use of this documentation. It says that to enable a BetterAuth to handle requests, we need to match the handler to handle to an API route. Create a catch-all route to manage all requests to API auth star. In case of Express.js version 4 or in the case of Express version 5. So for Express version 5, we have to actually use this. Okay, so just copy this. Instead of the star, we just copy this. And then instead of this star we have here, we'll just paste that right here. It's going to be star splat. So now we have the route to actually handle or catch all the BetterAuth requests. So I'm going to save this. And now for the final step, I think this is going to be the final step. So I'll just go back to the installation. Just scroll the way down. And this is going to be the final step. We have to actually set up our auth client. Okay, since we are making use of React for our front end, we have to create this in our React application. So I'm going to go over to our front end folder. I'll just create a folder. Inside this SRC, I'm going to create a folder called lib. And then inside this lib folder, I'm going to create a file called Auth clients.ts like that. And then we basically just have to copy what we have here. So for React, just copy this, and then we're gonna paste that right here. And now it says that the base URL of the server is optional if you are using the same domain, which means for development, we are going to be using now, even though we are running these applications simultaneously in development, they are on different server. The front end is on localhost port 5173, while the backend is on localhost port 3000. But when you actually deploy to production, we're going to ensure that they are running on the same domain. But for now, they are running on different domains. So we have to specify the base URL. Now, our server is going to be running at port HTTP port localhost 3000. Okay. But now we have to specify that this is going to be for development. So we are only going to leave this for development. For when we want to run production, we're just going to comment this off, because when our front end and our back end are running in the same domain, we're not going to need a base URL. So for now, this is going to be for development. And now you're going to wonder why we're not setting this to environment variable. That's because, like I said, we're not going to be using this in production. We're going to actually commit this off for production. This is only for development. And then we're going to specify the fetch options. We're going to say credentials include. Okay. Now what this is going to do is that, remember that for development, our front end and our back end are running on different ports. So we are telling the BetterAuth that, okay, when you are making a request to our server, include credentials, which means if you are making a request from our React application to our localhost port 3000, our server on development, we are telling BetterAuth that check for cookies that are set to this domain and send that cookies when you are making a request to that server. So I want to save this. So with that, I think we are basically done actually setting up BetterAuth. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually start working on authentication. I'm going to go into the front-end folder, and then I'm going to go into the SRC folder, and then go into the pages folder, and then inside the register page.tss right here. Now, since we already have BetterAuth set up, we just have to handle the input here to actually send a request to our backend server, because Better is going to handle all our Auth API requests. So up here, I'm going to create a state. I'm going to say const auth data set auth data is going to be equals to use state like that, which I'm going to get from React. And by default, this is going to be an object with 3 values. It's going to have a full name that's going to be type string, an email that's going to be of type string, and also a password that's going to be of type string. And 3 of them are going to be sent to empty strings by default. And then after that, I'm going to create another state, const loading set loading is going to be equals to use state like that, which by default is going to be set to false. Okay. And now we're going to create a function. When a user actually types on an input, we have to create a function to actually handle it. So as a const handle change is going to be equals to an arrow function. And this arrow function is going to take an event, and this event is going to be of type React dot change event. Okay, it's going to be an HTML input element like that. And then inside this arrow function, we're going to say const, we're going to do structure, what we're going to get is going to be equals to event.target. Okay, remember that the event is going to be an HTML input element. So since this is an HTML input element, from the target we can actually destructure out the value and the name. Okay, now if you wonder where this is coming from, remember these input elements have attributes name and value. Okay, so we can actually get that when we actually access the event from that input. And then after that, I'm going to set the auth data, get the previous state, and then we're going to spread up the previous state. Okay, because when we want to modify an object, you have to actually spread up that object so you can modify the values inside the object. So we want to modify this object, okay, this state, okay, the values inside this object. So what field do we want to modify? I'll say the name field. I want to set the name field to the value. Okay, so basically when a user types on the input, we're going to get the value that was typed to the input and sets that value to the name field. Okay, great. And then when we submit the form, we're going to create a function to actually handle the form submission. So say const handle register. It's going to be equal to an arrow function. And this is also going to take an event that's going to be of type React dot submit events. And then in here, we don't want the form to actually refresh when we actually submit the form. So event dot prevent the default behavior of the form. And then after that, we're just going to console dot log the auth data, so we actually know if you are getting the data. So let's actually make use of all this we just created. So I'll go to our input, actually handle it. I'll say the value of this name input is going to be auth data dot full name, like that. And then on change, it's going to run this function handle change. And then we're just going to copy what we have here. We're going to paste that right here. Then for the email, the value is going to be auth data dot email. Then it's going to also run handle change. And then finally for the password, it's going to be auth data dot password, like that. Great. So that's basically it. And finally, when we submit the form, I'll say on submit, we're just going to run the function handle register. So whenever we submit the form, it's going to fire this handle register right here, which is going to log the values we have in the input. And before we actually test this, we have to actually resolve some backend issues. Now, in the previous chapter, we actually pushed our schema.prisma. Where's that? Going to the backend folder, go to Prisma, schema.prisma. Now, remember, we pushed our code to our database, our Postgres database, we created this conversation and message, and then we generated our Prisma client. Now, that Prisma client is going to have both this message and this conversation model. It's not going to have the user and also all these models, okay? So we're not going to have access to the user model. So we updated the database with these other models. So we have to actually rerun the Prisma generate, so actually generate Prisma client for this model, so we can have access to these models and be able to work with these models in our project. So basically, I'm just going to get rid of this right here. Go to SRC, this generated folder right here. I just get rid of this. Now you don't have to worry, we're going to generate this again. So I just open up the terminal. I just do pnpm dlx prisma generate, like that. And you can see right here, it's going to regenerate the folder. But this time I won't go over to the models. You're going to see we now have the user, the session models. Okay, great. We have the user model now. Great. So now we are now actually done. When we try to run our dev server, say pnpm run dev, it's going to start up the server, both our server and our backend. You see our front end has started. But you're going to see our backend server is actually going to crash. Now, why is this backend server crashing? That's because when we go over to Prisma documentation, I'll just go over to the docs. Now go to quick start, and then we want to do Prisma Postgres setup. So I just click on that. And now it's going to see what we have to do. Now, remember, when we were told to actually install our dependency, we were told to actually install TypeScript, which we obviously have TypeScript already. Now, we were told to install types node for our Node.js environment, and then we were told to actually run install TSX, okay? Now, the reason for that is because since we are using this config file, I won't go to our TS config file, we are using Node Nest for our module resolution, and also for our module, we are using Node Nest, which is a modern version, module resolution, okay? Which means we cannot use TS node to start our server. We have to use TSX. Okay, so we have to actually install this TSX and use TSX to start our server. Now that's simple. So basically what we're going to do, we just do pnpm. We're going to uninstall TS node, like that. Okay, so as you can click on enter, now we'll go to our package.json, go to backend, go to package.json. We should not actually see TS node as one of our dev dependencies. So now we're going to actually install TSX. So say pnpm, I want to install TSX as a dev dependency. PnPM is going to actually add TSX. Actually, we actually added TSX as a dev dependency version 4.21.0. So now, what are we going to do with TSX? We're going to go over to our node.json. Now, you're going to wonder, why am I not using TSX to actually run? I can basically just do something like this. Instead of running node in our script, we can just do TSX to watch our files. But the problem is that I don't know about other developers. When I try to actually use TSX to watch my server.ts file, when I actually update files that are important inside the server.ts file, it not actually restart the server. So I'm going to actually stick with node. So basically what we're going to do with TSX right here, inside our node.json, instead of running TS node on our server, on our server.ts file, we're going to run tsx on it. So I say tsx. So now let's actually start the server again. pnpm run dev like that. It's going to start the server, it's going to start our front end, and then we're going to get server is running fine on localhost 3000. And now when we go do it for the health check, we're going to go to both localhost, you can see the server is actually running fine. I'm going to close this up. I'm going to go back to my register page. You can actually test this out. So we're going to go over to localhost port 5170 where our React application is actually running. And then we're going to go to the register page. And then I just go there and clear up, go to my console. Then I just clear everything up. Then I'm going to actually test. I say name, I'll say Jane Doe. Email, I'll say jane@gmail.com. Then password, I'll just type something random here. The name is not actually filled. Why is that? Just go back to the code. Set name. Oh, that's because we're not actually specifying the name. This name is supposed to be full name because right here, remember, the name has to match the name of this state right here. So basically what we're going to do, we just call this full name. And also we're just going to update this login to register. Okay, because we actually copy this code from the register page. I'll say register from the login page, register. And now let's test this again. So full name, I'll say Jane Doe. Email, I'll say jane@gmail.com. Then password, I just use this. I click on register, and we're going to actually get that on the console. We get the email, the full name, and the password. So what are we going to be doing with this data? We're going to send this data with BetterAuth, with our Auth clients to the backend to actually register this user. So how do we do that? First of all, make use of a try catch block. Then up here, what we're going to do, we just set the loading to true. Before we make use of the try catch block, set the loading to true. And then finally, if we get an error or if the request was resolved successfully, no error, then we're just going to set the loading. Regardless, just set the loadings back to false. And then inside this try, what are we going to do? I'm going to say const. I'm going to structure what I'm going to get. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await. We're going to await auth client. Since we are making use of await, we're going to say this is going to be an async function. Okay, so we're going to await auth client. And you're going to wonder, where are we getting this auth client from? We're getting this auth client from inside our front-end folder, front-end, src, lib. We have an auth client. Okay, the auth client we said when we were actually setting up BetterAuth actually connects to our backend. So anytime we use this auth client, Better is going to make a request to our server. Great. So now we say auth client dot sign up. I want to sign up a user. I'll say dot email. Sign up a user using email. So here you're going to pass the email, which is going to be the user's. Sorry, it's going to be auth data dot email. We're going to pass in the name of the user, which is going to be auth data dot full name, and then for the password, it's going to be auth data dot password, like that. And then we're going to get through result. Is that we get the data, which means the user was successfully created, or we get an error, which means there was an error. So to actually output the error to the user for better experience, we're going to make use of React Hot Toast. I want to actually install this inside the front-end folder. So since we're inside the backend folder running the server, I'll just go to another terminal. I'll just cd into the front-end folder, and then I say pnpm install React Hot Toast, like that. That's going to add the React Hot Toast library. Great. So now inside our front end, what we're going to do, go to because we want to make this React Hot Toast available globally in the application. So we're going to go to the file that actually controls all our pages and routes, which is our app.ts file. It's our root file. So up here, we're actually going to just get that toaster. So right here inside this div, we're just going to get the toaster from React Hot Toast. You can actually place this above these routes if you want to do that too. You can place this up here. Arrange this code base. And now we're going to go over to the register page. And now we can actually make use of Toast in here. So now if there's an error from the server, we just want to console.log that error. And then right here, we're going to say if the server also chose an error inside our try block. If your server chose an error, for example, now if a user is trying to register with an email that's already been used by a registered user, okay, that's the kind of error the server is going to throw. So I say if you get an error from the server, then we want to toast. We're going to get toast from React Hot Toast, not Fast Toast. Get toast from React Hot Toast, and then we're going to toast the error, the message from the error. We're going to toast that as a string so we don't get any TypeScript error. And then we're going to add some styles, actually style it to make it actually look better. Basically, just give it a background of this hair color right here and a color of white. Now, if there's no error, which means the user was successfully created in the database, so which means if data, then we're going to toast. So I'll just copy what we have here, copy this toast right here. And then instead of these right here, we're going to toast registration successful, like that. And then we're going to navigate the user to the chat page. So we're going to create a navigation instance up here. So up here we already have that navigate. So just navigate the user to the chat page. So now you're saying navigate to /chat. Okay, so you have to check that route using the /chat. Great. And now we have to make use of this loading indicator. Okay, so know if the request is being sent. So we're going to scroll down to the register button right here. We're going to say, first of all, I want to disable the button if the request is being sent. Disable is going to be equals to loading, and also get rid of this register right here. We're going to say if it's loading, then we're going to return this text as we're going to return register right here. If it's loading, we just return registering. ... And this is very important. When we get an error, after toasting the error, we don't want to execute this code, okay? Because if we don't do a return right here, after it checks if there's an error, it's going to toast this, and then it's going to run this code and check if there's a data. It's going to also navigate us to our chat page. So up here, after we check if there's an error, we're just going to return, okay, to actually break the code right here. Great. So let's test this out. I'll go to the register page. Let's try to sign in a user. So I'll just click on register a user. I'll just register Emmanuel. Then for the email address, I use igbo@gmail.com. Then for the password, I just use 000000000. That's 8 zeros. I just click on register, and we get an error. It said access to fetch at localhost from origin has been blocked by cost policy. And the reason we are getting these errors is because our server and our clients are in different domain. Our server is running at localhost port 3000, and our domain is running at localhost port 5173. So we have to tell our server to allow our frontend to make requests to our server. Okay, so we have to tell our server to grant the request. So we do that using cause. So that's why cause is actually blocking the request. So what we're going to do, go to our server. First of all, just go to backend and go to .env. I'm going to create a variable called origin, and then this variable is going to be equals to, I just copy this, localhost port 5173 using our React application. Now we're going to update this for production, okay, to our production URL, and then we have to actually install cause. And then I open up this terminal right here. Now I'm going to go to our backend terminal. I'll just cancel this server. I cancel the server, and then I'm going to do pnpm install cause, like that. And that should actually install the cause dependency. And also you have to add the type, since we're using types. So say pnpm install add types cause, like that. And we're going to be installing this as a dev dependency. Click on enter. It's going to actually install that for us too. I just want a server again, pnpm run dev. Just close this back up. So now we're going to go, first of all, we're going to go over to BetterAuth. Go to our src lib, go to auth.ts. We have to actually tell BetterAuth that we're going to be making requests from that front end. So I'll say trusted origins. It's going to be process.env.origin. And we're getting this origin from this .env file right here, this origin right here. And then I'll just ignore this, okay? It's not actually null. Using actually using environment variables inside this file, we have to actually use .env. So up here, I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, remember .env is going to help us actually read our environment variables in Node.js, in the Node.js environment. So save that. And now we're not done. We can actually set a base URL too. So say base URL. So BetterAuth knows the base URL of application. It's going to be process.env. We're just going to copy the base URL from here. Just copy this, and then we just paste that right here. Okay. And then finally, we have to go to our server.ds and actually configure calls here too. So after this port variable right here, say app.use calls. Okay, I'm just going to import calls manually. Say import calls from calls. And then in here, we'll specify the origin, which is going to be basically the same thing we have here. So just copy this right here. Specify the origin right here. And then after that, we're going to say credentials true. We're going to allow the front-end folder to actually send credentials, because remember, we are sending inside our Auth client, actually sending credentials like the cookies. Okay, so we have to allow the front-end to set. We have to actually allow the front-end to send credentials. And then for the methods, it's going to be we're going to allow post request, get request, put request, which are update request, and also delete request. So now we actually configured calls in our server. So now I'm going to go back to our front end and just refresh and try to make that request again. Egbon Emmanuel, email address egbon@gmail.com. Then for the password, I'll do 12345678. Register. And we should actually get registration successful. And it's going to actually ask the user to reset the chat page, but for some reason, it's actually writing us to the home page. That's because right here, I'm navigating to the home page. We're going to navigate to the chat page. Like that's great. So the registration is actually working. Now we'll go over to application. I'll go to HTTP. You can see right here, we have a cookie, a BetterAuth cookie right here, which means we are actually logged in with BetterAuth, because after registration, the user is going to be logged in. I want to go over to our Prisma dashboard. I'll click on Studio. I'll go to our Studio. And then I'm going to go to user table right here. We should actually see we have one user, igbo@gmail.com, email verified false. Then we see the name of the user. So now we're going to work on logging in the user. So what we're going to do, just delete this cookie for now. Just delete this so we can actually log in the user now. And now we're going to test something out. When we try to register with the same email, now we're going to use a random name. Then for the email, it's going to be igbo@gmail.com. Then for the password, use something random. Now when we try to register, you're going to notice that we're going to get an error. User already exists. Use another email. And this is actually coming from BetterAuth from our server. I can actually work on logging in the user. So I want to go to the login page. Basically, what we did in the register page, we're going to repeat basically everything we did here. Copy all this. Then I just go to the login page. I just paste that up here. And then I'll just import the use state from the React library. And then go back to the register page. We'll just copy this handle change function, this handle register. We're going to rename the function. Just copy this and then we'll just take that to our login page. After this right here, we'll just paste that right here. And for this one, it's going to be handle login like that. Handle login. And then we just get our Auth client, import that in. And then for the tools, we just import tools from React hot toast. And then this one is going to actually output this. And this one is going to be login successful. And then when we log, it's going to navigate us to the chat page like that. And yeah, that's basically it for it. Now I'm going to scroll all the way down. Now for this one right here, we'll just copy from the register page. Copy this right here. So it's going to be easier for us to actually update this. Paste that right here. Also copy for the password. We're going to paste that right here. And then for the register button, it's going to be when it's loading, it's going to be logging in .s. It's going to be login like that. And the button is going to be disabled when the login request is being processed. We'll pass in the loading state in there. And now on submit, when we submit the login form, we want to run the handle login function. And then finally, very important, inside this handle login page, we're not going to be doing auth client or sign up. So we're not going to be signing up a user. So we're going to get rid of this full name right here. We're going to logging in a user, not signing up a user, logging in a user. So we don't need the name of the user. The user is already created in the database. So instead of sign up, we're going to do sign in like that. Great. Use the sign in method from BetterAuth. So now we're going to actually test this out. I'll go to login. I'll use igbo@gmail.com. I'm going to use a random password that doesn't match with the password of this user. Click on login. and we get invalid email or password. So until I use the correct password, that's only when it's going to log in the user. Login success, it's going to bring the user to the chat page. Great. Now we'll go over to our cookies right here. You can see we have a BetterAuth cookie right here, which means the user is actually logged in. Now, what we want to work on is that we don't want users that don't have a session or are not logged in to be able to see this chat page. And also, when the user is logged in, we don't want the user to be able to see the login and the register page. So let's work on that. Up here, we're going to say const. The structure of what we're going to get is going to be equals to auth clients. Now, where are we getting auth clients from? From our lib folder dot make use of the use session right here. And then we're going to destructure the data we're going to get. And before better naming convention, I want to call this session like that. Now, where we have this element right here, we're going to get rid of this login page. Then we're going to say if there's a session, if the user has a session, then we're going to navigate the user. We're going to get navigate from React router DOM, navigate the user to / the chat page. As we're going to render the login page. So if the user is logged in, we're going to navigate the user to the chat page. As we're going to render the login page. So basically, we're going to do the same thing here. We'll get rid of this right here. Then we're going to say if session, if the user is logged in, then we're going to actually use navigate to navigate the user to / the chat page, as we're going to render the register page. Okay, great. So now we'll go back. You're going to write us to the chat page. Anytime we try to go to the login page, because this user is authenticated, it's going to route the user back to the chat page. Great. For this one, we want to do it differently. We want to output like a loading screen for when the user is not logged in, so the user can actually see a very nice loading screen. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to create a layout file. So inside this front-end folder, inside this components folder, create a layout folder. Then inside this layout folder, I'm going to create a file called protected route.tsx rfc. Get rid of this import, and then we're going to specify an interface protected route props. I'm going to express a children that is going to be of type React node like that. And then right here, we're going to actually pass that type. So it is going to be of type protected route props, and then we just destructure the children. And then in here, we're going to actually get our session. So say const. So that we're going to get because the auth clients, which we're going to get from our lib folder .use session like that. And we're going to destructure out the data, which we're going to call session, and also we're going to destructure out the is pending. Okay, because we want to actually output like a loading indicator for when it's actually checking. Then now here we can do if it's pending. If it's pending, then we're going to return a loading component, a loading screen component, which we've not created. We're going to create this. Okay, so you don't have to worry. Create this component. And also we're going to check if the user is not authenticated. If no session, then we're going to return. We're going to get navigate from React router DOM, and we're going to navigate the user to the home page, which is going to be our login page. And then, very important, we want to replace the route. Okay, we don't want to stack it on the one, just want to replace it. But if the user is logged in, then down here we just want to return. We just return an empty fragment. Inside this empty fragment, we just output the children, which means this, when we wrap this layers around this route, it's going to return this right here inside this tree. We have this children right here. So let's create this loading screen component. Very simple. Inside component, I'm going to create a folder called loading for all our loading files. Inside here, I'm going to create a component called loading screen.tsx rfc. just get rid of this import right here, get rid of this, and then in here I'm just going to paste this code right here. Basically what this code is going to do, basically just a loading script. Okay, you can actually see this code right here. You can get this code from the source code. So I'm just going to import this right here. Great. And then inside our protected route, we're just going to import our loading screen components. Great, save that. And now we can actually use this layout inside our app.tss file. We're just going to get this chat app, and then I'm just going to call the protected route layout file, protected routes, and then in between this protected route, I'm just going to paste that in here. Okay, and just format that. It's going to actually protect this page. And now let's actually test this out. Now we are obviously logged in, so we'll be able to see the chat page, and you can actually see that loading indicator for when the session is actually being pulled. You can see how good that's looking. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to delete the BetterAuth session, so we can actually log this user off. Then we just refresh. It's going to alert the user back to the login page, and when the user tries to access the chat page, when the user is not authenticated, it's going to always alert the user back to the login page. So with that, we are basically done with authentication. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on the edit profile functionality so that users will be able to actually edit their profile. So we're going to go to the edit profile mode. I'll go to front end, I'll go to SRC components, modals. I'm going to go to the edit profile modal right here. Okay, so now we have to actually handle this edit profile modal so that user can actually make requests from this edit profile modal to our server to actually update their profile. Now I already have the state right here. I think we're actually handling the input. Okay, we don't actually handle the test here because we actually handles the file. Okay, we can actually select files. When I log into our application, we can actually go to the edit profile modal, click on profile, actually select a file, a profile picture, just select this, and it's actually going to open. So we've actually handled that. So let's actually handle the test area. So before we do that, we're actually going to work on the logout functionality, because in the previous chapter when we worked on the authentication, when we completed our authentication process, we didn't actually work on the log, but we had to manually delete our cookies. So let's actually handle this logout button so that users can use this to actually log out. And this is very simple. We're going to go to the right sidebar components, go to the right sidebar component. Up here, I'm going to create the function const handle sign out. It's going to be equals to an arrow function, and this is going to be an async function. Then in here we can simply const. We're going to destroy what we're going to get from BetterAuth, because I want to with the auth client dots. We call the sign out method, and then after that we're going to check. First of all, just the structure out the error. If we get an error, we're going to check down here. If there's an error from the server, then we're just going to throw the error. Now if there's no error, we're going to navigate the user. We've not actually create a navigate variable, so up here I just do that. Create a variable called navigate, which is going to be equals to use navigate from React route to DOM. And then right here we're going to say navigate. We'll navigate the user. Where we're going to navigate the user, the home page is going to be the login page. So now we should be able to use this. So I just copy this function right here, then I just scroll down. Now on this logout button, I'm going to add an on click right here. When someone clicks on this, I'm going to fire an arrow function that's going to fire this right here. Okay, it's going to fire this handle sign out right here. Great. So now we can actually test this out. We're in the right sidebar. Remember, we also have a logout button in the left sidebar. This right here. And then I'm going to go to the left sidebar. Remember, we have a logout button in the drop down menu. In this drop down menu, this logout button right here. So I'll just paste that function up here. And then we're going to actually get the instantiation for our navigation. Get this instance right here. I'll paste that up here, and again we just import auth client, also get use navigate from React route to DOM, and then we just copy this right here, and then when someone clicks on this logout button right here, we just want an arrow function that's going to fire this right here and those signers like that. And now that should actually work. Just click on logout. It's going to actually log out the user. When the user tries to visit the chat page, the user is going to be routed back to the login page, but the user is logged out. Let's log in the user again. So now we're going to work on this edit profile modal. So you can actually first of all handle this test area, which is very simple. So just go to the edit profile and close this left sidebar and this right sidebar. So I'm going to create a state for this. So up here, create a state const bio set bio is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default is going to be an empty string. And then down here we can actually just pass that to this bio text area. So the value is going to be equals to bio, and then on change, when someone types on this, we're going to run an arrow function, so take an event, and then we're going to set the bio state to event.target.value like that. And now we're going to create a function to actually send this data to the server. So up here, I'm going to create a function. After this, if it's not open, return null. We create a function const handle profile setup. It's going to be equals to an async function. This is going to take an event. It's going to be a react.submit event. And then in here, we're going to actually use this event to prevent the default behavior of the form. We don't want the form to be refreshed when the form is submitted. And then after that, we're going to set the loading to true. So I'll create a loading state const loading for when we are sending the request. Set loading is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default this is going to be false like that. After we prevent the default form behavior, we're going to set the loading to true. Okay, and then we're going to make use of a try catch block or say try. After the catch, I just do it finally. From when the request has been processed, we just set the loading to false like that. And then inside the cache, we're just going to output this right here, console.error, profile update error, pass in the error, and then we're just going to toast fade to update profile. Okay, great. I just format this. And then inside the try, we're actually going to make the request. Now we're going to be making this request using the Azure's library. So we're going to be installing this library on the front end. So I just go to this PowerShell right here, cd into the front end folder, and then I'll say pnpm install Azure's like that. That's going to add the Azure's package for us. Great. So I just close this back up. Now let's actually set up the Azure, because there are some configurations we actually want to set, because we don't want to actually set those configurations every time I want to call Azure. So I'll just close this. I'll go to front end, I'll go to src, I'll go to lib right here. Inside this lib, I'm going to create a file called Azure.ts like that. I'm going to have two Azure's instance. For this one is going to be for development. Okay, then we're going to have another one for another configuration for production, because the configuration for production and for development is going to be different. Because for development, we are working with different domain. We are sending requests from localhost port 5173 to port 3000, so it's different domain. But for production, we're going to be in the same domain. So for development, I'm going to say const API is going to be equal to, I'm going to call create from Azure's. I'm actually getting that. I just import that manually. I'm not getting the auto completion. Import create from Azure's like that. And then in here, we're going to set the base URL. Now, what's going to be the base URL? The base URL is going to be our server domain, which is going to be this localhost port 3000. Okay, so I just copy that and I just paste that. So I'm not going to use I'm not going to use any environment variables, because this is only going to be for development. Okay, and then I'll say with credentials true, because we want to actually pass credentials when we make a request to our server. If there is a cookie that is set to this localhost port 3000, we want to really send that cookies to the server. Okay, through the request. So with credentials, don't set that to true. And then down here, just want to export default API. Great. So now we can actually make use of this API instance to send requests to our server. And I'll just add /API right here. Okay, because remember, we are going to be making requests to localhost ports 3000, the API endpoints. Okay, so I just add /API. I'll save that. And now we can go over to our edit profile mode and actually make use of this here. We're going to create a variable called form, because we're going to be sending the image through the request, which is a file. So we're going to make use of form data. It's going to be equals to new form data. Okay, Now I'm going to say if bio, if there's a bio dot trim, okay, if there's actually a bio, that's the only one wants to append this to the form data. So form data dot append bio, and this is what we're going to actually call it when we're actually trying to receive this data from the server. Okay, so this is the name we're going to call. Then pass in the bio state, and then after that we're going to check if there's an avatar file. If an avatar file was selected, if a file was selected, then we're going to say form data. We're going to append that to the request to. I'll call this avatar, and then I'll just pass the avatar file. And then after that, we're going to make the request. We're going to say await API. We're going to get API from the API instance we just created. We're going to import that in. Up, you're going to import API from that live folder. Now, this is going to be an edit request because we already have the user. We want to actually update the user's details. So it's going to be api.put /profile. Okay. And then you have to pass the payload, which is going to be form data, like that. I'll actually get an error. It says that pool does not exist on type. I think that's because the way we are actually configuring this. So I'm just going to get rid of this. Instead of using getting create directly, I'll say Azios.create, and I'll just get Azios from Azios. Okay, Azios.create, and then yeah, we're not going to get that error. Great. So we have to actually import the Azios, then get the create method from Azios. Okay. Now, if the request is successful down here, we're just going to toast profile updated successfully. But if there's an error, the server chose an error, then the error is going to be handled right here. Failed to update profile. So now I'm going to copy this right here. Just copy this handle profile setup. And now when a user submits the form, and these are not actually a form is not actually wrapped around this. So let's do that. I'm just going to create a form tag right here. And then I'll just place all this inside the form, the test area, and also the action buttons. Just got everything here. I'll place them inside the form. Now, since we have two buttons, we don't want this button to actually submit the form. So we just specify this is going to be of type button. Okay, we only want this button to submit the form, this save button. So this one is going to be by default type of submit. And then when a user submits the form, so we're going to add an on submit to this. Is going to be handle profile setup. Okay, great. Now let's actually use the loading state. So I just copy this right here. I'm going to head all the way down. Instead of outputting save, we're going to say if loading, then it's going to be saving. As is going to be save. And then I'm going to disable the button. So disabled is going to be equals to loading. It's going to be disabled when the request is being sent. And then finally, after we successfully actually update the profile, we're just going to call the close. Okay. Now where are we getting this close from? We're getting this close from the edit profile store. That's the Zustand store that actually controls the modal. Okay, great. So after we actually send the request, just close the modal. I'll save that. So now we have the client's code to actually send the request. So let's actually create the API endpoint for this. So to do that, I'll go to our backend folder, backend src. I'll go to server.ts. Now, just the way we have an endpoint right here, we can do something like this. We can do app dot. This is a put request. We're going to do app.put, and then we'll do, it's going to be /API /profile, like that. And then we'll just pass the callback function right here. Okay, now we could do that, but the problem is that if we now have a get request to this route, we have to come down here and actually create another get request to this route. Okay, and also if you have other routes like maybe users and conversations, so we'll be clustering up our server.ts file. So Express actually has a cleaner way for us to actually do this. We're going to actually create a router. So inside this SRC folder, I'm going to create a folder called routes. Now inside this routes folder, I'm going to create a profile.routes.ts. The very first thing we're going to do, we're going to create a router instance, because router is going to be equals to router, which you're going to get from Express. And then down here, we're going to do router dot a put request. I'll just use / and then it's going to take a callback function, which is going to be async. So I'll say async callback function. Now you can actually write all the code we actually need to actually update the user's profile on the server. Now, before we do that, we're actually sending the image. When we're using Nest.js API, Nest.js has a way to actually handle images, okay? But this is Express. Remember, we have to actually create almost everything in our Express manually. We have to set up our server manually because we are using Node.js, okay? We have to set everything up from scratch. Now, Express and Node.js environment by default does not have any way to handle image directly, which means we need a library called Modal to actually handle image upload. Because when you send a file, the file has to be stored in something like a temporary memory before it's actually handled and processed. So Nest.js API actually handles that for us by default. So we're basically just going to install a library called Modal. So I'll just open this up. I'll go to our node server. I'll just kill this server for now. I'll say pnpm install Modal. Enter. Now you have to actually install the types. Since we're using TypeScript, I'll say pnpm install at types Modal. Install this as a dev dependency. That's going to add dependency for us. I'm going to close this back up now. Now do we actually make use of that Modal? We're going to create a middleware for it, okay? So inside this SRC folder, I'm going to create a middleware folder, middleware. And then inside this middleware, we're going to create an upload middleware. So I'll say upload.ts like that. I create a variable const storage. It's going to be equal to Modal. We're going to get Modal from Modal.memory storage. And then you're going to export const upload. It's going to be equal to Modal. We're going to pass in the storage we just created in there. And then we're going to specify some config or say limits. We don't want the file size to a 65 MB, so we'll just say file size is going to be 5 times 1000 bytes 1024, and this is basically 5 MB. So now we have this middleware. Now how do we use this middleware? We're going to go back to our profile route right here. When the request is sent, we're actually going to use this middleware to actually get the file from the route. So after this right here, in between this right here and this, we're just going to get the upload. Remember, we're actually exporting the upload from this upload.ts right here. Upload dot, we just want a single file. Uploading a single file, so dot single. And then we're just going to pass in the avatar. The name of the file. Remember, when we send the name from the front end, it's going to be avatar. So we have to pass the name so it knows how to actually get the file from when we send the request through. And then this is going to take a request and also a response. This is going to take a type of request which we're going to get from Express, and then it's going to take a type of response which we're also going to get from Express. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're going to actually just console.error, profile updates error, passing the error, then send a response, a 500 response, status of 500 with a JSON message, something went wrong. Now, before we do anything, we need to first of all check if the particular user is actually authenticated. Now, we can actually do this manually and be doing it for every time we want to make a request, or we can actually create a file that we can actually use to check every time if a user is actually authenticated. So I'm going to create a folder. Inside this SRC folder, I'll create a folder called services. And then inside these services, I'll create a file called get session.service.ts like that. In here, I'm going to say export async function get server session. We're going to get the session on the server. This function is simply going to return. I'm going to await auth. Now we're going to get this auth from the lib folder. Okay, remember the auth we created inside is lib for this auth.ts file. We're going to get that auth instance. Since we are in the server, we'll say .api.get session like that. And then for the headers, we're going to say node headers, which we're going to get from node headers, we're going to get from BetterAuth. And then Now, anytime we call this function, we have to pass a request through it, which is going to be a type of request which we're going to get from express. And then right here, we'll just pass in the request dot the headers, not the header, the headers. So now, anytime we call the get server session, it's basically just going to return the session of the user on the server. So right here, what we're going to do is a const session is going to be equal to await get server side session, like that. And now remember, we have to pass one argument, so we'll just pass the request like that. That's this request up here. And then after that, down here, we're going to check if no session, if the user is not authenticated. So if no session, we're going to return a REST response with a status of 401 with a message unauthorized to the user. Okay. And then down here, after that, we create a variable called user ID is going to be equals to session dot user dot the ID of the user. Okay. And then after that, say const, we're going to destruct what we're going to get from the request dot body. And remember, what are we sending through the request from our edit profile model? We're sending the bio and the avatar. So we're going to destructure add the avatar and also destructure add the bio like that. And after that, I'm going to check if the user actually exists in our database. I'll say const existing user is going to be because I'm going to await Prisma. Remember, we already have Prisma created in our lib folder. So just going to call that Prisma from inside this lib folder. This Prisma.ts right here. You're going to call that Prisma instance right here. Thus, we make use of the user model because we actually generated the Prisma client for this model. Thus, we want to find a unique user. Find the user where when the ID of the user matches the user ID. Okay, matches the user ID of the logged in user. We're going to check if there's no existing user. If we don't find any existing user, any user with that ID, then we're going to return this response right here with 4 user not found. And then after that, now remember, we're actually updating the user details. So we have to get the initial details. So let's avatar URL, that's the avatar URL of the user, equals to existing user dot, and we don't have any avatar dot image. We don't have image, okay, which means you have to actually update our schema. Because in our schema, when I go to Prisma, schema.prisma, we have the model, and in the model, we have the image, the avatar of the user as image. Okay, we don't want that. So instead of that, I want to say I want this to be the avatar. And also, we're going to have another field called avatar public ID from. This is going to be coming from Cloudinary that we're going to use to actually delete the avatar. We want to actually delete the avatar, which is also going to be string like that, and it's going to be optional. Great. So now, since we've actually updated the schema, we have to actually push it, the changes to our database or the pnpm prisma db push to actually push those changes. And we get your database now in sync with your Prisma schema. So now you have to actually generate the Prisma client again. So say pnpm tlx prisma generate like that. Now the Prisma client has been generated. So I'm just going to close this up. So now we'll go back to our profile. When we do existing user.avatar, you're going to see we get that auto completion avatar and avatar public ID, which means the database has been updated and the Prisma client has been regenerated. Great. So the avatar URL is going to be existing user.avatar, and then we're going to say let the avatar public ID equals to the existing user.the avatar public ID. And now after that, we have to actually upload the image to Cloudinary because we need Cloudinary to upload the image, and then we're going to get the URL, the public URL and the avatar public ID from Cloudinary, which means you have to actually set up Cloudinary. So we're going to head over to Cloudinary now. And so I'll sign up an account with Cloudinary. It's actually free. You can see why you sign up for free, and the free tier is actually very generous. Okay, so you just create an account and actually log into Cloudinary. So I'm just going to log into my dashboard. Now, after logging into your Cloudinary, you're going to be visited by this dashboard right here. Now, all you have to do right now is just go to this right here, go to settings, and then I'll go to API keys right here. Now, we actually need these API keys to actually connect to Cloudinary. So I'm going to go back to my project. First of all, I'm going to install Cloudinary. I'll say pnpm install Cloudinary like that. After installing Cloudinary as a dependency right here, I have Cloudinary installed. We're also going to set some environment variables. So we're going to go to our env file, go to .env right here. We'll set 3 variables. The first variable is going to be our cloudinary. Spell that cloudinary correct. Cloudinary cloud name. The next one is going to be cloudinary API key. The next one is going to be cloudinary API secrets, like that. And now where are we going to get these environment variables? We're going to get it from our cloudinary API keys right here. So this is going to be the cloud name. So I'm going to copy this right here. These are the top of this page right here. This is going to be your cloudinary API key. And then we just paste that right here. So this is going to be the cloudinary cloud name, not the API key. Now for the API key, we're just going to use the API key. We just copy the API key. And I'll just paste that API key right here. And then for the cloudinary secret, what you're going to do, because it's actually a secret. When you try to open this, it's going to actually send you an email and a code to actually impute before you can actually see this, because this is going to be a secret. So you're just going to copy your cloudinary. You're going to impute the confirmation code, approve it, and then get your API secret. After getting your API secret, you're just going to paste the API secret here. Just comment this off. Okay, you're going to paste your API secret right here. So now we'll set up the credentials we need. So inside our lib folder, I'm going to create a file called cloudinary. .ts, like that. In here, I'm just going to paste this code right here to actually save some time. So basically what we have right here is that we are import v2 as cloudinary from cloudinary. And why are we using v2? We are using version 2 of cloudinary. Okay, we have v1 and v2. Version 1 is the old version of cloudinary, and v2 is the new version of cloudinary. We are importing that from cloudinary, and also we are importing .def from cloudinary, because this is not actually Next.js API, right? So Next.js, where you can actually load environment variables automatically. We have to actually import .def, so we'll be able to actually import environment variables. And then we are saying right here, the cloudinary cloud name is going to be process.env.cloudinary cloud name. Where is this cloudinary cloud name coming from? Our environment variable right here. Okay, cloudinary cloud name, cloudinary API key. Those are what we're actually setting right here. Okay, and then the cloudinary API secret, like that. And then we just export the cloudinary instance right here. So I'm going to save this, and now we can actually make use of this to actually upload files. So actually do that, we're going to create inside our service folder, we'll create a file called cloudinary.service.ts, like that. And then in here, I'm just going to paste this file right here. Now this is a function. We have two functions in here. We have the export before upload to cloud. This is the function we have to call to actually upload files to Cloudinary, which is going to return two things. It's going to return the secure URL, which is going to be the URL, the avatar URL, and also the public ID to actually delete the image. And this is going to be generated from Cloudinary when we upload a file to Cloudinary, and the folder is going to be created called chat app tutorial. I will transform the image to WebP, and then after that, this is another function. When we want to delete from Cloudinary, we're going to call this function. We have to pass the public ID of the image. Okay, great. I'll save that. And now we're going to go over to our profile and actually use that Cloudinary function. So we're going to check if request.file, if there's a file that was passed through the request, and then we're going to check if the user has a profile picture before. So say existing user dot the avatar public ID. If there's an avatar public ID, then we're going to say await delete from Cloudinary from the function we just created inside this cloudinary.ts file. This function, not this one, the service file. This function we just created, delete from Cloudinary. I don't have to worry about this Cloudinary file here. It's going to be in the source code. Okay, so we can get these functions from the source code. And remember, this function actually expects an argument, the public ID. So we have to pass the public ID. So we're going to say existing user dot the avatar public ID, like that. And then after we delete the initial image, if the user has an image the user is updating, and after we delete that previous image, then we're going to upload the new avatar right here. Okay, we're going to say const results is going to be equals to, I'm going to await upload to Cloudinary, which we're going to get from this service file right here. This upload to Cloudinary function, I expect the buffer and the meme type. We'll pass the request.file.buffer, and also we're going to pass the request.file.meme type like that. And after that, we're going to set the avatar URL. Remember, we were setting the avatar URL to the former image, the former URL of the user's avatar. Okay, so after we delete that one, actually upload a new one. I'm going to set avatar URL to the results.secure URL. Okay, and then we're going to set the avatar public ID to the results dot the public ID. Okay, great. So basically that's how we use let. So that we didn't use console, but we were able to modify the variable if the file was actually passed through the request. But if no file was passed, if the user didn't actually select an image to update, then we're going to use the old avatar URL and avatar public ID to actually update the user. And then after the check, after this is only going to, we're only going to set the avatar URL and the public ID to the new ones if a file was passed, if the user decided to actually update their profile picture. Then after that, down here, we're going to say const updated user. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the user model dot use of the update method where the ID of the user matches the user ID. And then we're going to pass the data I want to actually update. We're going to update the bio. And we're actually getting an error. It says that properties bio does not exist in type. I think we didn't actually add bio to the users. Yeah, we didn't add bio. Yeah. So I'm just going to do that. So bio, which is going to be a string that's going to be optional. And then we're just going to actually push this again. Save this file, then push these changes to our database. Just do clear the terminal. PMPM Prisma, PMPM DLX Prisma DB push like that. Now just do Prisma generate again. PMPM DLX Prisma generate. Okay, generate it again. And the client has been regenerated. And now we shouldn't have any error. Now we'll go back to our profile. We don't actually get that error. Great. So we actually generate it. When we actually just type bio, it's going to actually give us the auto completion. So we now have bio in our Prisma client. And then the avatar is going to be set to the avatar URL variable. That's this avatar variable we created right here. The avatar URL is going to be the existing user avatar. Okay, so we're getting the logged in user and setting the user avatar to this variable right here. But if the user actually updates it, then we're going to set the avatar URL to the new secure URL. Okay, and then the avatar public ID is going to be the avatar public ID based on the fact that the avatar public ID is the same name with the variable. We can use a shorthand method. And I think that's basically it. That's the details you actually want to update. And after all that, now you're going to return res.status with a status code of 201.200.json, passing a message. And then we just pass in the updated user, or just say call it user, then pass in the updated user. Now we're not going to be using this updated user on our front end, but when you're creating an API, it's always best to just add the updated user that was actually updated through the response. So now we have the endpoints. I'll just rearrange this a bit. We have the endpoints to actually update the user's details. And now we have this unused variable right here, and we don't have to actually destructure the avatar because remember, in our middleware, Modal is actually going to handle the image upload for us, so we don't have to worry about that. Now we can just get the bio from the request body. Okay, the Modal is going to get the image for us, and actually we have access to the image through the request. Okay, we have to actually export the route down here. So after all this right here, we just say export default router. Okay, so I can make use of this router outside of this right here. So we're going to go to our server.ts, actually import that router. So up here, say import. I'm going to call this one profile route, because if you call this route, we're going to be having other routes. Okay, it's going to actually conflict with that route. So just call this profile route. That's why we exported it right here as default. Okay, so we can rename this import profile routes from ./route/profile routes like that. So I'm going to scroll down. Now this is what I'm going to do right here. You have to place this underneath this because we don't want it to actually affect our Node.js handler. Okay, our Node.js route handler. So right here I'm going to say app.use express.json. Great. So basically what this is going to do is anytime we return a response from our server, it's going to pass it as JSON. And then underneath here, we're going to do app.use. We want to use a router. When the user makes a request to API profile is going to go to this profile routes right here. So if a user makes a put request, a get request, or a post request, it's going to go to this profile route we actually created right here. And right here is going to be, since we have / here, simply when a user make a request to API/profile, a put request is just going to go here. If we do something like, if we do something here, then it's going to add to the URL. That's why I just did this /. So now we'll go over to our front end. Remember, we are making a put request to /profile, and in this right here is going to have a prefix of API. So it's going to be HTTP localhost 3000 /API /profile. It's going to come to this server right here, localhost 3000. It's going to go to this route /API /profile. It's going to go into this route right here and try to handle all our request grids, our put request. So now we have this. Let's actually test this at if this is actually working. So I'm just going to start up my server again. So I'll say pnpm run development. And that's going to just start up our server. And then I'll just close this back up. Now let's actually test this out. Go to localhost port 5173, our front end. And then I'll just go to profile right here. I want to actually update this profile. This user doesn't have a bio. So I'll just say this is my bio. And then I'll select an image. I'll just select this. I want to open, and then I'll just click on save, saving. I will get profile updated successfully. Great. I want to return back to my Prisma Studio. I'll go to user right here, to our user table. We should actually see that this user now has an avatar. You can see that the path from Cloudinary, and also we have the public ID right here, the bio right here. This is my bio. And now we'll head over to Cloudinary and we'll go to assets right here. We're just going to head to folders right here. And now we're going to see a folder right here called Chat App Tutorial. So I just click on that folder and we actually get an image right here. We get the image actually uploaded to Cloudinary. Great. And now when we go back to our project, when we actually go over to profile, you see that we have that here. But when we refresh, we're not going to see that anymore. Okay, that's because we're not actually fetching the user details. Okay, so let's actually fetch the details of the logged in user. So for that, I'm going to create an API endpoint. I'm going to go to this profile route, and after this router, to actually update this, I'm going to create another router. This is going to be router.getRequest. It's going to be / and then passing the callback function. It's going to be async, and then also it's going to take a request and a response. So I'll just copy this right here and I'll paste that right here. And then in here, first of all, we're also going to check if the user is authenticated. So just copy this right here, this check right here, close this up, and then we'll just paste that in here. So we're going to check if the user is actually authenticated. Let's make use of a try catch block. Now paste that in here. And then if there's an error, you simply just on the console.error, get profile error, then return a response with status of 500 and the message server error. And then inside here, if the user is authenticated, then down here, I want a const user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma.the model find a unique user from the user model where the ID of the user, where ID matches session user, that's the logged in user ID. Now you have to specify the field we want. I'm going to say select. Now we're also going to display the name of the user. So select the name of the user. Set that to true. Select the bio of the user. I'll set that to true. I'm going to select the avatar of the user. I'll set that to true. And also select the ID of the user. Set that to true. And then now I'm going to check if we didn't get any user. So I'll say if no user, I'm going to return this status file for user not found. And then if we get the user, then we're going to return res.json. Then we'll just pass the user in there. So now we have the API endpoint to actually fetch a logged in user. So now what we're going to do, we're going to go to our front end right here. Now this is going to be side effect because we want to fetch the logged in user details when the modal actually mounts, because we're only going to be fetching it inside the modal. We only need the details of the logged in user inside the modal. So to do side effects, we're simply going to create a use effect hook. Okay, so up here I'm going to create a use effect hook. So use effects pass an empty dependency right here. Now, this is going to run once when the component mounts. So we're going to check if not is open. Check if the modal is open. So if the modal is not open, we just return. We only want to run this if the modal is open. And then we're going to create a function, const fetch profile. It's going to be equal to an async function. Make use of a try catch block in here. There's an error inside the catch. We just paste this right here, console.error fail to fetch profile. And then inside the try block, we're going to say const, and the structure of what we're going to get is going to be equals to, we're going to await API dot make a get request, because remember we are making a get request to this route right here, okay? To this route here, okay? This route right here is going to take us to this route here, okay? So making a get request to /API /profile like that. And then after that, we're going to destructure out the data. And for now, what we're going to do, we're just going to console.log the data. Okay, so we naturally know we are getting the data. And then we are basically just creating this function. We're not calling this function. So when the component mounts, we want to call fetch profile like that. Okay, this is only going to fire when the component mounts. And since we are using this is open, which is not a state inside this use effect, we have to pass it as a dependency. So say it's open. I'm going to save that. And now let's actually go to our Modal. I'll just go to my console and see if we actually get anything. And it says fails to load resources with status of 404. I'll just refresh. We're actually getting this error because right here we are placing this right here above this use effect hook. So we're just going to get this and place this after this use effect hook. Remember, we said that we're only going to run this use effect hook if this is open. I'll just paste that right here. Okay, I'll save that and we should not get that error anymore. Just refresh. Great. So I'll just open the Modal profile and we actually get another error 404. HTTP local hotspot API profile. We are making a mistake. When we are making this request, we don't have to add API because in our as used, we already specified right here inside our as used. This is that as used configuration. As used.ts, we already specified the prefix right here as API, so we don't have to actually add that prefix anymore. Okay, so we just do /profile. It's going to make it get request to API /profile, and then we should actually get the user right here. We actually get the user. Great. So let's actually use it. So we're going to go over to this user first hook. Instead of logging the data, what we're going to do is that we're going to set our bio state to data.user.bio, or if there's no bio, we just use an empty string. We'll set our avatar preview. Remember, this is going to take a string. Okay, so data.user.avatar s is going to be null. And then finally, we're going to set remember, we're actually getting the name too, and we don't have a name state. So let's actually create that. We're actually going to update the name too. So say const name set name is going to be equals to use state from React, which is going to be an empty string. And then we just update the set name to data.user.name, or there's no name, it's going to be an empty string. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to our Modal. We're actually going to see the data actually populated right here. This is my bio, and we see the profile picture. Great. And when we refresh, we should still be able to actually see that it's going to actually fetch the details of the logged in user. Great. So we're just going to do add an input for our name. Okay. And that's very simple. Before the test area, we just create an input right here. Create an input tag, which is going to be a self-closing tag, which is going to be type test. We say the T1 class is going to be input styles. The placeholder is going to be full name. The name of the input is going to be name, not name, full name. Just format this to actually rearrange this a bit. And then after that, the value is going to be equal to the name state we just created, and then on change, basically want to do what we did here. So I just copy this, then I'll paste that right here, and then we're just going to do set name like that. Great. So now we can actually send this through the request to actually update it too. Great. Now we'll go back to the Modal. We should actually see we have a input right here. Igbon Emmanuel is actually pulling the name. Now the input is actually too close to each other. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the form right here. I'm going to add a tailwind class to the form. I'll give this a space vertical. So space Y, I'll give it 6. Save that. That should add vertical space into the items of the form. Great. And now remember, when we actually made the request, we didn't actually send the name feed through the request up here in our handle profile setup. We didn't actually send. So let's just do that. So I'm going to say if name, then we're going to say form data dot append. I'll call it name, then pass in the name state like that. And then we're going to go over to our server, go to our profile route and actually get that. So remember, we're going to pass the name, go to the put request, we're going to pass the name. So we're going to destructure add the name too. We're going to get the name from the request body. And right here, we're going to say the name is going to be the name passed through the request. Great. So now we can actually update the name too. So now I'm just going to say name, I'll say Igbon Emmanuel. I just add some random stuff. Now click on save. Profile updated successfully, and now I'll just refresh the web page, then go back to profile. It's going to pull from the database the random stuff we just updated. Great. So it's actually working. Now let's actually try to update the profile picture. So let's see if it's actually going to delete the initial one. So I'll just select this avatar right here, then I'll just click on save. Profile updated successfully, and now we'll go over to Cloudinary. We'll just refresh this right here. We should see the new image. The old image has been deleted, so our code is working fine. This code we wrote in here to actually handle the image upload, deletes the old image and uploads the new image if the image was passed through the request. There's a request file. It's actually working. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually start working on fetching the users. Now in the finished project, you can see that on the left side, we can actually search for users. If you want to search for Mary, you can just do Mary. You can actually search for that particular user. First of all, we're going to create an API endpoint for that. So I'm going to go to backend, SRC, route. I'm going to create a new route right here. I'll create a route called users.routes.ds like that. Okay, I'm going to create a router instance const router. It's going to be equals to router, which we're going to get from Express like that. And then down here, I'm going to say router dot get / when the user makes a request to this, I'm going to fire a callback function, and the callback function is going to take a request that's going to be of type request, which we're going to get from Express, and also it's going to take a response, which is going to be of type response, which we're also going to get from Express. And then in here, we'll make use of a try catch block. Now, if this throws an error, we're going to have to console.error, get user's error, passing the error, then return the status of 500 and a message of server error. And then inside the try block, I'll create a variable called session, which is going to be equals to, I'm going to add wait, get server set session, like that. Now, since we're making use of await in here, we'll just make this an async function, okay? And remember, this get server side session expects one argument, so we just pass in the request as an argument like that. And then down here, we're going to check if no session, if the user is not authenticated, if no session, then we're just going to return this response 401 unauthorized, okay? Then after that, down here, now if the user is authenticated, I'm going to create a variable called search, which is going to be because remember, we'll be able to search for users, so we have to actually get the search params. It's going to be equals to request.query. I'm going to call it search, because when we pass the files from the front end, we're going to be calling it search, okay? I'm going to pass this as a string like that. Now, if there's no query pass, then the search variable is going to be an empty string. Then I'm going to create a variable const users, which is going to be equals to, I'm going to await. I'll make use of the Prisma model, which I'm going to get from the lib folder. Up here, I'm going to import Prisma from our lib folder. Dot make use of the user model. Dot find many users where ID not session user.id. So basically what this Prisma query is that we want to get all the user from our user model in our database, all the users except the logged in user, okay? Not where ID, not the session.user.id of the session user, or name contains search, and the mode, I'll say insensitive. Also, we are checking where the name matches the search, where the user matches the search that was passed. Okay, so if you search for a user, you also want to get that too. Or email, I'll copy this right here and I'll paste that right here. Contains search, okay, mode insensitive. Now this mode insensitive is just to ignore capital casing. And then after all that, after this weird tag right here, down here, I want to select the ID of the user, set that to true. Select the name of the user, I'll set that to true. Now the reason we are always selecting is because if we don't select the feed we want, it's going to return all the feeds, okay? Now to actually optimize the query, we're just going to select what we actually need from this query. We're going to select the email, set that to true. Select the avatar, set that to true. And then select the bio of the user, set that to true. Great. And after this select, we're just going to order by created that in a descending order. And after this Prisma query, we're just going to return response.json, and then we're just passing the users in there. So basically, we're going to return a JSON with an object of users. And I just format this. So now we have the route. We have to actually register this route in our server.ts. So I'm going to go to our server.ts right here. First of all, I'm going to import that in. I'm going to import. I'll call this users routes. I'm going to import this from ./routes/user routes. And we're getting an error because we're not actually exporting this right here. We're exporting the router. So then we'll say export default router. Great. So now down here, what we're going to do is that after this app.use, we're going to do app.use. So this will be /API/users. So when a user makes a get post or put request to this route, we're just going to take the user to the user route like that. It's going to take the user to this route right here. So I'm going to save that. So now we have registered this route and we have this route in our server. So we're going to go over to our front end and actually make that request. I'm going to go into the front end folder and I'm going to create a folder called hooks or custom hooks, whatever you want to call it. I just call this custom hooks. And then inside this custom hooks folder, I'll create a file called users.ds. Okay. First of all, we're going to specify some TypeScript type. This hook is going to take, so say interface user is going to have an ID that is going to be of type string, a name that's going to be of type string, email that's going to be of type string, avatar is going to be of type string, or is going to be undefined. Also, bio is going to be of type string or undefined. And you wonder why this avatar and bio could be undefined. That's because remember they are optional in our schema. So users might be registered, but the user might not have an avatar on an image. So when we do user.bio, it's going to be actually be undefined if the user have not set their bio and their avatar. So when the bio and the avatar are not set, they are going to be undefined in this interface. And then down here, just create a function, export function users. Now this is going to take one argument. I want to call the argument search, which is going to be a string. So anytime we call this use user, we have to pass the search query. And then in here, we're going to create two state const users set user is going to be equals to use state, which we're going to get from React. And this is going to be an empty array because we are going to be setting the users we are pulling from the database. We're going to set it to this state right here. Okay, it's going to hold the users. So we have to specify the type. It's going to be of type user, but it's going to be an array of the users. And then after that, we're going to create another state called loading. Set loading is going to be equals to use state from React, and this is going to be false by default. Now after that, I'm going to create a use effect that's going to fire when the left sidebar maps. Okay, that's when the left sidebar maps. We're going to actually fire this use effect to fetch the users. Okay, the side effect actually fetch the users. So I'll say use effects, which I'm going to get from React. I'm going to pass an empty dependency for now. Then inside this use effect, what are we going to do? We're going to create a function const fetch user is going to be equal to an async function. Make use of a try catch block in here. And if there's an error from the request, we're just going to console.error fetch users error, then pass the error in there. And then right here, we're going to set the loading. Before we start making the request, we're going to set the loading to true, and this should be outside the try catch block. And then finally, we'll set the loading to false like that. And then inside the try, what are we going to do in here? We'll create a variable const response simply because I'm going to await. I'm going to get API from our lib folder. Dot, I'm going to make it get request to the endpoint we just created. Now, since we already have the preface, we want to configure that as usual, do /users. Okay, we're just going to make a request to this endpoint right here, /API /users. It gets request over here. And it's going to head over here, actually make this get request and run this callback function. And then remember, we're going to be passing a query params. We'll call this, okay, the search params. So we'll see the params is going to be equals to search like that. And then down here, we're going to set the user state to the response dot data dot the users. Okay, because remember, when we actually return the response, we called it users over here. Okay, users. Okay, call the object users. So we're going to set the response to response.data.the users object we are getting from the request. Now, when the component mounts, we actually want to fetch the users. Okay, we want to make this when the component mounts, but we have to actually use something like a debounce, put in a set timeout so it doesn't spam our database. So right here, I'm going to make use of a set timeout. I'll say const timeout is going to be equals to set timeout. And then how many seconds do we want this to run? We want this to run every 500 milliseconds, okay, which is 0.5 seconds. And then in here, we're just going to pass in the fetch users. Now that's going to add a little debounce into it, okay. Now since we're actually adding this right here, adding a timeout, you have to actually clear the timeout. So down here, we're going to return an arrow function that's going to call the clear timeout, and then we'll pass the timeout in there, like a cleanup function for when the component unmounts. And then we just pass this search right here as a dependency. So when we type new queries in the search input, after 500 milliseconds, the user first hook knows to fetch the data from the database. And then after this user first down here, we're going to return an object that's going to have the user state in there and also the loading state in there. So now we have the custom hook to actually make a request to the server we just created. So now let's actually make use of this. So we're going to go over to our left side components. Where's our left side bar? Close this up, go to front end, SRC components. I go to left side bar.dss right here. So now up here, actually go and call that hook. So up here, I'm going to say const, I'm going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use users like that. And then we're going to destructure out the users and also the loading from the hook. I remember when we call this hook, we have to actually pass a search query to it. So we're going to create a state up here, create a state up here, const search query set search query is going to be equals to use state. By default, this is going to be an empty string, and then we'll just pass the search query in here. So we're going to scroll the way down to the search input. Where's that search input? This search input right here, okay? The search input right here. So we're going to say in this input right here, we're going to say the value of this input is going to be equal to the search query. Okay, and when user types on this input, say on change, I'm going to run an arrow function, going to take an event, and then we're going to set the search query to the event.target.value, like that. Just format this. So now anytime we tap on the input, it's actually going to update the search query state, and we should be getting the users. But remember, we only have one users in this project. So first of all, I'm just going to console.log the user. Say console.log the users. Okay, now we'll go back to our project. I'm just going to log in again with this user. Login. Now we'll go over to the console. We should actually see we get the array right here, but we're going to get an empty array because this user is the only user registered in this chat app right now. And we said that we do not want to fetch the logged in user. We are excluding the logged in user, so we have to create another user. So I'm just going to log as this user. Now create another user, register another user, call the user Jane Doe. Then this user name is going to be jane@gmail.com. Then the password is going to be 802. I'll click on register. I just register another user. Now we'll go over to the console. We should actually see we have one user right here. Now Egbo Emmanuel is going to be fetched because now this is not the other user in the chat application. Okay, so you can see we have one user right here. So let's actually use that. Let's actually output that in this left sidebar right here. So now we're going to get rid of this log statement, actually use these users and use these users array we are getting from the database. So we're going to get rid of this dummy data we are importing. We're not going to need this anymore. And then we're just going to scroll all the way down. Then right here, instead of using these dummy users, we just make use of the user state right here, like that. So we're already mapping through it. Now we're not going to be getting the online status from the get function because we're going to commit this for now. And then the avatar is going to be user avatar. But if the user doesn't have an avatar, it's going to be assets dot the avatar from the asset. And where are we getting this asset avatar from our asset file, this avatar file right here. Okay, that's going to be the fallback image, or when the user doesn't have a profile picture. So now I'm going to save this. So now let's actually make use of this loading indicator right here when we're actually fetching the user details. So it's very simple. What we're going to do is then what we have here, this div right here, I'm going to call this div right here, and then I'm going to say if the request is loading, if it's not loading, if the request is not actually loading anymore, the user has been fetched, and users.length is not equivalent to 0, which means we actually have users inside the users array, then only then do we want to render this right here. Okay, so which means the list of users is going to be rendered when the loading state is set to false. When the users.length is not equals to 0, that's only when this is going to be when the users list is going to be rendered. And then also up here, we're going to say if loading, that's when we're going to render a component. I'm going to call the component loading users, like that. And we've not actually created this, so let's actually do that. I'm going to go to our components folder. I'll go to this loading folder right here. I'm going to create a loading user.tss component. I will see. Get rid of this React import right here, and this is going to return a div tag. We're going to give this div a tailwind class space y of 4, margin top of 4, and then inside this div right here, we just output this right here. Okay, so basically what we are doing right here in this div right here, we are basically just creating a loading skeleton, and the skeleton is going to have the image, going to have a skeleton for the image and also for the text. And then we are doing this array.map. What this is going to do is that it's going to actually help us output 6 of these skeletons. So whatever number we output here, we're actually going to get the number of skeletons. If you use 8, we're going to get 8 skeletons. If you use 6, we're going to get 6 skeletons. Okay, so I'm going to stick to 6. That's what this is going to do. So then inside this left sidebar component, we're also going to import our loading users component. We are not actually exporting from here. Yeah, we are calling it load users, so just say loading users. Okay, just rename the file loading users. Okay, loading users, not loading user. And then right here, we just import the loading users component. Great. So when the request is loading, we're going to actually output this component. And then after that, down here, we're going to say if the request is not loading and users.length equivalent to 0, which means we don't have any users in the users array, then we're going to render this JSX right here. Now, if there is no user in the user array, we're going to create a div. We're going to put a UI right here. I'll give this div a tailwind class. Of these tailwind classes right here, I'm giving the display of flex of core item center, justify of center, margin top of 16, text center, px of 4, and text gray of 400. And then in here, we're going to create another div, which we're going to give a tailwind class of this right here. And then inside this div, we're going to put an icon. I'll call the icon IO search. And then I'll give this icon a size of 28. And then I'll give it a tailwind class of opacity 60, like that. And after this div for the icon, I'm going to create another div down here. This div is going to have 2 paragraph tags. The first one is going to output no users found, and then I'll give this one a tailwind class of text of XM, a font of medium, and a text gray of 300, like that. And then after this paragraph, I'm going to output another paragraph tag. It's going to output no results for, in between this quotation, just output the search query right here. Okay, no result for this search query you're actually searching for. And then I'll give this a tailwind class of margin top of 1, text of XX, and opacity of 70. So now we have all we need to actually output the user's data. Now, if the request is loading, then it's going to output this loading users component. If the request is not loading and we don't have any user, it's going to output this no users found component. And if the request is not loading and we actually get a user, the users.list is not equal to 0, they're going to output the list of users. So let's check it out. So I'll go back to the sidebar. We actually see we have a user right here. Now I'm going to search for a user that does not exist. You can see when it's searching, you can see we're going to get that loading right here. And when it's no longer searching and we don't find a user, we're going to see no users found, no results for the search query we actually imputed right here. Great. You can see it's going to search back for the users. Amazing job. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on real-time online and offline functionality, so we'll be able to know if a user is online in real time. We want to be able to tell if a particular user is online or offline. We're actually going to display that indicator. So for that, we have to make use of WebSockets. So the library we're going to use for that is going to be sockets.io. So I'm going to head over to the socket.io documentation and click on Get Started. And then we just go to integrating socket.io. And first of all, we have to actually install socket.io. Okay. Now, we are going to install 2 versions of this. We're going to install one, say, a server that integrates with or maps the Node.js HTTP server. So first of all, we have to install the socket.io package on the server. So for our Express server, we're going to install the socket.io server. And then we're going to use it on the client. So you say a client library that loads on the browser side, the socket.io client. So we're going to install this one for our React front end. So first of all, I'm going to copy this command right here. Just copy this right here. I'm going to go over to my terminal. I'll just open this up. And then I'm just going to stop this server for now. Then I say pnpm. I'll just paste that here. Pnpm install socket.io. I'll just click on enter. And that command is going to add the socket.io library for us. And now we have to install the socket.io client on our client. Okay. I don't have any command to do that. So I just copy this. Then I'll just go back to my terminal. Go to this other terminal. cd into the front end folder. And then I'll say pnpm install socket.io client. Click on enter. So now we have the socket.io on our server as a package. And also we have the socket.io client as a package in our front end. Great. Go back to my second terminal. And now we're going to see what we have to do. I'll go to ES modules. Since we're using ES modules, we're going to see how to actually create a socket server from scratch in our application. So let's actually implement this. So I'm going to go to our server.ts file, go to backend, src, I'll go to server.ts file. Now before we actually create our socket server, I'm going to actually explain to you what WebSockets are. So we're going to go back to socket.io, I'll go to the documentation right here, and right here you can see that what socket is. Say socket is a library that enables low latency, bi-directional and event-based communication between a client and a server. Now, what does all this mean? Now, when we were making requests to our database, when we were fetching users, making login requests, we were doing something like this. We're going to send a request to our server, and then our server is going to send a response back, and then the connection is going to be closed. For example, in our application, when we're making requests to actually get users, you can see we will make a request, we're going to make a HTTP request to the server and return a response. And we also remove that, we'll make another HTTP request and return the response. Now, that's what this was, okay? Even for our login and register request, we make a request and then we get a response, and then the connection is closed. But for sockets and for real-time communication between client and server, we don't want to do that. We want to open the communication. So when we actually connect to our server, we're going to have an open communication where our server can send data in real time, and also our client can send data in real time. And the connection is actually going to be open after the handshake. So it's actually create the socket server. So right here we have const app equals to express. We're going to say const, we're going to create a variable const HTTP server is going to be equals to, I want to call create server from node HTTP. I'm going to get create server from node, and then we're going to pass in the app in there. Okay, so we want to separate our HTTP server from our socket server. So this is going to be the HTTP server. And then instead of listening to the app, we're going to do HTTP server dot listen right here. Okay, we are listening to the HTTP right here. And now we can create our socket server right here, but it's going to be, we are going to have a lot of code right here because it's going to actually cluster up. So we're going to do similar to what we did with this route. This route right here, we're going to create our socket server in another file, and we'll just import that into this file right here. So inside this SRC folder, I'll create a folder called sockets. And then inside this socket folder, I'm going to create a file called index.txt like that. We're going to create a function, say export function init socket. This function is going to be init socket. And this init socket is going to take an argument. I want to call that argument server, which is going to be of type server. I'm going to get that server from HTTP. Okay, get server from HTTP. And since this is going to be for HTTP, I'll say import server as HTTP server. And then right here, instead of using the server directly, we just use the rename HTTP server like that. Now we're going to create the IO instance in here, but since we're going to be making use of the IO outside of this component, we're going to create it up here. I'm going to say let's IO. Okay, basically that's just it. Let's IO. So we just specify the type. It's going to be of type server, which we're going to get from socket.io. Since we're going to be making use of this IO outside of this file, we're just going to export that. Say export the IO variable, and then in here we're going to say IO is going to be equals to new server. Remember, up here we are getting server from socket.io. Then we're going to pass in the server variable, the HTTP server we are passing to this function. That's this HTTP server right here. And then in here you have to actually configure calls, because for HTTP requests right here, we're actually configuring calls for HTTP requests. So for WebSockets, we have to actually configure calls too. So I'll say calls origin is going to be process.env.origin. Okay, our environment variable, that's the origin. And then we'll say credentials true. I like credentials to be sent. Just rearrange this a bit. So now we have the IO instance. So after that, right here, down here, we're going to listen for a connection. So when the user connects to our socket server from the client, we're going to listen for that. We'll say IO.on. We want to listen for connection. This connection is going to be emitted from the client. So when the user connects, I'll call it connection. We're going to run an async callback function. It's going to receive an argument. We're going to call it sockets. And then, first of all, what we're simply going to do, we just log to our terminal console.log sockets connected. And then we just pass the socket ID the user logged in with, okay? Because remember, we're going to get the socket instance. And for every time a user connects to a server through a socket, this user is going to have a unique ID, okay? We're just going to log the socket ID. And then after that, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch block, we're simply just going to console.error, socket.error, and then disconnect the socket.disconnect. And then inside the try block, we actually have to check if the user is authenticated too. So I'll say const session is going to be equals to, we're going to get auth from our live folder. That's our BetterAuth auth instance.api.get session. like that. And then in here, I'm going to say headers. It's going to be sockets dot handshake dot headers. I'm going to get a TypeScript error. Just pass this as any, like that. I'm going to get rid of that error. So what I'm simply doing is that if the user is logging in, there's going to be a handshake between the client and the server. Okay, if the user is authenticated. So down here, I'm going to say if no session, then we're going to do socket.disconnect, and then we just return right here. So if the user is not authenticated, then the socket that's connected is going to actually be disconnected if the user is not logged in. So we're going to go to our server.ts file, actually call that function. So just underneath here, right here, I'm actually going to initiate sockets. I'll say init sockets. Then down here, we'll just call the init socket function, and then we just pass the HTTP server in there. So now we've actually set up socket on our server. So now we have to actually set it up on client. So we're going to go over to our front-end folder, go to front-end, go to SRC. Now, first of all, we have to actually create a global state because we don't want to create sockets in one component and then we want to connect to socket in another component. We're going to create another socket connection. Okay, and this is going to cost memory leak. So we want to actually create it globally. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a Zustand state that when our component maps is going to actually connect our application to the server. So anytime I want to emit an event or get an event from the server, we are actually going to be connected already. Okay, we don't have to make a new connection. And this is going to actually optimize the application and also our socket connection. So what I'm going to do inside this store right here, I'm going to create a socket store. So I'm going to create a store, call this store use sockets store.ts. Interface sockets, create a type sockets store. It's going to have a socket that is going to be, it's going to be of type socket. So I'm going to import that type from socket.io. So up here, I'm going to say import type sockets from socket.io client. And then this is going to be of type sockets, or it's going to be null. It's going to be of type socket when the socket is connected to our server. It's going to be of type null when it's not connected. And then we're going to have a set socket function. There's going to be a function. It's going to take a socket. It's going to be of type socket or null. And then it's going to return void like that. After creating it, then you're going to create the store. So export const use socket store is going to be equal to create. I'm going to get create from Zustand set. And then right here, we'll just pass in the socket store type or the socket store type. And then in here, it's going to expect to item the sockets. By default, it's going to set to null, it's going to set to null, and then the set socket, which is going to be set to a socket, and then we'll call set sockets to the socket. Great. So now we have the store, the global state for our socket. So now where are we going to use this? Now we're going to place this in a component that is going to match when the application opens up. Okay, we don't want to place this in a component that is going to be maybe the sidebar component left side. We want to place it on a global component. Now what component is the global component for our application? It's this app.tss file. So every other component is inside this app.tss file. It's accessible from this app.ts file right here. Okay, so here's where we're going to actually initiate our socket connection. So up here we're going to get our global socket store state. The structure there is going to be equals to use socket store like that. And then right here, you can just destructure out the socket and the set socket like that. And now down here, this is very important. When do we want to connect to socket? We want to connect to the socket when the user opens up this application. Okay, that's when we want to connect to socket. But the thing is that when the user is not authenticated in our socket.io, we already have a check here to check if the user is authenticated to get the user session. So if the user is not authenticated, it's just going to return, it's just going to disconnect the socket right here. Which means if the user is not authenticated and the user tries to connect to the socket, it's going to actually be disconnected. The user is not going to actually get any connection. So, when the component mounts, we want to actually connect to the socket. So to do that, we will make use of a side effect. So I'm going to use effects Now we're going to connect to these two ways. First of all, for development, we're going to use this method. Then for production, we're actually going to update it. Okay. Since for production and for development, we're going to be connecting. For production, we are the socket server and the client are going to be in the same domain. While for development, they are in different ports, basically different domain. So for development, we're going to make use of this connection. I'm going to say const socket is going to be equals to IO. I'm going to get IO from socket.io client. Import IO up here from socket.io client. And then here, we're going to pass the path to our server. So I'll say local hotspot 3000. Just copy that right here, and then we'll just paste that. And as usual, I'm not using the environment variable because we're not going to use this for production. And then we'll say with credentials, I'll set that to true. So if the user is logged in, we want to actually send the cookies that are stored with this domain right here in our cookies. And then after this right here, we're going to say socket.on connect. When the user connects to the socket server, fire a callback function. On the client, we're going to console.log sockets connected. Then we'll just pass the socket dot the ID of the socket. And then very important, when the component amounts, which means when we leave the application, we just want to return a callback function that's going to actually disconnect from the server, socket.disconnect from the server. Now, this is very important. We do not want to waste time actually, because in our index.tss, if a user connects to the server and the user is not authenticated, it basically is going to disconnect the server. But we don't actually want to even get to this point. So we want to check inside the user first hook if the user is authenticated, which means if the user is in a login on the register page and this component mounts, if the login on the register page mounts, we don't even want to bother trying to connect to the server and waste server resources. So up here, I'll say const user. Remember, we're already getting the session of the user inside this component. So const user is going to be equals to session.user like that. And then in here, we can simply just check if user.id. Okay. Now, if no user ID, so we're going to check negate this. If no user ID, then we're just going to return. Don't even bother to connect to the server. Basically, we're already getting the session of the user and they are getting the user. So we're going to check if there's no session, then this is going to be undefined. Because if there's no session, there's not going to be a user and there's not going to be a user ID. It's going to be undefined. So right here, we're just going to return, not even bother connecting to the server. So now I'm going to pass the user ID as a dependency. So I'll say user.the ID of the user. Sorry, the ID of the user as a dependency. So when the user is not authenticated, this is going to be undefined. When the user actually logs in, it actually connects to the server. And you can see immediately when we actually open up our terminal right here, you can actually see we get from the server socket connected because the user is actually logged in. Okay, great. So now we'll go to our browser. I'll go to our application. I'll go to the browser. We're actually going to get a socket connected on a client. You'll see the same ID, socket ID we get from the server is the same socket ID we are getting on the client. So now we've actually connected that. So now we're not actually done. Now, after we actually connect to the socket, remember we have a socket instance. So we have to set our socket, our global socket state. Okay. So right here, we're going to say set the socket state to the socket like that. And now later on in the video, when we want to make use of socket connection inside this, we're going to make use of the socket variable right here. We don't have to make use of this one anymore because right now I have the socket connection globally in our application. Anytime I want to make use of socket, just call this socket from the socket store, because anytime this component mounts this app.ts file and the user is logged in, it's going to actually connect to the socket. Great. So with that, we're actually done connecting our server to our client. So now, what do we want to do with this socket connection? And the first feature I want to implement is that we want to implement real-time online status. When the user is logged into the application, we want to be able to see it in real time. So we're going to go to our server, our socket server right here. If there's no session, we're going to return right here. But if there's a session down here, first of all, we're going to create an array that's going to hold all the list of logged in users. So up here, before we actually initiate the socket connection, I'll create a variable const online users is going to be equals to new map. I'll just specify the type is going to be string. So now when the user connects to the server, we're going to add the user to the list of online users. So when the user connects and the user is authenticated, then down here, I create a variable const user ID is going to be equals to session.user.the ID of that user. And now we're going to update the online users array. So I'll say online users dot set. We're going to set the user ID. I'm basically passing the user ID to the list of online users and also the socket ID of that user. And then after that, now remember I said that with socket we can emit events to the client, and also we can emit events from the client to the server. Okay, so now I want to emit an event to the client. So we're going to do io.emit, and then we're going to pass the array.form the online users variable. Okay, remember this online user is going to be an array of the list of users that are online on the server dot the keys, like that. Okay, so basically we are getting the array from, remember this online user is going to be the variable that's going to contain all the list of users that are online on the server. Okay, so when the user logs into the application and the user is actually online, the user's ID from the database and also the user unique socket ID is going to be inside these online users right here. So we're going to get that array, actually emits that array to our client. And then down here I'm going to say sockets dot on. We're going to listen from when a user actually disconnects from the server. So say disconnect. I'm going to fire a callback function online users dot, we're going to delete the ID of the user, because when the user components unmatched or user logs out, we're actually going to remove the user from the server. So the client is going to emit an event to the server to tell the server to actually remove the user from the list of online users. So we're going to pass in the user ID. I will delete the user ID. So now we have to emit the changes. So io.emit online user is going to be the same event right here, but this time around we want to actually emit the new updated list of users. So basically just copy this right here and I'll paste that right here. So now we have on the server, we have the functionality we need to check if a user is actually online. So now we have to actually make use of this on the client. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to go over to the frontend folder, go to frontend SRC. Now I'm going to create a hook to actually check for online users. So I go to custom hooks. I call this hook use online users.txt. And you're going to export function use socket for online users. You can actually use a shatter function, but I'm just using this so I actually know what this function is doing. Okay, use socket for online users. Anytime we call this function, we're going to pass an argument. I'm going to call the argument user ID, which is going to be of type string. So that is string, or it's going to be null. Sorry, not null, it's going to be undefined, because when the session is null, the user ID is going to be undefined for when the user is not logged in. And then in here, first of all, we're going to get our socket. Remember, we have a global store for our socket state. So say use sockets store, like that. Okay, so when the user logs in, the socket is going to be set. So say get the socket from the socket store, and then you can simply create a state const online users, then set online users is going to be equals to use state from React. Okay, by default this is going to be an array and it's going to be of type string and an array of strings. Okay, it's going to be an array of strings from our backend. And after that, we're going to create a use effect hook. So say use effect, get that from React. Pass the empty dependency right here. We're going to check if no socket connection, then we're just going to return right here. And also if no user ID was passed to this function, we're also going to return right here, break the code right here. So now I'm going to create a function const handle online users. So it will be equals to a function, an arrow function. Now this function is going to take an argument. I'm going to call that argument user, which is going to be a string, an array of strings. And then in here, we're going to set the online user state to the users passed to this function right here. So how are we going to call this function? We're going to say sockets dot on. When the server actually emits the online users, remember from our server right here, we are emitting online users when the user connects. Okay, so we are emitting the list of online users right here as an array. So when the user actually connects, we're going to actually emit that and listen for that event. And then remember that event is going to pass an array of the list of users that are online. So we're just going to call the handle online users. And this handle online user is going to take the payload from these events and it's going to pass it as it's going to pass as an argument to this function right here. Okay, I'm going to call it users and set our online user states to those users. And then down here, I'm going to return an arrow function for when the component of mouse is going to return a cleanup, so socket.off, passing the event name online users, and then passing the handle online users right here. And then this is going to depend on the socket and also the user ID. Okay, because right here we are saying this, if there's no socket return, there's no user ID return, so it's going to depend on those two variables right here. And then after this user fetch, we're going to return an object that's going to have the online users. So instead we'll call this user first, we'll just return the list of online users. So now let's actually make use of this. We're going to go over to our left sidebar component. I'll go to left sidebar right here. And yes, this is where we're actually going to make use of that. So up here, we're simply going to say const, we're going to destructure what we're going to get is going to be equals to use socket for online users. Okay, I remember we have to pass an argument inside this use online users. We're going to pass in the logged in user ID. So that's simple. Up here, we just say const, the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to auth client dot use session, and then we just destructure the data and then we name that data session like that. And then right here, we're just going to pass in a session dot user dot ID. Okay, pass the user ID to this function, this custom hook right here. Okay, great. And then we're just going to destructure out the online users. Now I want to scroll all the way down where we are mapping through each of the users. So in here, when we map through a particular user, we're going to create a variable. I'll say const online set is going to be equals to new set, and then we just pass in the online users in there. And now you're going to wonder why we are not making use of include, because easily we can just do online users and check if the logged in user is actually included in the list of online users we are getting from the server in real time. Now that's actually not going to scale. For large application, you have lots of users, that's actually going to cause kind of performance issue and it's going to actually slow down your application. And this set method in JavaScript is actually better for checking large amount of data. And then down here, we'll say const, okay, the variable called online is going to be equals to online set dot if it has the user dot the ID of the user we're actually mapping through. And then right here, we just uncomment this and say online is going to be equals to the online, this online variable. Great. Just format this. And now we actually have what we need to actually know if a user is online in real time. Let's test this out. Let's actually test this out. So I'm going to create a private window and log in with Jen, because right now we are logged in as Egbo Emmanuel. So I just create a new private window to localhost port 5173. And then we're just going to log in with Egbo Emmanuel. Log in with Jen, not Egbo Emmanuel. We already logged in with Egbo Emmanuel. Log in with Jen, then log in the password. Click on login. We're going to see that Egbo Emmanuel is actually logged in. And now when we go back there, you're going to see that Jane is actually logged in. So now when we actually close up this tab and just basically log out Emmanuel, when we actually close up the tab Jane Doe used to log in the private side, you can see that Jane Doe is actually now offline. Great. So now we're able to know if a user is online or offline in real time. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually start working on starting conversations. Now, in the finished project, when the user clicks on another user, it's actually going to open up that chat and actually start a chat or open the chat to read the previous messages from the chat. Okay, so let's actually work on this. For the first thing we're going to do, we're going to update our chat store. So I'll go to frontend, src, store right here. I'll go to the use chat store.ts. Now remember, when we actually created this chat store, we said selected user was going to be boolean and void, because we're basically just creating the UI. So now we have to actually update it to the actual data that is actually going to be here. Now we're going to be setting lots of global states in here. So I want to start with the user. So up here I'll say export. We're going to make use of this type outside of this file. So export type user is going to be equals to an object. The ID is going to be of type string. Since we have an ID that's going to be of type string, since we have a name that's going to be of type string, an avatar that's going to be optional, is going to be of type string, and also we're going to have a bio that's going to be optional, is going to be of type string, like that. And then after that, since we're going to be creating conversation in this chapter, we're also going to create the conversation type. The export type conversation is going to be equals to an object. A conversation is going to have an ID that's going to be of type string, and it created the date the conversation was created that's going to be of type string, like that. And I want to update this. Remember I said that later on in the video, when we want to start working on the functionality of the application, we're going to update this right here. So I'll get rid of this boolean. We just use this for the UI. Now the selected user is going to be of type user, or it's going to be of type null. Okay, and this user is coming from this type we created up here. And the selected user is going to take an argument. I'll call the argument user, which is going to be of type user, or going to be of type null. Okay, so it's now we're setting the selected user to type of user, or setting the user to null. And then we're going to add the type for the active conversation, which is going to be of type conversation, or is going to be of type null. And this type of conversation is coming from up here. Okay, this type we created up here. So is that the conversations of the active conversations of this type, or it's going to be null when no conversation is actually selected. After that, we're going to have is conversation loading from when the conversation is actually loading. And this is simply going to be boolean. Then after that, down here, we're going to have setup function that actually sets the active conversation to conversation or null, or sets the conversation loaded to true or false. I'll say set active conversation. This is going to be a function that's going to return void. And it's going to set conversation to an argument. I'll call the argument conversation. It's going to be of type conversation, or it's going to be null, like that. And also we have another type to set conversation loading. There's going to be a function that's going to take an argument, call that argument loading, which is going to be of type boolean, and it's going to return void, like that. So now we can actually update our store since we now have these types up here. So instead of selected user to be true by default, selected user is going to be null. Okay, so until you select a user to chat with, selected user is going to be null. Then selected user is going to take a user, the function is going to take a user argument, and it's going to set the selected user to user. And then after that, we're going to pass in the active conversation. By default, this is also going to be null. And then we're going to pass in the is conversation loading, which is going to be false by default. You're only going to set this to true when we're actually fetching a conversation. Then now you're going to have a function at a comma here. We have a function to actually set conversation, set active conversation. It's going to take an argument. I call that argument conversation. Then this is going to fire set. I'm going to set the active conversation to the conversation passed to the argument. And then we're also going to have a set loading, set conversation loading. It's going to be a function that's going to take an argument. I call argument loading. Then it's going to set, call set, and then going to set the is conversation loading to the loading, like that. Then just add a comma at the end right here. So now we have the store. The store is going to have global state, selected user, active conversation is conversation loading. So when the conversation is loaded, for maybe we are making requests from our database to check if we have a conversation already created between two users, the conversation is going to be loading. That's why we're going to use this state. And also the active conversation is going to be the active conversation the user is currently in. Okay, and then we have the setup function, set active conversation, set conversation loading, also set selected user. So now that we have the store, let's actually create the endpoint. So I'm just going to go to backend folder, go to backend src routes, I'm going to create a new route. I'll create a route called conversation.routes.ts like that. Up here, I'm going to create a router. Const router is going to be equals to router, which we're going to get from Express. Then down here, I'll say router does make a post request to this route. Now, anytime we make a request to fetch a conversation, we're going to be passing a dynamic ID through the request to actually identify that particular conversation in our database. So we're going to pass a dynamic parameter called user ID. Okay. Now, basically what we are doing is that when a user selects a user, we're going to make a post request. We're going to make a post request to actually create a new conversation between a user and the user clicked on. So first of all, we're also going to check if there's already an existing conversation between those two users. So if there's already an existing conversation, they're already in their own chat room. We're just going to return the room or the conversation. Else, we're going to create a conversation, which means we have to use the user ID of the user that was passed through the request. Okay, the dynamic user ID. We're going to use the user ID passed through the request and also the ID of the logged in user. So we have to pass this dynamic ID through the request. And how do we pass dynamic ID in Express? We're going to make use of colon, then we're going to call the argument user ID, and then we're going to call an async callback function. And this is going to take a request, which is going to be of type request, which we're going to get from Express, and also it's going to take a response, which is going to be of type response, which we're also going to get from Express. And then inside this callback function, first of all, we're going to check if the user is authenticated on session is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get server-side session. The get server-side session function we created. And remember, we have to pass in the request like that. Then after that, then you're going to check if no session.user.id. Then if no session user ID, then we're just going to return a next response, the status of 401 with the message unauthorized. Then down here, we'll create a variable const current user ID. That's a logged in user is going to be equals to session.user.id. And then also const other, as the other user, the logged in user is trying to chat with, other user ID is going to be equals to queries.params.the user ID. And you're going to wonder, where are we getting this user ID from? We're getting the user ID from the dynamic URL, okay? The params that is going to be passed as a dynamic URL. So since we named this user ID here, we're going to call request params.the user ID like that. And then down here, we don't want user to be able to chat with themselves. So we can check if the current user is equivalent to the other user ID. If that's the case, we're going to return this response of 400, cannot chat with yourself. And then down here, after that check, we're going to create a variable const existing. We're going to first of all check if there's already a unique conversation or chat room between these two users. Because if there's already, if for example now these two users have not actually chatted before, they don't have a unique conversation room, then we want to create one. Else, we want to return their existing chat room with their previous messages. So what we're going to do is create a variable const existing conversation. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await get Prisma from the live folder. This time I'm going to make use of the conversation model dot find first, where we'll make use of the and. I want to actually join two queries together. Use an object, so where participants some ID current user ID. So basically what we are just doing is that we are checking for a conversation where the current user that is logged in is a participant. That's why we are using and to actually join the two query. Okay, so say and another one where the participants some the ID matches the other user ID. And I want to ensure this is going to actually fetch the conversation with only these two. So we're going to say where participants, where every participant in this chat room is ID in current user or other user ID, like that. And we are getting an error. It says that the type string is not similar to type string. I'll just get rid of this. I think because for Express 5, the types are already part of the framework. Yeah, you're gonna get rid of that error for us. Great. And then after this where right here, we want to include the participants of the chat. So I'll set that to true. Okay, so fetch both details of both users in the chat room. And then down here, if we get a conversation, if exists a conversation, if we actually find a conversation between these two users, then we're going to return res.json, pass in the existing conversation. If there's already an existing conversation between these two users, we don't want to create another conversation. We want to return the existing conversation. Okay, but if there's no existing conversation, then down here, I create a variable const new conversation. It's going to be equals to await Prisma dot the conversation model dot we want to call the create methods from Prisma. Then we'll pass in the data. Then for the data, I'll see the participants. We're going to connect two ID together. First ID is going to be the current user ID. Then the second ID is going to be the other user ID. And after creating it, we're just going to include them in the response. So I'll say include participants. I'll set that to true, like that. And then after that, we're just going to return res.json, pass in the new conversation in there. And we didn't actually place this in the try catch block, so I just do that. I just get everything here. Just place everything inside our try catch block. Okay, place that in here, and then for the catch, when the server throws an error, we're going to have to put this here. You're going to console.error, conversation error with the error, and then return a response of status 500 server error. So I'll just format this. Now, basically what this endpoint is going to do is very simple. Now, when we make a request to this endpoint from our client, anytime we try to select a new user to chat with, it's going to make a request, okay, to actually start a conversation with that user. Then, at the end of the URL, it's going to take the user ID the user actually clicked on, okay, and so we'll make a request to our server right here with that user ID. So now, it's going to check if that user that is actually making that request authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, it's going to return unauthorized. But if the user is authenticated, we're going to create a variable current user ID with that user session. And then the other user ID is going to be the user ID that was passed through the request, okay? The user that the logged in user is trying to chat with. And then we have to check if both users are actually equivalent. If they're equivalent, which means both users belong to the same user. So the user cannot actually chat with themselves, okay? And then if they don't match, which means we can actually find a conversation between these two users. So we're going to find a conversation where we're going to use these three conditions right here, where the participant, where the current user that is logged in is part of the participant, and where the other user is also a participant. So these two must actually be true. If the current user is not a participant, then they don't have any conversation with each other. We have to create a new conversation. And lastly, we have to ensure that the conversation we are fetching is the conversation where the current user, the logged in user, and the other user are the only participants in that conversation. Now, this is very important when you start building large applications, when you're adding chat rooms, okay? So these two users could belong to the same chat room, okay? So when we fetch conversations that both of them are in, they're actually parts of the chat room, okay? So we have to ensure we fetch the conversation where only these two users are participants. And then after that, we're just going to include the participants through the request. And now we're going to check if we actually found an existing conversation between these two users. If we don't, then we're going to create a new conversation between them, okay? We're going to call Prisma the conversation that create, and data is going to be the participants. They want to connect these participants. We'll place the ID. First ID is going to be the current user ID. Second ID is going to be the other user ID. And then when we return the response, we want to include the participants. So I say include participants true. And then right here, we'll just return the response.json, pass in the new conversation. Okay, so now we have this callback function. We have this route. Let's actually register these routes in our server.ds. So I want to come over here. I'm going to import that route up here. I'm going to say import. I'll call this conversation routes from /routes/conversation routes. Okay, and we are making that mistake. We are not actually exporting the router. So down here, we're going to say export default the router. Great. And now we can actually make use of this conversation right here. So we're going to scroll all the way down. When the user makes a request to app.use/API/conversations, and then we just pass the conversation routes like that. So now when we make a request to APIs like conversations, so the request is going to be like this: API/conversations / the dynamic ID of the user. Because remember, inside this router right here, we are saying we're going to pass the dynamic ID. So this is going to add to the route. Okay, it's going to attach to the route. It's going to be /API/conversation, then the dynamic ID will pass from the front end. Okay, great. So now we have this route registered inside our server.ds file. We have the conversation route, so the callback function to actually handle it. So let's actually make use of this in the front end. Now, where are we going to be initiating this? We're going to go to the left sidebar where we have the list of users and the platform. So we can actually select a user to chat with, the SRC component. I'll go to left sidebar right here. So up here, we're going to add an onClick to this. Okay, so when we actually select a user to chat, it's going to actually fire a function. So we're going to pass a function called onClick to this, and we already have the function right here, onClick. And when a user clicks on this, when a user clicks on this, we're going to run this onClick right here. So we already have the props being passed to it. So we just have to create the function in here. So up here, I'm going to create a function. Up here, I'll create a function. Say const handle start conversation. It's going to be equals to an async function. Anytime we call this, we're going to pass an argument, call an argument user, which is going to be of type user, which we're going to get from our store. Okay, remember in our chat store, we have a type of user here. I'm saying we're going to make use of this outside of this file. So we are exporting this type here. So we're just going to import that type right here. And then we have to actually get our global states from the chat store. We already have the selected user. We just get the set conversation loading. Is conversation loading set selected user, and also set active conversation. And where are we getting all this from? We are getting all this from the chat store. Okay, the global states we created in our chat store. That's where we're getting those from. And then inside this function right here, first of all, we're going to check if we are already, because if we click on the user we are trying to chat with and it's actually loading, we don't want to actually fire another request. I'll say if it's conversation loading, then we're just going to return right here. Okay, break the code right here. And then we're also going to check if selected user dot ID is equivalent to user dot ID. Now this is very important. The reason for this is because if we click on the user we are chatting with and we click on that user again, we don't want to fire this request again. So if we're already chatting with the user and we click on the user on the left side, but we don't want to fire the request, we only want to fire the request if the selected user the user is chatting with is not equals to the user. And then after that, we'll make use of a try catch block. But we're going to make a network request in here. For that, we're going to set the conversation loading to true. If there's an error, we're just going to run console.error, start conversation error. Then say finally, we set the conversation loading back to false. Okay, after we are done with the request, even if we get an error or we actually resolve the request, and then inside the try, we're going to make a request to the endpoint we just created. So I'll say const response is going to be equal to, I'm going to await API. I'm going to get API from our live folder. Thus, we're going to make a post request to /. Now we don't have to actually add the API prefix because we already configured that on Azure. So I'll say /conversations / you have to pass in the dynamic user dot the ID of the user. Okay, that's the user pass through this function up here. And then after that, we're going to set the selected user to the user. Okay, and then we're going to set the active conversation to whatever we get from the response or response.data. Because remember, whenever we make a request to this route, it's either we return the existing conversation right here, or we create a new conversation, actually return that new conversation. So regardless, we're going to actually return a conversation, and then we're going to set the active conversation to the response.data we get from the request. Okay. So now we're going to scroll the way down. Now, when we click on this chat user component, we want to fire that function. So right here, I'm going to say on click, we already have a pull PS. So on click, we're going to fire our function. Is going to run the handle start conversation. Remember, we have to pass in the user we are mapping through. So pass in the user like that. Great. So let's actually test this out. So I'll go to the page. I'll just click on this right here. And you can see it's actually going to open this up, okay, which means we have a selected user. And I'll head over to our database. I'll just go to Studio right here. Then I'll go to conversation right here. We should actually see we have a new conversation. We have the conversation ID and when the conversation was actually created. And now we'll go to the conversation participants. You're going to see you can see that the conversation ID. This is the conversation ID right here, which ends with BK while this conversation ID is attached to the first user and also is attached to the second user. So that's what this extra fee is going to do. It's a many-to-many relationship where each conversation belongs to many users and each user belongs to many conversations. So anytime a user joins a conversation, the user's ID is going to be paired with that conversation or that room ID. Okay, so you can see both users now have that and are paired to that conversation room ID. So let's actually check if we actually click on that again. It's going to actually create a new conversation. So right now we only have one conversation, which this user is actually, those two users are actually paired. So I'll go back there. I'm just going to refresh this again. And then I'll try to click on this again. I'll click on this. Let's actually open this up. Now I'll go back there. I'll just refresh this right here. You're going to notice that it's not going to create a new conversation. The reason for that is because these two users already have a conversation. They're already paired in the same room, in the same conversation. So it's not going to create a new conversation. It's just going to fetch this active conversation right here, okay, with this ID. Great. So now, this is actually very important. Before we make the conversation request, we have to set the conversation loading to true. Because in case we make another request, we're just going to return up here. So we don't make multiple requests trying to actually select a conversation. So in this chapter of this tutorial, we're going to actually start working on creating messages. Now to do that, we're going to go into the front-end folder. I'll go to SRC. We're going to go into this components folder right here. Then go into this chat container right here. Now inside this chat container, we're not going to make the request here because we want to break this into components. We're going to have this chat window inside its own components, and also we're going to have this chat input in its own component. So what I'm going to do, I'll just cut this off. I'll create a component right here called chat inputs. .tsx, and then I'll just paste that JSX right here. Okay, get rid of this React import, and then we can just import this icon and get rid of this import in here. Up here, just get rid of this imports. Now in here, we're just going to import the chat input like that. I'll save this and I'll save this chat input right here. And now we'll go back to our project. We still see the chat input, but now the input is now inside its own component. So inside this chat input, this is where we're going to make the request to actually create new messages. But first of all, we have to create the API endpoint to handle creating messages. So I'm going to go to the backend folder, go to backend SRC. I'll create a new route. I'll call this route message.routes.ts like that. In here, we'll say const router. It's going to be equals to router, which we're going to get from Express. And then down here, we're going to say router dot make a post request to / and then we're going to call a async callback function. We're going to make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're just going to output this. If this actually throws an error, we just output this. And we're actually destructuring out the request and the response. Okay, so if there's an error, we're just going to return this right here, rest status 500 server error. And then inside the try block, first of all, we're going to get the session of the user. So session is going to be equals to await get server side session. We have to pass in the request in there. And then we can simply say if no session dot user, if no user session, we're just going to return right here. We're going to return unauthorized. And then after that, down here, we're going to say const, we're going to destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to the request dot body. Okay, now what are we going to be getting from the request body? We're going to get pass the body or the content of the message. I'll call it content, and also we're going to pass from the front end, we're going to pass the conversation ID, the conversation ID the message actually belongs to. Okay, that's the ID of the conversation the message belongs to. And then down here we can validate if no conversation ID was passed or if no content was passed. Now if that's true, either of this is true, if no content or no conversation ID, then we're going to return a response missing fields. And then down here I create a variable called conversation is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the conversation model dot find a unique conversation. Basically we want to check if that conversation actually exists in our database, where the ID of the conversation matches conversation ID like that. And then we want to include participants. I'll say that to true. Okay, I want to get the participants of this particular conversation. Okay, remember in our database, when we go to these conversation participants, we're going to have that for this conversation ID right here, the users that are actually inside that chat room are going to be attached to the ID. So when we say fetch participants, we are fetching the users in our database from the user model that have this ID. And then down here we're going to check if no conversation ID. If no conversation ID, then I'm going to return this response right here for conversation not found. And then after that, and then now you're going to create a variable is participant is going to be equals to conversation dot participants dot sum user dot ID equivalent to session dot user dot ID. Now, what we are trying to do right here is that we are checking if the logged in user is a participant. So we say conversation.participant. Remember, we're going to have two participants inside each conversation. Okay, two users that the participant ID is actually connected to. So we're going to say participants.sum. Check if the current user ID is inside this participant. So it says sum each of the user. Check if any of the user.id is equivalent to the session user ID. Okay, so now we're going to check if the user is not a participant. If it's not a participant, then we're going to return 403 forbidden, because we don't want users who are not participants of this chat room or this conversation to send messages here. So now you're just going to create the message. So to do that, I'll say const message is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the message model dot, we're going to create a new message. Data is going to be, we're going to pass the content, pass the conversation ID, and also we're going to pass the sender ID, because we're going to use that sender ID to know if the message was sent to the user or was sent by the user. So the sender ID is going to be session dot user dot the ID of that logged in user. And we just want to include, we're going to include sender. Select the field we actually want from the sender. ID set that to true, the sender's name set that to true, and also the sender's avatar to send that to true. Now, when we start working on the real-time message, this is where we're going to emit the new message to the conversation room. Okay, but for now, we're just going to return a response. We just return res.status, status of 201 since a new resource was created, .json. We're going to pass in the message variable in there. Great, so I just format this. So now we have the endpoint we need to actually create a new message. And don't forget, we have to actually export the router. Just don't forget that you can export default router like that. So now we have to actually register these routes in our server.ts file. So we're going to go to server.ts right here. Right here, we're going to say app.use. So it'll be /API/messages. Okay. We actually imported the route. So let's do that. So up here, we're just going to say import. I'll call it message routes form dot slash routes / message routes, like that. Okay, and then down here we're just going to pass the message routes like that. Great. So anytime a user makes a post get request to this route API / messages is going to go over here, and if this is a post request, it's going to be handled by this callback right here. And now we have the endpoints to create a new message. We're going to go back to our chat input and actually make a request from this component right here. The very first thing we have to do here, we have to get the session of the user. So consequently, the structure we're going to get will be equals to auth client dot use session, like that. And then as usual, we're going to destructure out the data, then rename it session, like that. And also we're actually going to get the global conversation state, because remember we have to check if there's a conversation. If there's no conversation, we don't want to send any message. So one of the structure we're going to get from the chat store is going to be equals to use chat store, like that. And what do we want to get from the chat store? We want to get the active conversation. And also we're going to create two states, const message set message is going to be equals to use state, which we're going to get from React, and by default this is going to be an empty string, like that. And then we're going to create another state, const loading set loading. So it's better set correctly. Set loading is going to be equals to the use state hook from React, and by default this is going to be false, like that. And then down here we're going to create a function, const handle send message. It's going to be equals to an async function. It's going to be async. We want to make network request in there. First of all, we're going to check if message dot trim. Okay, if no message was imputed or typed, we just want to return right here, just a little bit of validation. And also we're going to check if no active conversation. So if there's no active conversation, if the user is not in any chat room, then we just return. Okay, and down here we're also going to say if no session dot user, we just also just return down here. And after that we're going to say set the loading to true. Then after that we're going to make use of a try catch block for the network request. Inside the catch right here, we're just going to console.error, send message error if there's an error. And then finally we just set the loading back to false. And then inside the try block, actually make that request. So we're just going to await API, which we're going to get from our live folder. We're going to make a post request. Now, since we already have the prefix API, we just do / it's going to be / messages. Okay, we're just going to come to this route right here, / API / messages. The post request is going to come to this route right here, and then we're going to pass the payload. While we're going to send through the request, we're going to send the conversation, because remember inside this message route right here, we expect the content and the conversation ID. So we have to the name have to actually match these names, right? Conversation ID and content. So I say conversation ID is going to be equals to the active conversation dot the ID of the active conversation, and then the content is going to be message state dot trim. Okay, trim for blank spaces, like that. Now after we send the request down here, we're just going to set the message input back to an empty string, like that. So I'll just format this. Great. So now we have this right here. So we're just going to copy this function, and then we're going to hook that function to this button right here. So simply we're going to say click. I'm going to fire this function handle send message, like that. And now for the loading state, we're also going to say the button is going to be disabled when it's actually loading. And loading set to true is going to be disabled. And remember, we've not actually handled the input. So the value of this input is going to be equals to message, and then on change of this input, when the user taps on this input, we're going to fire an arrow function. I'm going to take an event, and then we're going to set the message state to event.target.value, like that. And then also when a user taps on the enter keyword, because we don't just want to fire this send request when the user click on this. When the user clicks on enter on their computer or any device, so we also want to fire that message, send that message. So what we're going to do, we're going to say on key down, we're going to run a function called handle key down. We obviously not created this function, so let's do that. So up here, after this function to send the message, I'll say const handle key down is equals to an arrow function. Now this is going to take an event that's going to be of type react dot keyboard events. Is going to be HTML input element like that, and then I'll say if e dot the key the user pressed is equivalent to enter. Okay, if the user types the enter on their keyboard, then we're going to run our handle send message like that. Okay, and then after that, we're also going to say the input is going to be disabled when loading is set to true or no active conversation. Okay, so just going to negate the active conversation, and then also just give a UI feedback to show to the user that this is actually that the request is actually loading. So what we're going to do, we're going to add dynamic class names to this button right here. Just cut this off. I'm going to make use of backticks instead. I'll paste those static styles, and then I'm going to say if loading, then we're going to give this a pointer event of none and also opacity of 50 as an empty string. I'll just format this like that. Great. And we're not actually, this is actually not active conversation. Okay, don't make a mistake. If there's no active conversation or the loading state sets to true, then this is going to be disabled, and this one is going to be disabled. Let me just say or no active conversation too. So we can actually click if there's no active conversation, we cannot actually click on to send the message. And also we're also checking right here if there's no active conversation, just load, because if there's no active conversation, we cannot actually create a message because the message is not going to have any conversation ID to actually attach to. So now we have the front end to actually make requests. Let's actually test this out. So we're going to go to our front end. I'm going to type first message like that. I'll just click on send, and the message is actually sent. So we're going to go over to our database. We just go to message right here. We should actually get a message right here. Message, we see the ID of the message, and you see it's actually linked to the conversation ID. Okay, this conversation ID right here. Okay, great. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually fetch the messages. So we're going to go to our backend and actually create an endpoint for that. Go to backend, SRC, services, or go to, not services, route. We're going to go to this message route.ts right here. And then before this export default router, we're going to say router.get, create a get handler. And now we're going to be fetching the message using the conversation ID. So it's going to be dynamic. So say conversation ID like that. And then it's going to fire an async callback function. And this is going to take a request and also a response like that. And then in here, we'll make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, when getting the get request, we're going to console.error, fetch messages error, then return a status of 500 server error, message server error. And then inside the try, as usual, we have to check if the user is authenticated. So just copy the auth check we did up here. Just copy this right here. And then I just want to paste that right here. And then after that, we're going to say const, the structure we're going to get is going to be equals to request.params. Okay. And remember, we're going to be passing a conversation ID as a dynamic parameter through the request. So we're going to get the conversation ID like that. And then down here, we're going to actually check if the conversation actually is. So say const conversation is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the conversation model dot find a unique conversation where the ID of the conversation matches the conversation ID passed through the request. And then we're going to include participants, and then we just want to select the ID of each participant. ID set that to true like that. Then down here, I'm going to say if no conversation Then we just return this response right here, status of 404, conversation not found. And then down here, we have to ensure user, as the user that's trying to fetch the message is a participant. Of the chat room or the conversation. So we say const is participants going to be equals to. I'm basically doing what we did up here. So I'll just copy this one to save them. Just copy this one here. I'll just paste that right here. Okay, we're just checking for the if the user is a participant in that chat room. And also just copy the return statement. If the user is not a participant, it's going to be forbidden. Cannot fetch messages from a chat room you do not actually belong. So if the user is not a participant, I'm going to return message forbidden status of 403. And then down here, I'm actually going to fetch the messages. I'll say const messages is going to be because I'm going to await Prisma dot the message model dot find many where the conversation ID matches the conversation ID passed through the request. Okay, conversation ID. Now, since both the variable name and the field name are both conversation ID, we're just gonna use the shorthand method right here. And then after that, we're gonna order by created as ascending order. Then simply just include sender. We'll select the feed of the sender we actually want. We'll select the ID, set that to true, select the avatar, set that to true, and also select the name, set that to true too. And then after all that, down here we're just gonna return res.json and we'll just pass in the messages object in there. Just format this, great. So now we don't have to register this, we already registered this API/message. Okay, so this is going to be API/messages. This get request will be API/messages / the dynamic conversation ID to get the messages. Okay, so that basically is we have the endpoint to fetch the messages. So now we have to actually fetch the messages. So we're going to be fetching the messages. I'll go back to the front end for that front end SRC component right here. We're going to be fetching the message inside this chat container right here. Okay, so we're going to be fetching it inside this chat window. So we're going to place this chat window inside this one component. So just like we did with the chat input, so this container is going to be clean now. We'll just create a new component. Call that component chat window.tsx rfc, and then we'll just get rid of this and then we'll paste this in here. Import these dummy messages for now so we don't get the error. Then also just import this asset right here, and then we can get rid of this React import up here. And then inside this chat container, what we can simply do is just import the chat window like that, and then we'll get rid of the imports we don't need here, which is this dummy messages right here. Save that, and we should still be able to see the chat window right here, but now it's inside this one component. So now inside this chat window, what do we want to do? We want to actually fetch the messages. We also want our messages, like our conversation selected user, to be global state. So what we're going to do, instead of our chat store, we're going to add more states, more global states. So I'll just go to the chat store. Is that store, use chat store. Up here, we're going to create another type. I'll say export type of message. You can actually use the interface, but I'm just going to make use of type. These types don't have an ID. That's going to be of type string. Content, that's going to be of type string. Treated that's going to be of type string. Conversation ID is going to be of type string. Also, it's going to have a sender. Now, for that sender, we can just make use of this type. It's going to be of type user, like that. That's this type of user up here. So now we have the type for the message. Let's actually create the states. We're going to have a state called messages, which is going to be of type message. It's going to be an array of our message type up here. And also, we're going to have is messages loading state, which is going to be Boolean. And then down here, we're going to have a set message. Set messages is going to be a function that's going to take argument called messages, which is going to be of type of message, which is going to be an array, and then it's going to return void. And also we're going to have the set messages loading, and our function is going to take a value called loading. It's going to be of type boolean, and also going to return void. And then finally, we're going to have another function called add message, because when we're actually using sockets to update the message, we're going to be calling this add message. I'll say add message. We're going to take a message. It's going to be of type message, and it's going to return void like that. Now we can actually add those states. So right here, I'm going to say this message is loading. By default, is going to be false. Also, the messages array is going to be an empty array by default. And then down here, we're going to say the set messages. It's going to be set to an argument called messages, and it's going to actually fire set, which is going to set the messages to messages. After that, we're going to call the set messages loading right here. It's going to take an argument which I'm going to call loading, and then it's going to call set. Set is message loading to the whatever. I'm going to set it to whatever will pass to it is true or false. Okay, I'm going to call the argument loading, and then finally we're going to pass the add message function. It's going to be a function. It's going to take an argument called argument message, and then it's going to fire set. Then you're going to take the initial state of the messages. Messages. We're going to spread up the state.messages, and then we're going to add the new message. So now what this is going to do is that for the messages loading, this is very self-explanatory. It's basically a state to know if our message is loading or if our message has been fetched. Okay, so we're going to set it both true or false, and then we have this messages array. So whenever we pull our messages from the database, we're going to set our messages state. Okay, those messages we are pulling from the database, we're going to set it into this state right here. It's going to be an array of the messages. Okay, and now this is the function we are going to call to actually do that set messages. Okay, we want to actually set these messages state. We're going to call it set messages right here. Also the set messages loading right here is what we're going to call if we want to set it loading to true or false. And then we now have this add message. Now anytime WebSocket actually sends, because we've not actually done the WebSocket, we've not actually done the real-time messaging yet, so we're going to start working on real-time messaging. Whenever our server emits a new message, we're going to spread the initial messages state. Say for example, we have 3 messages. When we actually get an event from the server in real time, we're going to spread up our messages, those 3 messages. I'm going to add the new message to make it 4 messages. So that's what this add message is going to do. And then we have an error. Just add a comma right here to actually separate these two. Great. So now that we have the store all set up, we have the if message loading state, we have the messages state, we have the set messages function, the set message loading function, also the add message function. We can actually fetch our messages in the chat window. So I'm going to head over to the chat window right here. The very first thing I have to do, I have to get our state from the use chat store. I'll say const, I want to structure what we're going to get from the use chat store is going to equals to use chat store. I'm going to get that from the store. Okay, and then right here I have to destructure the set messages, loading, the structure the add message, the structure the active conversation, the structure the messages, and also the is messages loading. Just rearrange this. Now we want the messages to be fetched when the component mounts, so we're going to make use of side effect. So down here we're going to say make use of a use effect hook, which we're going to get from React. And then just pass an empty dependency right here. And then inside this use effect hook, this use effect hook is going to run when this chat window component mounts, and it's going to fetch the messages that are associated with the conversation that was actually selected. That's the active conversation. Remember, this active conversation is basically, it's going to have the conversation ID and the created. And so this conversation ID, any message that's attached to this conversation ID that was created with this conversation ID, we're going to pull those messages and actually display those messages in the chat window. So right here, we're going to say, we'll create a function, const fetch messages. It's going to be equal to an async function if there's no active message, if no active conversation, if no active conversation, we just return, okay? Which means if there's no conversation, because we cannot fetch the message because without the conversation, we cannot actually fetch the message. Because remember, inside our message route right here, we have to pass the conversation ID for the get request to actually work, okay? We're going to be fetching the message based on the conversation ID, so there must be a conversation. So if there's no active conversation, we just return right here. And then down here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. Inside a catch, we're simply just going to say console.l fetch messages l, and then before the try block down here, we're going to set the messages loading to true, okay? Because we want to actually start fetching the messages. And also, for example, now if a user is transitioning from one chat window to another chat window, maybe the user is chatting with one user one, and the user wants to switch chats to user two and clicks on user two, we have to fetch the messages for the new chat room, okay? So because of that, we have to set the messages back to an empty array in that case, okay? So basically, we're going to set the messages in our room to an empty array before we actually fetch the new messages for the new conversation, the new chat room. And then in here, create a variable const response is going to be equals to, we're going to await API dot make a get request. So first of all, get this API from our lib folder dot make a get request. So they have to just create here. It's going to be / and we have to use backticks. We're going to add dynamic variable. It's going to be / messages / you have to pass the dynamic active conversation. So the active conversation dot the ID of the active conversation. Because remember, when we go to the route right here, is going to be / API / messages, okay? And then inside this message route, the get request is going to be / messages / the dynamic ID. We already have API as the previous one configured as yours. It's going to be / messages / as the conversation ID. And then after that, down here, we're going to set the messages state to response.data messages we are getting from the response. And where are we getting these messages? Inside these message routes, when we actually fetch the message, are returning the message as an object called messages, okay? So we're going to set our messages state right here to res.data.messages. And then right here, I'll say finally, I'm going to set the messages loading back to false. I'll just format to rearrange this a bit. And now we have to actually call this function. So down here, when the component mouse, we're just going to call the fetch messages function like that. And now you have to pass dependency, because since we are making use of the active conversation here, you have to pass it as a dependency. I say active conversation. I'm making use of the set messages in here, so pass it as a dependency too, and also pass the set messages loading as a dependency too, because we are making use of these functions and this active conversation inside this right here, inside this use of fetch hook. Great. So now, instead of mapping through the dummy messages, we're going to map through our actual messages. So we'll just get rid of these dummy messages right here. We're going to map through our messages state. So say messages.map, okay? And now we're getting an error. It says sender ID it's not exist for type message. Okay? So we have to go to this to actually modify that, because right here, remember, we actually specified that the message type is going to be sender, okay? It's going to be sender, and this sender is going to be of type user. So what we're going to do, instead of saying messages.sender ID, it's going to be messages.sender.the ID of the sender, okay? If that's equivalent to the session user ID. So session, I don't think we've actually gotten the session inside this component. We've not done that. So up here, I'm going to say const, I'm going to show what we're going to get. We're going to make use of the auth client, our auth client dot use session like that, and then we just destructure out the data we're getting, and we're renaming it session as usual. And then down here, we're going to say if the message.sender ID is equals to session.user.id, then the message was sent by the user. Okay, great. It means going to be true. For the message, it's going to be message.content. Now remember, we already started this when we were creating the UI based on if the ISMI is true or false. Okay, so we already started that. So right here, when we say the SRC of the image, we're going to display the SRC of the image based on if the user is the sender of the message. The SRC is going to be the profile picture of the user that sends the message. So it's going to be message.the_sender.the_avatar of that sender. If the user doesn't have an avatar, then we're going to use a fallback, which is going to be assets.the_avatar of the asset. And then we're going to check if you have any unused. Yeah, just get rid of these dummy messages right here. Okay. So that's basically it. We should actually see the messages in the chat window. So I'm going to save this. So I'll go back to our application, just click on this Jindo right here, and we should actually see we get the message right here. First message. Okay, great. So the message is actually working. This message was sent by Igbo Emmanuel. So you can actually see right here, first message. The message was sent from Igbo Emmanuel to Jindo. So now we can see the message. What we're going to do next is that we want to update all these details right here. Okay, we want all the details of the user we are chatting with, and also the details should be the details of the user we actually clicked on to chat with. And also we have to actually put like a loading screen for when we're actually fetching the conversation, actually fetching the messages. Okay, that's going to make for actually a more better experience. So let's first of all actually update the loading. So first of all, remember when we worked on the conversation, we didn't actually add any loading. When we go to the chat container right here, I think here's where we are fetching the conversation on the left sidebar. Yeah, this is where we actually start the conversation inside the left sidebar. When we click on a chat user, okay, so when we click on a chat user, it's going to run this handle start conversation, which is first of all going to set the conversation loading to true. And this was the reason why I decided to make use of global state, so that we can make use of this state in different components without actually having to do any prop drilling. What we're going to do is that this loading conversation right here, we're going to use it to actually put a loading screen inside this chat container. Okay. Up here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure the is conversation loading right here. Okay, and then I'm going to say if is conversation loading, and then I'm going to return the loading screen we created. Okay, remember we already created this loading screen right here. Okay, we're actually working on authentication. So if it's loading, I'm going to return this loading screen. I'll save that, and now when we go back to our application, I'll just refresh. I'll click on this. You can actually see we get that loading right here before it actually opens the chat window. Okay, I'll do that again. I click on Jindo because it's going to load before it actually loads the chat window. And also we have to actually put a loading for when the messages are loading. So for that, we're going to go to the chat window right here. Up here, first of all, I'm going to say if no active conversation. Okay, if there's no active conversation, then we want to return a div. Okay, just in case there's no conversation, user didn't actually select a conversation. So if no active conversation, we're just going to return this JSX right here. Okay, select a conversation to start chatting. And then inside this div right here, we're going to say is messages loading. If the messages is loading, then we want to render the loading screen right here. And also we actually render the messages if the messages are actually not loading. So if no is messages loading, so if the message is no longer loading, if actually fetch the messages, then that's only when we want to render this. And also we have to output like a UI that's going to actually display when there's no messages in the chat room. So what we are going to do, we're going to say if its message is not loading, if the message is no longer loading, and messages.length is equivalent to 0, that's only when we want to render this JSS right here. Okay, I'm just going to render a component called empty chat like that, and obviously we've not created this component, so let's actually create that. Inside our components folder, I'll create a component called empty chat.tsx rfc. This is going to be very simple. I'll just get rid of these, and first of all, we have to get the selected user we are chatting with. So as a const, I'm going to destructure what we're going to get to be equals to, we make use of the use chat store like that, and then from this use chat store, just destructure the selected user. I think you can see right now the reason why we're actually making use of global state. We can actually access this state from any component. Okay, it makes it easy to actually work with global state in React. And now in here, we're going to return a div. This div is going to have a table class of this styles right here: flex on 1, display of flex, item center, justify center, and a px of 4. And then in here, we're going to create another div, which we're also going to give a table class of these classes right here. And then inside this div right here, create yet another div, and we also give this div a table class of these classes right here. And then in here, I'm going to actually output an icon. I'll put an icon called hi outline chat bubble left right. I'm not creating the auto import, so I just copy this right here. Then up here, we're going to import. We import this icon from React icons /hi2 like that. And then we're going to give the icon returning class of text of 2XL, text violet of 400. After this div that wraps around the icon, we're going to have a h2 tag that's going to output no messages yet. Spell that messages correctly. No messages yet. Then I'll give this h2 tag a tailwind class. I'll give it this tailwind class a text wide font, medium text, base and margin bottom of 2. And then down here, we're going to output a paragraph tag. And this paragraph tag is simply going to say start a conversation with. We're going to make use of a dynamic variable selected user dot the name of the selected user. If you selected Jane, we're going to say start a conversation with Jane like that. And then we'll pass some steps to this paragraph tag. I'll give it a text of 400, text of XM, and a leading of relax. So I'm going to save this. And now we should actually be able to import this component inside this chat window. So I'm just going to import the empty chat right here. And for now, what I'm going to do is say if it's true, so we can actually see this in the UI. So I'll say if true. Okay, so I'll just save that, and we should actually see this right here. When we click on this, we should actually see that empty. Yeah, you see right here, no messages yet. Okay, great. So this is only going to be displayed when there's really no messages in the chat room. Okay, when there's no message, you're going to see this UI right here. No messages, starts chatting with the name of the user. Great. I'll just go back. Now, obviously, since we have messages in this chat room, we're actually not going to see that right here. So now that we have actually fetched the message, we can actually update these details. Okay, we want this to be the details of the user we're actually chatting with. So that's very simple. So first of all, we're going to go over to the chat container, go over to that chat container right here. And instead of hard coding all these right here, all these right here, it's going to be the details of the selected user. So I'll just get rid of this affix join. It's going to be selected user dot the name of that selected user. And for the online state, it's going to do the same thing within the left sidebar. I'll just go over to the left sidebar, just scroll the way down. Yeah, what we did here, that's what we actually want to do. For actually get the online status for those other components, so I'm going to copy this right here. I'll take this code to the chat container, and then I'll just paste this up here. I remember we have a custom hook to actually get the online users. Okay, inside this custom, we have a use online users, a socket for online users that's going to return the online users for us. So we can actually make use of that hook. So up here, I'm going to say const, and this is what we're going to get from the hook is going to be equals to use sockets for online users. And also remember that the socket actually expects the ID of the logged in user. Okay, expects the user logged in ID. So what we're going to do up here, we're going to actually get our session. So it comes with the structure. What we're going to get is going to be equals to auth clients dot use session like that. And then we just destructure the data, and then we name it session. And then right here, we're going to pass the session dot user dot the ID of the logged in user, and then we can destructure as the online users. Okay, great. So now pass that online users right here, and now you have to check if the online users has the selected user dot ID like that. Okay, and we get an error. It says that arguments of type string undefined is not assignable to a parameter of type string because this expects a string. This has expects a string. Okay, and right now our selected user could be none, because remember in our chat store it says the selected user could either be a user or it could be none. Okay, and if it's none, it's going to be undefined. So we have to actually do a check. So what we're going to do is that we just get rid of this right here. Say const online is also if there's a selected user, it's going to be online says dot has the selected user dot ID. S is going to be false. So I just format this. That way, if the user is not logged in or there's no session ID, which means the user is not online, the user you are chatting with is not actually online. So now we're going to copy this online right here, and then we just scroll the way down, and we're going to render this span right here based on if the user is online. So I'll say ampersand. That's only when we render this span right here, this online indicator, only when the user is actually logged in. So I'm going to save that, and you're going to notice right now it's going to be actually be offline. Jane-Do is actually offline. And also, you have to update the image of the user we are chatting with. So right here, instead of assets.img, we're going to say this is going to be selected user dot the avatar of the selected user. And if the user doesn't have an avatar, then we're going to make use of assets dot avatar. Okay, that's our fallback image, and we should actually see, yeah, that's actually updated too. Great. So now let's actually update the right sidebar. So we're going to go over to the right sidebar component. So basically we're going to do similar thing what we did inside this chat container right here. So I'll just copy all these right here, take it to the right sidebar. I'll just paste that up here, and then we'll just get the session right here. Get the session right here, paste that session up here, and also you have to paste the hook to actually get the online users. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste that right here. And now we just want to import the use sockets for online users hook right here. And now we have the online right here. So now we're going to scroll down. First of all, this is going to be the selected user. The user we are selecting to chat to it. Selected user dot the name of the user. And then we only want to put this span right here only when the user is online. I'll say online, that's only when I want to render this JSX right here. And then for the image of the user, is going to be selected user dot the avatar of the user, or we're going to make use of the default image assets dot avatar if the user have not updated their profile. Great. Save that, and we should actually see that this is actually updated right here. Great. And I'll just update the bio. So if the user doesn't have a bio, we're not going to render this. We're only going to render a bio if the user actually has a bio. So I'll say if selected user dot bio, that's only when we're going to render this. And inside this paragraph tag, we're just going to put the selected user dot bio of that user. Okay, great. Save that. Great. So Jane doesn't have a bio, so we're not going to see any bio right here. So now we're going to log in with Jane to actually see if what we did is actually working. So I'll just create a private window. I'll say localhost 5173. Now log in with Jane at gmail.com, then password, then I'll just click on login. Alright, login as Jane. You can see that Emmanuel is actually online. And now we'll go over to the other tab. You can see right now Jane is actually online. Now we actually see the green indicators right here. Means Jane is actually online now. So let's actually send a message with Jane. So I'll just click on Egbo Emmanuel. Let's first of all update the profile. So I just go to profile. I'm going to select an image. I'll select this right here. I'm going to open this image and then I'll just click on save. And the image is updated. Just update the bio too. Say, my name is Jane. I am fun to chat with, like that. Save. It's actually saved. And now we'll go over to the other tab. We'll just refresh. We should actually see that Jane's profile has been updated. Great. So Jane has a profile picture. I won't click on Jane to chat to, so now see that Jane has a, my name is Jane. Let's actually align this text to the center. So for the bio, I'll just do a text of center like that. So ensure that the bio is at the center. Yeah, my name is Jane. I am fun to chat with. So now let's actually send a message with Jane. Though we've not worked on the real-time functionality right now, you can see that the message sent to Jane was displayed on the left-hand side. So let's send a message with Jane. I'll say, hello, Emmanuel. I'll click on send message, and the message is actually sent. For now, since we've not actually worked on the real-time messaging feature, we just have to refresh to actually see the new message. I'll open the chats. I actually see hello, Emmanuel, right here. Great. So it's actually working. So now when we log out Jane, you're going to see that Jane is actually offline. Okay, Jane is offline. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on the real-time messaging feature. Now, we want users to be able to actually see messages sent in the chat room in real time. Now, the way we are going to implement this is very simple. When a user clicks on a user to chat with, the user is going to be added to the chat room. Okay, so it's going to be added to the chat room that is going to be unique between the two users that are involved in this chat room. And this is the way to build a scalable chat app. Okay, that way, when any of these new users sends a new message, the message is going to be outputted in the chat room from the server using socket. So this is how they do this. So first of all, we're going to go over to our server. I go to backend, I go to SRC, I'm going to go to our socket folder, I go to index.ts right here. Now you have to actually create an event for when a user joins a chat room. So down here, we're going to say this is going to be the code for when the user joins a conversation room. Okay, now the user is going to join the conversation when the user selects the particular user they want to chat with. So down here, we do socket.on. We'll call this event conversation join, and this is going to take a callback that's going to have a conversation ID passed to it, which is going to be the type of string, and then I'm going to do socket.join conversation ID, and then we're just going to console.log user joined the room, and then we're going to pass in the conversation ID as the room. So basically, when the user selects a user to chat with, the user is going to join a room that is going to be the unique ID. Remember, each room, each chat conversation has a unique ID in our database. So that's going to be the ID of the chat room, the unique chat room between the two users. And then when a user leaves the chat room, I'll say leaves a conversation, we're going to do socket.on conversation leave, fire a callback. I'm also going to have this conversation ID and it's going to be of type string. Then it's going to fire a callback function. I'm going to do socket.leave, passing a conversation ID in there. And then we're going to log to the console user left the room. So now we have the code for when the user joins the room and when the user leaves the room. So now we're going to go over to our front end, actually use this event. So I'm going to go to our front end first. I'll go to front end, SRC, components. We're going to go over to the chat window right here. So now we have this use effect hook to fetch messages. We have to actually create another hook, another use effect hook or side effect for when the user joins a room. So down here, I'm going to create another use effect for say join room. So then I'm going to create a use effect hook, pass in the empty dependency for now. And then inside this use effect hook, what we want to do in here. Basically, what we want to do is that when the user opens a chat room, which means when the component maps, we actually want to join that chat room, okay? So which means we're going to need our socket. So up here, I'm going to say const, the structure what we're going to get is going to be equal to use socket store, okay? Remember, in our app.tss, when the user opens the application, the socket is going to be connected if the user is logged in, and then we just destructure the socket like that. And then first, inside this conversation, we're going to say if no sockets, or if no active conversation, then we're just going to return right here. Then down here after that, we'll create a variable const conversation ID is going to be equals to active conversation dot the ID of the active conversation. And then after that, we're going to create a function, or say const, I call the function join room. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. Now, inside this function, we're actually going to emit the event. Remember, I said that we're going to be emitting events from the client to the server and also from the server to the client. Okay, so we want to emit to the server that, hey, this user has actually joined this conversation. So to do that, we're simply going to say sockets dot, we're going to emit. And the name of the event has to match the name of the event you are using right here, conversation join. So I'm just going to copy this right here. And then I'll just paste that right here, okay? So when the user joins the conversation, I want to pass this conversation ID. Okay, now this conversation ID is going to be passed to this callback function right here. This is the conversation ID we are getting right here on the server. And then the user is going to actually join a room that's going to have this conversation ID as the room ID. So that's what this join room function is simply going to do. And then down here, I'm going to say if socket.connected. If the user is already connected, then we're just going to do join room. Okay, this basically be join immediately if already connected. Okay, and then after that, down here, we're going to do sockets.on connect. On connect, we're going to run join room. Basically, if the user have not actually connected to the server, when the user connects, we want to run this join. We're just going to emit this conversation join right here with the conversation ID. But if the user has already connected before, maybe we just close the tab and came back to the tab, but the user is still connected to the server, then we don't want to actually run the connect again. We just want to do if socket is connected, then just join the room. And then down here, we have to return a cleanup. So I'll say I want to return an arrow function that's going to fire from when the component unmounts. It's going to fire. I'm going to copy this right here. And I'll paste that in here. It's going to fire sockets, but it's going to be leave. Okay. And this has to match with this right here. Okay. On conversation leave. So when the user leaves the chat room, we want to be able to know that the user has left the chat room. So we don't emit messages to that user, and also pass the conversation ID. And then down here, we're going to say sockets dot off the connection join room like that. Okay, so I'll save that. So now we have the use effect hook that's going to list it from when the user actually opens the chat window. Okay, so when the user does something like this, just for example now, and we've not actually worked on actually clearing the selected user. Let's quickly just do that. So when we click on this, we're going to actually set the selected user back to null. So now I'm going to look for that. Go to the chat container right here, and then where's that back button? Yeah, there's the back button. So we're going to say on click. I'm just going to get the set selected user right here. Just get that from the store set selected user. So when we click on this right here, I'll say on click. I'm going to fire an arrow function that's going to actually set selected user back to null like that. I'll format this. Great. So now when we click on this, we're going to just set the selected user back to null. We can select the user again. And when we click, now this is what we're actually working on. When we click on the user to chat with, when this chat window component mounts, we're going to run this use effect hook right here, okay, to actually join the chat room. And we should be actually be getting the logs that we actually joined the chat room, because we've actually connected right here. And you can actually see all the logs right here. User left the chat room and we just joined the chat room. Now when we actually unmount the components again, when I leave the chat room, we're going to notice we get the log user left the chat room, chat ID. Okay, now this chat ID is coming from our database. Okay, great. But we're not actually done yet. Now when the user actually close their tab and come back to the tab after a few times, the application didn't actually connect to the server. So I had to actually create another user effect tool that's going to listen from when the user actually reconnects to the application, because when the user leaves the tab for a while, or maybe close their browser for a while and come back, when they try to send a message, the message is not going to be emitted in real time. Okay, the user has to refresh your application. So to actually solve this problem, what I did was I created a use effect hook inside the root application. That is the app.tss file that's going to check when a user actually reconnects. Okay, and the user is going to actually join that conversation in real time. So first, let's actually pass the dependencies for this particular use effect hook we just created inside this chat window. We're going to pass in the sockets and then we'll pass in the active conversation, okay? Because we are making use of the socket in here, also we are making use of the active conversation in here. So now we can go over to the app.tss file and create a use effect. So I'll say this is going to be to rejoin the chat room on reconnect. So now you're going to create that use effect hook. I'll pass in an empty dependency right here, okay? And then inside this use effect hook, first of all, remember we already importing, I think we already have the socket state. Remember I said that we're going to make use of this socket state inside this app.tss file. So we're going to say if no socket connection, if the socket is null, then we're just going to return right here. Then down here, create a function const handle connect is going to be equals to an arrow function. In here, we're going to get the active conversation, so equals to use chat store dot get states. Okay, we want to get the state directly from the chat store. So what state do you want to get? The active conversation state. And then down here we can say if there's an active conversation, if the user is already in an active conversation, then we're going to do socket dot emit conversation join, and then passing the active conversation dot ID like that. So outside of this function right here, now I'm going to say socket dot on connect. We're going to run the handle connect function. And then you're going to return a cleanup, so return Now function, we're going to fire this function right here using the socket.auth connect, passing the handle connect in there. And then we're going to pass the socket as a dependency for this user effect hook dependency array. So now when we actually leave the chat room and join the chat room, it's going to actually work efficiently, okay, without any bug. So right now we are inside, say socket connected. Let's actually join the chat room. So I just join the chat room. I'm going to say user joins the room, okay, with the room ID. And also when I leave the room, it's going to say user left the room with the room ID. Great. So it's working perfectly. So now that user can actually join and leave the room, now can actually emit the messages in real time inside this room right here. Okay. So we're going to go over to now. Remember when we created the message, when we create a message, I'm going to go over to Restart. I'll go to WAPs right here and I'll go to message var.ts. And then inside this message vars, you have to look for the post request, which is going to be this request right here. So after we actually create the message right here, remember I said that we're going to emit the new message to the conversation room before we actually return the response. So right here, what we're going to do, say IO. I'm going to get this IO. Where are we getting this IO from? We're getting this IO from this index.ts. Remember up here, we're actually exporting let IO. Okay, the IO instance right here, the IO variable. So IO does want to emit to the unique chat conversation, which is going to be the conversation ID. And this conversation ID is going to come from the conversation ID we pass to this request when we actually want to make. We want to create a new message. The conversation ID that is going to pass through the request. And then that conversation ID is going to be the unique chat room between the two users, because inside this index.ts file, when the user opens the conversation or the chat room, they are going to actually join the chat room, which means they're going to get, if you're inside the chat room, you're going to get these messages in real time. So we're going to say emit to the conversation room, io.to conversation ID dot emit a message. We're going to call the event name message new or new message, whatever you want to call it, and then we're going to pass in the message that was created. So whenever a new message is created, we're going to actually emit the new message to the chat room, and then we're going to return the HTTP response down here. Great. And now we have to actually listen for this event in our front end. So we actually outputting our messages. We're outputting our messages inside this chat window. So now we're going to create another user effect to actually listen for new messages. So now I'm going to say listen for new messages in real time, like that. And then now you're going to create a user effect hook, pass an empty dependency for now. And then inside this user effect hook, what are we actually going to do in here? So first of all, as usual, we're going to say if no socket, if there's no socket connection to the server, we just return right here. Okay. And then down here, I want to create a function const handle new message going to be equal to an IO function. And this function is going to receive an argument, which is I want to call message, which is going to be of type message. And we're going to get that from our store. Remember, in our use chat store, we have the type message right there. And then in here, inside this function right here, we're going to say if the message dot the conversation ID is equivalent to active conversation dot ID. Okay, because we have to actually check this so to actually output a message in the wrong chat room. Okay, so the message we are outputting must have the same conversation ID as the active conversation we are in, as the ID of the conversation, the chat room we are in. If these two are actually equivalent, then we're going to run the add message, okay, and pass in the new message. And where is this add message coming from? This add message is coming from our chat store right here. Okay, this add message type is going to run this right here. It's going to take the new message as an argument. It's going to call the set state. And what state do you want to modify? I want to modify this messages state right here. Okay, this messages state. So we're going to do the messages state. We're going to spread up the states of the messages and add the new message. So I just scroll down right here. Now, after we do that, down here, I want to say socket.on. We want to listen for the event, which is going to be, I'll just copy the event name from this message. It's going to be message new or new message. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, if there's a new message, then I want to run the handle message right here. Okay, great. And then the payload is going to be passed to this right here. We'll call it message, and then we're going to check if the message or conversation ID is equivalent to the active conversation ID, and then we're going to add the new message like that. And then after that, we have to return a cleanup, return an IO function, and we're going to do just copy this right here. I'll paste that right here. We're going to do socket.auth. And then for the dependency, we're going to pass the add message function right here as a dependency. Pass the socket, also pass the active conversation right here. So I'll just format this. So now we should be able to actually get the messages in real time, because now we are listening for the events that have been emitted from our server. So let's actually test this out. So I'll just say hello, send the message. I will actually get the message in real time. Okay, I'll say hi, how are you doing? Send message. I will actually get the message in real time. Great. And when we refresh this right here, we'll go to the chat home. You actually see the old message right here. You can add another message. I say reply me when you come online. Send message. Now we're actually going to log in now with Jendo. So I'll just minimize this. I'll create a private window. Just reduce the screen size of this. Now I'm going to create a new private window. Localhost port 5173. Now log in with Jen. Then fill in Jen's password. Then I just click on Egbe Manuel. And you can see right now that Jendo is not online. And I'll say, hi, I was busy. So I spell that correctly. I was busy. Now click on send message. And you can see both users get the message in real time. Then I shall say, okay. How is the family? Send message. Family is doing fine. Just click on send message. Oh, great. And this is why I was actually testing. You're going to notice that when we send a new message, the messages are going to start going underneath the chat window. I'll send another message. I'll say, okay. You're going to notice that the message is going to appear in real time, but it's going to go underneath the chat right here. Okay, we have to scroll to actually see the new message. So what we want to do, I'm going to create like a use ref that's going to watch this window. Okay, so when we get a new message, we're going to scroll down to that new message. Let's do that. So we're going to, inside this chat window, we're going to actually create a ref. So I'll go over to the chat window right here. Then I'll just scroll all the way up. Then up here, I'm going to create a ref. Say const scroll to bottom ref. It's going to be equals to, we'll make use of the use ref, which we're going to get from React right here. And by default, this ref is going to be null, and it's going to be of type null, or it's going to be a HTML div element like that. And then I'm going to copy this ref right here, and then I'm going to hook up that ref to a div at the bottom right here. Okay, so at the bottom right here, I'm going to create a div, the self-closing tag, and then I'm going to say the ref is going to be equals to the scroll to bottom ref. So this is going to act like an anchor for when we create a new message. It's actually going to ensure we are scrolled to the bottom. So now, how do we know when new messages come? So for that, we have to use another user effect hook that's going to listen for only new messages when the messages are updated. Okay, that's what the user effect is basically going to do. So I'm going to scroll up. Then right here, I'm going to create a user effect hook. Create a user effect hook down here. And this user effect hook is simply just going to be our auto scroll mechanism. And then inside this user effect hook, we're going to get the scroll to bottom ref dot current dot scroll view, scroll to view, and the behavior is going to be smooth. And then we have to pass the messages as a dependency. Okay, so anytime the messages are updates, it's going to try to scroll to the bottom. Now, what this is going to do is that when we create a new message, it's going to fire this user effect hook, and it's going to actually ensure that the ref scrolls to the bottom. Okay, great. So I just save this, and now when I go over to the chat window, just go back to our chat window and send a new message. I say, "How's your wife doing?" I click on send message, and you can see it actually scrolls. Okay, so she's doing okay. Send message. Great. And now you can see that the real-time functionality between users is actually working perfectly. Okay, so now I can just log out this user. Great. Jane is now actually offline. And also, if this user want to actually leave the chat, the user can just simply just click on this to actually leave the chat. Okay, so now what we're going to do again, I'm going to actually create another user to actually chat with. Okay, so we have two users. So I'm going to create a new user. Go to another window. I'll go to local spot 5173. I'm going to go over to register right here, and I'll call this user Mary Jane. And then for the email, I say mary@gmail.com. Then for the password, is going to be 8 zeros. So I just register this user. Now, when this user registers, user can actually see two other users right here. Jane Doe is offline and Egbo Emmanuel is actually online. So let's actually communicate with these two users. So right here, just drag this over here. Now, since this Mary Jane just registered, we can actually search for her. I'll say Mary, and we're going to actually get the user right here, Mary Jane right here. I'll just click on that user, and you can see that there's no message between this user. And then when this Mary Jane clicks on Egbo Emmanuel, you can see that there's no messages between these two users. So now I'm simply just going to type hi. I'll say hi. I'll send the message. Again, this I actually get the message in real time. Great. So now just close this tab up. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're actually going to run some Lint checks on our front-end application. So I want to open up my terminal. I don't want to actually stop this server, so I just create a new terminal. And I want to cd into the front-end folder. If we get any Lint errors, we'll not be able to actually build this application successfully for production. Okay, so you have to actually resolve any Lint errors we are getting from our React application. So I just say pm run Lint. So actually check if we get any Lint warnings or errors. And we actually get to one from the app.tss file and one from the chat user component. So I just go to this first one right here, line 34. We are not actually passing the set socket as a dependency. We are making use of this set socket function, but we are not passing it as a dependency. So right here, I just pass the set sockets as a dependency. Great. So now the second one is said that selected is defined but never used inside this app.tss file. We actually use it. Okay, we are using selected, but we actually use it. So what I wanted to use it selected for was that when we click on a chat user to chat with, we're actually going to see that the user is actually selected right here. Actually add like a dynamic style to it. So let's actually do that. So what I'm going to do, I'll go to the left sidebar right here. Now in here right here, where we have this right here, we'll create a variable. Say const, call the variable active user or selected user, whatever you want to call it, is going to be equals to user.id is equivalent to selected user.id, like that. Which means if the user we are mapping through is actually equals to the selected user ID, the ID of the user we are looping through is actually equals to the selected user ID, then this active user is going to be true. And then right here we can say the selected user prop is going to be equals to active user, like that. I'll just save this and I can go into the chat user component, this selected user right here, which is already destructured. We're just going to scroll down and then I'm going to add dynamic styles to this. So I'll just get this right here. I just cut this off. I'll make use of backticks and I'll just paste those static styles, and then I'm going to add some dynamic styles. Right here, I'm going to say if the selected is true. If selected is true, then I want to give it these styles right here. As we want to use an empty string. So if this selected is true, we're going to give it this S color we are using for the whole variable. Okay, I'll just paste that right here. Okay, save that. And now we'll go back to our application. You can see that when we actually select a user, you can actually see that indicator that this user is selected. When I click on Jane Doe, you can see that Jane Doe is naturally now selected. This is not the user we are chatting. I won't click on this. We don't have any user selected. Great. So now I'm going to run that Lint check again. pm run Lint, and we don't get any Lint warnings or errors. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on actually deploying our application live on render. So you'll be able to actually show off this project, actually add this project to your resume or your portfolio. So first of all, we have to actually prep up our application. So first of all, we're going to start with the front end. I'll go to the front end. Remember I said that we're going to actually update inside our lib folder, we're going to actually update the auth client and also the ags use. Now for production, we're not going to need this base URL, okay? Because basically the way we're going to deploy the application, the front end and the server are going to be running from the same domain. Okay, so we don't really need this. Since both the client and the server are going to be running from the same domain. Now, BetterAuth says that the base URL of the server is optional if you are using the same domain. So if you are using the same domain, you don't have to actually place the domain here. So just comment this off. And also, you're going to go over to asuse.ts right here. We'll just basically copy this and drag this down. I'll just comment this up here. Okay, and this one is going to be for production, and then we'll just get rid of this prefix right here. It's going to be /API. Okay, since both the clients and the server are going to be in the same domain, anytime I'm trying to make an access request, it's going to make use of the domain it's actually hosted on. Okay, it's going to be the domain /API. It's going to make requests to the server, so we don't need this extra local hotspot to get us on place any domain right here. So now we also have to do the same thing for our socket connection. So go to app.tss right here where we have this WebSocket connection. We'll just comment this off. We're simply just going to do const socket is going to be equals to IO like that. That's basically all. Okay, since they're going to be running the same domain, don't actually point to any domain, okay, or any URL. Just do const socket equals to IO, and this is going to work perfectly on production. So now I'm going to close all this and actually head to the server now. I'm going to go into the backend folder. Now the first thing I want to do, I want to actually update this tsconfig.json. Now, when I built this application for production, I actually had some issues because of this module we're actually using. So instead of Node.js, I'll just make use of CommonJS. Okay, there was an issue with actually importing the Prisma client from our Prisma generated folder. And therefore, this module resolution, just get rid of this. So don't need that. Great. Now, when we run the Prisma build command to build the production, it's actually going to run this command right here. Now, basically, when we run pm run build on production, it's going to access the directory. It's going to go into the front end folder, come out from the back end folder, go into the front end folder, and run build on the front end folder to build our Fit app inside this folder. Okay, and then it's going to run TS on our backend. Remember when we set up our backend, when we run this TS, it's going to actually compile our TypeScript code inside from this root directory. All these TypeScript code we have inside this root directory, inside this SRC folder. So to compile them into JavaScript, and the apps directory is going to be created. It's going to be this folder inside this backend folder, and it's going to be the same thing with the front end too. Okay, so let's actually do that. We're going to build this on production. I just want to show you how it's actually going to look when we actually build it. So I want to cd into the front end folder, and then I just do pm run build like that. It's going to actually build the application. And now when our Vite application is built, when we go over to the front end folder, you're going to see that we have a dist folder right here. And this folder, we have an index.html file right here, which is going to be the access point to actually run this application on production. Okay, but we're not going to be needing this for on development. We're only going to build this when we actually want to deploy or render. So I'm just going to delete this. For now, what I'm going to do first, let me just actually work on the navigation. So I'm going to SRC, I'm going to server.ts, because remember, we're going to be running the React application from inside our Express server. So first of all, just commit this off. Okay, so the home page is going to be our React application, and then I'm going to scroll all the way down. After this init socket right here, then I'm going to label this as our production code. So then I'm going to say app.use express.static path. I'm going to import this path up here from node path. I'm going to get this from node, and then we'll say path.join directory name. What's the directory you want to run the application? It's going to be dot. Then we're going to the front end folder, and then we're going to the dist folder. So basically what we are doing here is that we want to go inside this. We want to come out from this SRC folder, which is this first dot, and we're going to come out of this backend folder, which is this other dot, and then we're going to go into the front end folder, and then we're going to this dist folder right here. Okay, so that's the part we're trying to access. And after that, I'm going to say app.get to actually handle this. Is going to be for React to handle our requests. going to be catch all route. So any route that is not inside our API, any of the if the route does not match any of our routes, there's going to be our React. It's going to render our React of our React pages, okay? Because if we get something like /login, we don't have any /login here. It's going to actually route it from it's going to render a React page. So I'm just going to copy this right here. This is going to be catch all routes. I'll just paste that right here, and then it's going to take a callback. It's going to take a unused request, and also it's going to take a response. Now say res.send the file path.resolve thy name. It's basically going to be the same path right here. So I'll just copy this right here. I'll paste that in here, and then we'll say /index.html. So anytime we make a request to a route that is not any of these routes right here, or even this BetterAuth API /catch all route, if we just make any route, maybe say /login /register /chat, then this is actually going to run. It's going to catch all the routes, and then it's going to send the file. Okay, it's going to actually go into the index.html file. This is our index.html file. This entry file to our React application for our production. This is what we actually handle the request. Okay, so now we have all the production code we need to write to actually deploy this on render. So what I'm going to do, I'll just delete this because this is not going to be pushed to production anyway. I'll just delete this. I think it's inside the git ignore, but I'll just delete it anyway. And now we actually have to initiate a new git repository. So I'll just get this off. I want to push the code to git cd .. And then we're going to go inside this chat folder right here, because inside this chat folder, we're going to have access to both the backend and frontend folder. So we're going to do git init like that. To initiate a new git repo, just clear the terminal. And then we're going to do git status. We're going to see that we have basically two untracked files. So I'm going to add those files to the staging area, git add all. And then we'll do a git status again. You should actually see that those files have been added to the staging area. Okay, great. All the files from the backend and also all the files from the front end. And now one more thing we have to do before we actually push this. Now, when we go over to our backend folder, we'll go over to git ignore. You're going to notice that we have this file right here, this SRC generated Prisma is going to be ignored by Git. And now we'll go over to SRC. You can see that all these other files that have been tracked by Git are green, but this particular one is actually white, which means Git is actually ignoring this file. As we said in our git ignore, we want to actually ignore this file. We don't want to push this to production. But obviously, we are going to be needing this in production, because this is actually going to be our Prisma client. Okay, so this is going to be how we're going to be able to access the models even in production. So what we're going to do instead is that before we actually run build, go to the backend folder, go to package.json. And before we run this build command right here, we're actually going to do Prisma generate. So first of all, we're going to say Prisma generate to generate the Prisma client in production. And before we run this PNP, I'm going to direct the front end folder and then builds the front end and then TSC. And now, what is this TSC going to do? I'm just going to actually demonstrate. Now, I'm going to cd into the backend folder. And then I'm going to simply say TSC like that. And you're going to see that inside this backend folder, it's going to create a dist folder. And inside that dist folder, we're going to have all the code we actually need. Now, this generator is going to be part of it, because inside this SRC, this generator is not going to be pushed to production. Okay, we are going to first of all going to generate the Prisma client production before this TSC is actually going to run. Okay, we'll go inside the all.ts file. You can see that this is no longer TypeScript. This is going to be JavaScript. Also, we'll go into the Prisma.js file. These are actually JavaScript. Okay, because the server can only read JavaScript. So we're going to compile all our code down to JavaScript. That's basically what the TSC is going to do. And then we're going to run node server.js on this right here to actually start the server. Great. So we can actually delete this folder right here. Okay, so I'll just delete this off. So now we can actually create a GitHub repository to actually push this code to GitHub. So I'm going to head over to GitHub. I'm going to go to new repository right here. So we're going to call this repository chat app tutorial. Egbon tech. And then we'll just set this to private for now. And then we'll just click on create repository. So we're just going to copy up to this point right here. We're going to head back to our Visual Studio Code. just open this terminal right here, expand this API, and then we just paste that command right here. Okay, then we just click on enter. Now those commands are actually going to actually commit our codes to the main branch, and then it's going to actually push the codes to our GitHub repo. So now we'll head over to GitHub and actually refresh this origin right here. You can actually see we have the backend and the frontend folder, so our code is now pushed to GitHub. So now I'm going to head over to render.com. Now, if you don't have an account with Render, you can actually sign up. It's actually free. You can actually start for free, and the free service is actually very generous. Okay, so we're just going to go over to dashboard. I already have an account, so I'm just going to head over to my dashboard. After creating an account with the Render, it's going to bring you to your dashboard. And if you don't have a new project, you can actually create a new project. Okay, and the project name could be your name, your brand name, or your company name. Now, in my case, my project name is going to be Egbon Tech right here. I'm just going to click on this project right here. I think I can basically create one project for the free tier. And I already have one application, one web service running inside this project. So let's just add a new service. I click on add new service, and this is going to be a web service. And now we have to actually select the repo we just drew. Now, if you have actually allowed Render for access to your GitHub repository, you have to actually allow Render. Okay, now after you actually allowed Render to actually have access to all your GitHub repository, you can actually see all your GitHub repo right here. Okay, so you basically just click on the repo you want to actually deploy. So I want to deploy this startup tutorial Egbon Tech created, so I just click on that, and you can see right here it's going to be opened, and now it's going to actually detect that it's going to be a Node.js application. So by default, this is going to be set to Node. And then since my previous service was deployed on Frankfurt, it's going to be on Frankfurt. The server is going to be in Frankfurt, Germany. Yeah, so now this is very important. In our application, when we check the structure of our application, you're going to notice that we don't have any package.json in the root folder. So to actually see a package.json, we have to go into the backend folder. Okay, this is the package, our entry file. Okay, now this package.json is also going to run both the frontend and the backend application. So that's very important. So right here, we have to say our package.json is not in the root directory, it's going to be inside the backend folder. Okay, and then for the build command, this is very important, because remember, when we go over to our application, when we check both git ignore for the front end and the back end, you're going to notice that the node modules for both git ignore is actually ignored. Okay, the node modules, so which means our application doesn't have any node modules in production right now, so which means we have to install our dependencies before we build our application. So the very first command we're going to do pnpm install. What we're going to do, we'll do pnpm install. Now you actually have to type this out based on the fact that I've deployed applications before. It's going to give me this auto completion. Okay, you're going to type pnpm install, which is going to install the dependencies for this backend folder right here. And then you're going to do pnpm directory. You're going to go into the frontend directory, come out from the backend folder, go into the frontend folder, and run install to pnpm directory frontend, run pnpm install in the frontend directory, which is going to come out from our backend folder, go into this frontend folder, and run pnpm install in this folder, actually install the node modules for this frontend folder. And after that, it's going to run pnpm run build. Now, what build is it going to run? It's going to run pnpm run build right here. Okay, this build command we have right here, which is going to run Prisma generate and pnpm directory frontend, build our frontend, and run tsc on our backend. And now we have to actually add the start command, which is simply going to be pnpm start. Now, when we run pnpm start, it's going to run this command right here in our node package.json for our backend folder. Pnpm start, which is going to run node this server.js. It's going to start our server.js file. Okay, basically starts the backend application. And remember, the backend application is going to actually handle the frontend application too. Okay, with this production code we added. Great. So now we have to select the free plan. Now the free plan, you can see right here, see free instance spin down after periods of inactivity. Now, unlike the free plan of Vercel, your application is going to be alive all the time when you make a request, because Vercel uses a serverless architecture. Now, Render is an actual server. That's why we will be able to run Node.js and WebSockets in Render. So based on the fact that you're using free plan, the server is not going to be available all the time. The server is only going to come to life when you actually make a request to that endpoint. Okay, so if you are not making use of the server, or you're not making any request to your server, the server is actually going to sleep. It's going to have a period of inactivity, and it's going to re-wake after, like, if you make a new request to that server when it's sleeping, it's going to take like 1 minute to actually wake up. Okay, so that's just the caveat of using the free plan on Render. Great. So now we have to actually add our environment variables. So we're going to start with the database URL, because this actually, I think, when I actually auto-filled this, actually auto-created this, okay, because I've actually deployed applications before. And for every application I deploy, I always have a database URL. So for the database URL, we're going to go over to .env for our backend folder, because our front end, we don't actually have to add any environment variables. So the first environment variable is going to be the database URL, which is going to be our Postgres database URL, which I'm going to copy. And then I'm just going to paste that right here. And I'll click on add another environment variable. The next one is going to be our BetterAuth secret. So I'm just going to copy this right here. And then I'll paste that right here. And then I'm going to copy the value, which is going to be this right here. And then I'll paste that right here. So I'm going to add another environment variable. The name of the variable this time is going to be BetterAuth URL. Now for the BetterAuth URL, we're going to keep this as localhost 3000, okay, because we can actually deploy this without this BetterAuth URL. Since we do not have the production URL, we're going to make use of this localhost 3000 for now. So I'll just paste that right here, and then for the value, it's going to be this localhost 3000 right here, and I'll paste that right here, okay. So I'm going to add another environment variable. This one is going to be the origin. Copy this, and then I'll just paste that right here, and then I'll just keep this as this. You can actually add a random string if you want to, because immediately we deploy the application and get the production URL, we're actually going to update this. That's going to be the origin for now, and then we have to actually add the cloudinary credentials. So the cloudinary cloud name, add another environment variable, paste that right here. I'll just get the cloud name, the value, and then I'll paste that right here. Add another environment variable. So it's going to be the cloudinary API key, which I'll just copy. Then I'll paste that right here. And then for the value, it's going to be this right here. Paste that right here. And then finally, you're going to add your cloudinary API secrets. Now, after adding your cloudinary API secrets and all your other credentials, you basically have like 7 environment variables right here. After adding all the environment variables, you're just going to click on deploy web service over here, okay? And I have to actually cross-check if our build script is actually configured where pnpm install and pnpm directory, going to the front-end directory, install dependencies, and then run pnpm on build, and then run pnpm start. Great. So everything is actually configured. So just click on deploy web service. And we actually get a build error. It says that cannot find module generated Prisma client. And the reason we are getting this error right now is I actually made a very, very silly error. Now, what I did is that I actually updated this package.json after we actually pushed our code to GitHub. So now when you check the Git right here, you can see right now we actually updated this package.json after we pushed our code to GitHub. So this Prisma generator is not being run on production. So our application can actually find the generated Prisma client, okay, to actually run our server. So what we're going to do is now we just actually update this. We just push these changes to GitHub. So what I'm going to do, I'll just do git status. You can see right now that we're going to see the package.json right here. So just do git add to the staging area, and then do git commit dash the message, and then you say updated package.json, like that. I click on enter, and that's going to actually commit the changes. And now we can actually sync this to the remote origin. Just sync the changes. So actually now sync the changes to our GitHub repo. So in our GitHub repo, we should actually see that update. So our application is going to actually start rebuilding. So I'm just going to go to the chat app tutorial right here. And you can see right now the deployment has actually restarted because you actually noticed a change in the GitHub repo. Okay, you can see right here updated package.json is actually going to deploy the changes. So I just go to the deployment. You can actually see it's actually being deployed. And after that, you can see your service is live, available at Palmer. You can see the URL has been generated for us, and then you can actually see all what the logs did. You can see right now after it ran this pnpm install, pnpm directory frontend install, and pnpm run build, it's going to actually run Prisma generate, load our Prisma config, generate our Prisma client, and then it's going to actually build our frontend application using vite build. And there's going to run TSC on our backend, and there's going to run pnpm on start to start our server. Great. So now just go to this URL right here, and you can actually see that the application is actually live. Okay, but we cannot actually use the application now because the origin and the BetterAuth URL is still set to local development URLs. So we have to actually update it with the live URL. So I'm going to copy this live URL. I'm going to go back to render, go to environment right here, and I have to update this environment variable. So I just click on edit. The BetterAuth URL, I'm going to set it to this production URL right here. That's going to be our base URL. And also for the origin, it's going to be making requests from the same URL, which is going to be this right here. Okay, so now we have to rebuild the application with this live URL. So I'll click on save, rebuild, and deploy. You need to actually start the redeployment process. I can go over there to actually check, go to chat tutorial Inbound Tech. I actually see we have the deployment right here. Just go to the deploy, and this is going to be actually our final deployment, and our application is going to be redeployed. So we're just going to go over there. We just refresh. Great. So now we can actually register a new user. I'm going to register a user. Call this user John Doe. Then the user's mail is going to be john@gmail.com. Then password, I just use 8 zeros. And then we want to register the user. Just click on register and get a registration successful, and the user is actually logged in. Okay, and now the user can actually see the 3 other users on the platform right now. So now this user first of all has to update their details. So I'll just go to profile right here. The name of the user is going to be John Doe, and so I'll just upload a profile picture. I'll use this one right here, and then the bio of the user, I'll say my name is John. I am cool to chat with. Okay, just click on save profile. Now the profile has been updated. When we refresh the application, actually go to that profile, so to actually pull the user's profile from the database. Okay, great. So now let's actually chat with other users. I'll select the user to chat with. I want to chat with Jane over here. I'll just say hi Jane, send message, and the message is sent in real time. So now let's actually log in with Jane. So I'll just copy this right here. I'm going to open a private window. I'll paste that right here. And now I'm just going to log in with Jane@gmail.com, then 8 zeros, log in, and Jane is actually logging. I'll just reduce the screen of this. And also I'm going to reduce the screen of this. I'm going to drag one of these over here. So now I'm going to reply to this message now. And this message was sent to Jane by John. So I'm going to go over to John. You can see John is online. Jane is online. And Jane is going to say, hello, John. Welcome. Send message. I see the message appears in real time. And Jane is simply going to say, thank you. And the message is sent in real time. So I'll just log as this user. Great. Now you can actually see the user is actually offline. Now, if you enjoyed this tutorial, you actually learned something new in this tutorial, smash on the like button and leave a comment below. Now, 1 like is equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people like you who are going to find it very, very helpful. And basically just consider this as a very little way for you to actually support this channel. Okay. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that so you don't miss the next project we're going to build together on this channel. I'll see you in the next video.